Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Snapped. Lin Tian then returned the gun in his hand to the Navy soldier. In Lin Tian's heart, people like Duo are sure to kill. Lin Tian, you are too reckless in doing this. Even if this Lido is not worth mentioning, you should also consider the dragon people behind him. Colonel Lan looked at Lido's body and said behind Lin Tian. That's right, Robert echoed. Lin Tian, you should also think about it. Feeling the concern of the two of them, a warm current emerged in Lin Tian's heart. Don't worry, Lin Tian smiled slightly and said with confidence, it was after I considered it that I decided to kill Lido, and not only Lido wanted to kill, but those people also wanted to kill. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian looked at the bunch of port workers with a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. Colonel Lan said puzzledly, why, those staff don't know what information, there is no need to kill them. Colonel Lan found that he couldn't understand Lin Tian's mind more and more, just like letting go of these female slaves and killing Lido just now. Ender didn't understand at all, but Colonel Lan felt that Lin Tian did everything right. Shook his head, Lin Tian said solemnly, no, there may be some people in it that are not easy. Just like Duo just now, if he didn't come out by himself, how do we know that his master is a Tian Lindgren? If he hides it and tells the dragon people about everything by then, I am afraid that some things will also leak out. We will be passive then, so we have to guard against it. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Ender and Roberts narrowed their eyes and fell into deep thought. They also knew the seriousness of the consequences of this kind of thing. If something is discovered by someone who is interested, it will be very serious for myself and others. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case these people really can't keep it. After thinking about it, Colonel Lan agreed to Lin Tian's approach. Although Colonel Lander doesn't like killing, but when it's time to kill, Colonel Lander still won't be soft. How could he climb up to the position of colonel without such decisiveness? But, if there are innocent people in it, didn't we kill the wrong person? Roberts expressed his concerns. You worry too much. Lin Tian pointed to these wooden boxes. Roberts, they are transporting these things every day. Do you think there will be any innocent people in them? Hey. Yes, I think too much, Roberts said embarrassedly. In this case, let's release the slaves of these various races first, and there are some things they can't do here. Ender and Roberts nodded. These women are ordinary people, they don't have any sense of confidentiality, and it is easy to accidentally say something. Everyone, be quiet. The extremely happy girls, under Lin Tian's words, also slowly quieted down, but there were still smiles on their faces. Now, we will give you the travel expenses to go home. And those who are willing to go to my recommended place, I will write a letter for you, and you will just leave it to them. Yay! All the women cheered immediately. Today is a twists and turns for them. Now they finally see the hope of going home. The feelings of the women cannot be described in words. The women held on to the toll and kept thanking Lin Tian. In the face of these women's thanks, Lin Tian always couldn't underestimate their love, so he could only nod his head with a smile. But in fact, Lin Tian was in pain at this time. Just now, he was young and frivolous and agreed to bear the toll, but Lin Tian did not expect that the toll is so expensive. These women have 4 of them. I took out tens of millions of Baileys in one fell swoop, and my wallet was suddenly reduced by half, which was a heartache. Watching these women leave one by one under the leadership of the Navy soldiers, Lin Tian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to say women. There is only one person left now. Lin Tian turned around and looked at the stunning woman behind him. Originally, Lin Tian was going to speak first, but unexpectedly the woman suddenly spoke. No loss is the famous Colonel Lin Tian. And his way of doing things is different from ordinary people, the woman said with a slight smile. Lin Tian said in surprise, "Hey, you actually know me, as if my photos haven't been posted." This woman actually knows herself. Lin Tian suddenly became curious to know that her identity is top secret in the Navy. Even if this woman is not simple, she probably hasn't seen herself yet. You can become a Navy colonel when you are over a dozen years old. I think that except for the Colonel Lin Tian who was promoted by the Navy, there should be no other person in this world. Lin Tian shook his head, thinking how he asked such a dumb question. This woman is very smart, and it is quite normal to recognize herself through clues. Lin Tian said, "This is just a useless reputation. Speaking of me, where are you going next? I have to pay for the journey." The woman held her chin for a while, then smiled slightly and said, "I am going to look around the Great Route, so the amount of money needed is relatively large. You can give me 100 million Baileys first." After finishing speaking, the woman stretched out her hand, hooked Lin Tian, and signaled Lin Tian to come over. 1.100 million. 0.100 million Baileys, why don't you grab it? Even if you sell me, it's not worth 100 million Baileys. Seeing Lin Tian Ru cat stepped on its tail, jumping up and down from the side, the woman couldn't help but chuckled. Under that smile, the charm of the woman has increased a bit, but it is a pity that Lin Tian on the side missed this scene. The woman said with a certain face, "This is not necessarily true. With your reputation, you can definitely sell for more than 100 million Baileys." After listening to the woman's words, Lin Tian suddenly felt a large group of crows flying over his head, smiling helplessly. Lin Tian thought for a while, took out a box that had already been prepared, and placed it in front of the woman. "There are 5 million Baileys in this box, and there is something you like in it. But you have to go to a safe place to open it, and immediately destroy the contents after reading it." The woman picked up the box on the ground and said with a look of fox questioning, "It seems that you are ready for a long time, but how do you know that I will like the things inside www.com. There is a deep meaning on Lin Tian's face. With a smile, he walked a few steps forward, leaning close to the woman, leaving only a thin gap as wide as a thumb. Looked down at Lin Tian, who was close to him. The woman instinctively wanted to step back, but for some reason, the woman stopped her movements. "I know everything about you, even if you experienced it in your childhood. I also know that you will love the gift in it." In the last few words, Lin Tian's voice was very small, but after the woman listened, she showed a shocked expression. Her eyes looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. How could someone know her life experience and her name in such detail? "You must know that over the years, I have never told anyone about myself. I usually use a pseudonym outside. There is only one person in the world." Where did Colonel Lin Tian know this? Of. The woman resisted the anxiety in her heart and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? How can you know this?" "Don't worry, I am not hostile to you. As for how I know, I think everyone has their own secret." Lin Tian looked up at the woman and said. The woman gritted her teeth and didn't say much. She turned around and walked back. Faced with such a kid who knows herself, the woman always feels uneasy in her heart. It is better to leave sooner. Lin Tian looked at the woman's panicked back. A deep smile flashed across his face. "We will meet again. P.S. Recently, Zyoshin has been very busy, and I have been busy with exams all day, so today is a little bit late than usual. www.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all www.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Under the order of the Navy, these port workers can only squat on the ground honestly, but their eyes stand the figure in front from time to time. After all the slaves were dealt with, Lin Tian came here immediately, and now he has been standing here for more than an hour. But during this period of time, Lin Tian only gave one order, that is to make them squat, not looking up, and then Lin Tian stayed standing. Although Ender and Roberts beside felt very strange, they just stood quietly on the side and didn't say much. This is just because Lin Tian said before, everything depends on him, just let them watch quietly. The estimated time should be enough, and Lin Tian finally spoke. How do I say, after I know what you people are doing, the idea in my heart is to kill you, and now my idea remains unchanged. Lin Tian's words are like a hurricane, and they set off a huge wave in their restless hearts. Many people's faces changed and changed, but some people remained calm and composed. Although Lin Tian wanted to kill these people, Lin Tian still had a more important purpose in his heart, which was to gain a clearer understanding of the underground world through these people. The Lido just now was a big fish. Lin Tian believed that there must be big fish in it, so Lin Tian had been standing here and didn't kill them immediately. And the series of actions just now only caused a strong psychological pressure on them in order to make the next steps better. Lin Tian glanced at everyone's expressions and remembered those few people whose faces had not changed. These people are most suspicious. People with extremely strong psychological qualities are often much higher than ordinary people. Of course, idiots like Liduo are rare. After a pause, Lin Tian continued, but now I have a chance to survive in front of you. As long as you can come up with the information that can make my heart beat, I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, the person just now belongs to you. End. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian exudes a powerful murderous aura, directly shocking these people. Before his rebirth, Lin Tian had always believed that murderous intent was nothing but illusory, but he had killed thousands of pirates lightly in the Great Sea Route for a year, but he naturally formed murderous intent. Feeling the murderous aura on Lin Tian, everyone's complexion changed drastically, and even those who were calm and composed couldn't calm down. The little demon in front of him, but regardless of Rado's identity, killed him directly. For people like myself, it will not keep hands. The scene where Leto was killed just now, everyone can see clearly. Everyone knows the identity of Liduo, because Liduo does not move. My master is a celestial dragon. This sentence will be on the lips. Lin Tian waited for a while, seeing that none of these people spoke, and none of them stood up, thinking that he should have moved a bit. The reason why these people don't say anything is just because they still have a fluke mentality in their hearts. In the past, the Navy also broke through many dark ports due to some reasons, but did not kill the people there. These people think that the Navy in front of them will be more like the original Navy, but they encountered Lin Tian this time. Lin Tian is different from other navies. Lin Tian has his own view of justice. Lin Tian stretched out his hand to the crowd at will. Under Lin Tian's control, he slowly suspended in midair. Since I had seen Lin Tian float a tent before, everyone was not surprised at Lin Tian's hand. I am not very patient. Time has been given to you just now. Since you don't say anything, then I think you chose death between death and survival. Hearing what Lin Tian said, the face of the man, controlled by Lin Tian, suddenly became full of fear. Said eagerly, I said, I have said all. I will tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. It's late. Lin Tian snorted coldly. There is only one chance. Now you want to say it's too late. What? Lin Tian shook his hand with one hand, and the man heard the sound of countless broken bones, and a miserable scream came from the man's mouth. And this scream was like a heavy hammer, breaking the flute in these people's hearts bit by bit, and a trace of struggle appeared on many people's faces. Screamed for a few seconds, and the man died in pain. A slight fracture of the bone is very painful, and the bones of the man's whole body are broken at the same time. You can imagine how much pain there is. Seeing the man's death, Lin Tian also relieved his ability, and the man's body immediately fell underground. The crowd below hurriedly moved and avoided subconsciously, and was hit by a corpse from top to bottom. No one wanted to try that taste. The body of the man is intact on the surface, but it has long been crushed into flesh by the strong pressure. As soon as it hit the ground, it burst open, and the blood-red fleshy foam splashed around with white bones. Seeing these pieces of meat flying, everyone hurriedly avoided it, but the location was so big, everyone was stained a lot. Some people were still splashed on their faces, and a strong smell of blood rushed forward. Looking at the meat foam on their bodies, many people vomited on the spot. Even the Navy soldiers next to him saw this scene, and many people turned their heads back and vomited. This kind of scene is really too bloody. Even these Navy soldiers who have experienced the battlefield can't bear it. Colonel Land also had an urge to vomit when he saw this scene, but in the end he resisted it. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly grabbed Colonel Lander by the shoulder. Whispered, "Colonel Lander, you can stop me, I can't hold it anymore." Seeing Lin Tian like this, Colonel Lander wanted to talk about Lin Tian. But the vomiting sound from behind made Colonel Lander stop. Actually, Lin Tian didn't expect this scene. Lin Tian originally wanted to drop the corpse to shock their hearts and let these people speak out earlier. But who knew that this corpse was actually broken into pieces like this, and it exploded when it hit the ground. The final goal is to achieve, but this damage range is a bit large, and even oneself can't hold it. Suffocating the discomfort in his mouth, Lin Tian said to the crowd squatting below, "You have seen the end of this person just now. If you don't say it, your end will be the same as him. I will give 10 seconds last. 10, 9, 8. Say all." But before Lin Tian finished speaking, someone couldn't help it, and immediately stood up, looking at the blood on the ground with a look of fear. With the first one, there will be a second, and there will be a third. It didn't take long for most of the people to stand up, but 3 people still persisted. Seeing that he stood up, Lin Tian had to hold back what he had thought for a long time and complained in his heart. These people are too timid. They can't hold on before they say a few words. It took more than an hour in vain to think about so much www.com. These people have the qualifications to be bad guys at all. No. Lin Tian didn't want to think about it. Who can hold on to this situation? Every good person turns into Rumo, and it's not bad to faint on the spot. Roberts, you take people to separate these people and ask them to say, register and confront each other. If someone says falsely, kill him in front of these people. Remember, these people are guilty of death and cannot be softened. People couldn't hold it anymore, and Lin Tian couldn't do anything. After all, he was a promised person, so he had to let Roberts count the news. Roberts asked puzzledly, then what are you going to do? There are 3 guards here, I have to pry their mouths open. Lin Tian glanced at the remaining 3 people. Roberts nodded and said, okay, but don't make it like this next, this kind of scene is really vomit. Speaking of generality, Roberts couldn't control it again, bending over and vomiting. Looking at Roberts's appearance, Lin Tian could only smile wryly. I don't want to do this myself. That's right. Lin Tian seemed to think of something and said, you still have some valuable things that you haven't opened. Wait a minute, you ask a few people to open them all. Roberts waved his hand and said, yeah. I know, then I will go first, and I will vomit out of my stomach when I look at it. Next, as long as these 3 people are resolved, this time the matter can be ended perfectly. P.S. Thank you all readers for voting for me. Thank you for your support. www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. For mobile users, please go to read. It was solved so quickly. Shouldn't those 3 people be so bad? Seeing Lin Tian walked over, Colonel Land asked inexplicably. It took more than 10 minutes, and Lin Tian was a bit fast. Those 3 people can persevere after seeing that kind of scene. Could it be that Lin Tian's methods are more brutal than that? No, Lin Tian shook his head and replied, I haven't even started. Just after saying a few words, those 3 people bit their tongues and committed suicide. Lin Tian also thought of many new tricks to deal with the 3 of them, but it was a pity that they would have died long ago. This is also because I have never experienced this kind of thing. I didn't have any precautions at all. I didn't notice anything at all. When blood came out of their mouths, I realized that they had bitten their tongues and committed suicide. and counseled, this is also expected. These three people can persist in that kind of scene. No matter what you do, they won't say anything. This kind of person has long given up his life and death. Hey, they are all dead anyway. Lin Tian looked at those who were being questioned alone. But when have you been here? The three big fishes are dead. Now I can only put hope on these little fishes. Colonel Lan looked at everything in front of him and said, fortunately, it's almost the end here, and it takes a while to finish asking. Lin Tian took a closer look, then turned around and asked, do you want to fish in troubled waters and deliberately say something false, ready to deceive us? Yes, Ander nodded and replied, there are a few who are going to do this before, but according to your method, we picked it out. Oh, how did you deal with those people now? Colonel Lan stretched out his finger and pointed towards Lin Tian's right. Of course, according to your method, kill them in front of these people, remind those who expect to fish in troubled waters. Following Colonel Lan's fingers, Lin looked to his right. As expected, several corpses were lying there. However, where did Roberts go? Didn't I want him to stay here? Then Lin Tian found out that Roberts was not there and asked quickly. Oh, because there are enough people here, I want him to watch the opening of the box over there. Before Lin Tian was waiting here for long, the port staff wrote down the news about the underground world and some information about the port. Stains. Lin Tian looked at the important information in his hands and made surprise sounds from time to time. At this time, Colonel Lan, who finished reading, also sighed. I didn't expect that there are so many people in this underground world, the four emperors of the New World, the senior officials of the world government, and the world noble Tianlong people. Of course, if it weren't for so many people involved, how could the Navy headquarters keep these dark ports here? Through the information of these people, Lin Tian also has a certain degree of understanding of the underground world. This underground world is actually by our side all the time, but the world I have seen on the surface is visible, and the underground world is something that is not visible. The world we see in our eyes plus the underground world is the truly complete world. In the underground world, as long as you have money, you can buy anything, like arms, embargoed medicinal materials, drugs, and what to pay to kill. Even devil fruit, as long as you have enough money, even if you want to form a pirate group composed entirely of devil fruit abilities. However, most of these devil fruits are ordinary animal and superhuman fruits. Don't even think about the natural type. Every natural devil fruit can create a real strong man. This kind of thing is only sold by fools. Is a bit far away. If you want to trade, of course you need items. So people who can trade and sell things in the underground world. Most of them have very high status in the world, and only they can raise so many prohibited items, because most of the prohibited items are actually produced in their factories. The things that can sustain underground transactions are these important dark ports. Just like this port destroyed today, it is very important in all dark ports, but Sexton Island links two routes of the Great Sea Route. For example, the batch of items worth more than 1 billion Baileys, seized by myself and others, is only the volume of goods processed by this port for half a month. There are several dark ports no less than this on the Great Sea Route, plus other ports, and some transactions that do not pass through the dark ports. The transaction volume of the entire underground world in 1 year must reach at least 300 billion Baileys. But today this port was completely destroyed. Starting today, the transaction volume of the underground world will drop by at least 10%. Even if you want to recover from the past, it will take a long time, because a good location like Sexton Island is hard to find. Today's battle between Cap and Raleigh, it can be said that the entire underground world lost tens of billions of Baileys. If we wait for the destruction of this dark port tomorrow to spread, one can imagine how much shock it will cause in the underground world. And how many people will grit their teeth at Lily and Garp, but facing the strength of these two people, I am afraid that these people can only smash their teeth and swallow in their stomachs. After all, these people have two low positions, and they know that they are such ordinary things. As for those high-level things, they don't know so clearly. But through the information of these people, Lin Tian has a more detailed understanding of the underground world, and it will not be as vague as before. Being able to get this information, Lin Tian was already very content in his heart, and it was useful to prove that he kept these people. Colonel, and why is he so glum? Do you think the information is too surprising? Lin Tian said with a light smile. Yeah, and pursed his lips and said, the information on this is too amazing, such darkness can exist in an upright manner. Lin Tian still understood the feelings of Colonel and insisted on the justice in his heart. But seeing this darkness today has a great impact on the faith in Colonel Ender's heart. Colonel Ender, don't you think too much? With our level and strength, we can't manage such things. Instead of wasting our energy thinking about these useless things, we should care more about the present. Right. And shook his head. A wry smile appeared on his face. Even if you want to manage this kind of thing, you are not qualified to manage it. Hey, you, reading www, can't you come? Why are you finished so quickly? I thought I was the fastest. Roberts ran over and looked at Lin Tian and Ander, who were sitting and chatting together, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, of course, you are the slowest. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. Roberts found a place everywhere and did it, then handed the list to two of them, complaining. You two don't know how hard those boxes are. We even used guns and explosives before opening these boxes. Roberts just ran over. His mouth was already thirsty, so he stopped, took a sip of water, and continued. Those boxes are made of gold, silver, and jewelry, and of course there are some valuable antiques, calligraphy and painting. Although the quantity is a bit small, their unit price is indeed very high. According to a rough estimate, the total value should be hundreds of millions of baileys. Little is not more. After flipping through the list that Roberts gave, Lin Tian showed a smile on his face, although this time because of the female slaves, more than 15 million baileys were put out. But I didn't expect the harvest this time to be huge. Even these gold and silver jewels are worth hundreds of millions of baileys, as well as those expensive medicines that are sold for more than 200 million baileys. As for those drugs of great value, they can only be destroyed on the spot. Lin Tian wouldn't sell such things that hurt the world. It seems that I have gained a lot of good things this time. Our soldiers can also put on more advanced equipment, and they can relax for a day or two after being tired at sea for so long. That's right. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. On the edge of the cliff, the remaining port personnel were pressed by the Navy to face the sea. Feeling the cold muzzle on the back of the head, these people trembled uncontrollably, and some were even frightened by incontinence. You navies are not keeping promises. Didn't you say that we should tell you the news? Will you let us go? Yes, you navies are not keeping their promises. Listening to the scolding of these people, the Navy behind showed a trace of disdain. How could the righteous Navy speak to people like you? Colonel Lam said, we promised you not to kill you, but it was only Colonel Lin Tian promised. I didn't promise. At this time, of course our Lin Tian spoke. Yes, I promised you to let you go, but it is a pity that Colonel Lander is more effective than me, so I can do it too. Hearing this, these people didn't know that the Navy was playing tricks on them, and they couldn't live anyway. No matter how much any unpleasant language would curse behind the Navy. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully at the scolding of these people. What's the use of this mere tongue? Since you entered this port, you have expected this day. I am afraid that you don't know how many things have been transported through this sea. Of course, you don't know how many people died and how many people caused pain. Now is the time for you to pay your debts to this sea. Lin Tian raised his hand and roared, ready, let go. With a sound of gunfire, one life after another disappeared from this world, but because of this, even more lives were saved. Looking down at the corpse being swallowed by the shark. Lin Tian didn't have any expression on his face, turned around and walked back, leading all the Navy to the town. The boxes of drugs, swallowed by the fire, made the final contribution at this time, and the crimson flames dragged the Navy's figure farther and farther. On the pier of the town, hundreds of Navy stood in an upright military posture, looking at the two figures in front. Lin Tian said loudly, "Thanks for your hard work today. Originally we were going to set off. But since the supply has not been completed, it is your holiday time, from now to tomorrow morning." The Navy's face was filled with joy, and he stayed at sea for the past month, and he hadn't had any fun. "I thought I was leaving today, but I didn't expect to take a day off. Everyone knows that the supply on the ship is over long ago." The reason Colonel Lin Tian said that was just to give everyone a holiday. Before everyone woke up from their joy, Lin Tian once again said something that made everyone happier. "The suitcase in front of me contains 50 million dailies. This is just redeemed from the gold shop. Now you go to Major Roberts, and each of you receive 100,000 dailies. Just as your expenses today, don't come back until you finish sending them." Oh. All the Navy soldiers shouted happily, "Thank you, Colonel Lin Tian." At this time, Colonel Lan had already ran to the side when everyone was not paying attention. This stage belonged to Lin Tian alone. 4. Lin Tian took out 2 stacks of daily and handed them to Ender and Roberts. "This is for you." Roberts immediately took it, with a gentle touch. "Unexpectedly, there are still us. Let's go. This time we will find a bar to have a good drink." "No more." Lin Tian shook his head. "I won't go with you anymore. You are all gone. There must be one to stay, and I have to say something to the old man." Roberts is still going to persuade Lin Tian to go, but Lin Tian wants to talk to Lieutenant General Garp, so he can't say anything. "In that case, the 2 of us will leave first." Roberts and Ender followed the Navy ahead. Lin Tian waved his hand and reminded, "Don't drink too much. We will leave early tomorrow morning." "Rest assured." Seeing everyone left, Lin Tian also turned around and walked towards the warship behind. Lin Tian didn't want to go, but couldn't. Although the wound on his stomach was coated with that kind of healing medicine, he still needed a rest, let alone drinking. At the same time, Lin Tian was also afraid that he would be recognized by the 7th branch of the Navy, even though he covered his face and changed his clothes. But under the eyes of so many people, some people always find some of their own characteristics. If they are unlucky and discovered by others, it will be troublesome. In this way, it's better to stand the boat and recover. Lin Tian, who climbed onto the ship, saw Garp standing at the stern of the ship at a glance. Lin Tian thought about it and walked towards Garp. Just when Lin Tian happened to walk behind Garp, Garp suddenly said, "Boy, today, you are the masked man who attacked the 7th branch, right?" In front, Lieutenant General Garp met with Lieutenant General Dahl of the 7th branch. Although Dahl was seriously injured by Raleigh was still merciful. As long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would not leave any sequelae. Told Dar about his encounter with Raleigh and asked Dar about what happened in the fight with Raleigh. Among them, Dar Jai mentioned Lin Tian. "A masked man. Well, I was planning to help Lily and others escape, but I didn't expect to be surrounded by the 7th branch before leaving, so I had no choice but to shoot." Lin Tian leaned on the handrail and looked at the distant sea. "Hey." Garp sighed deeply. "What happened today? You were a bit reckless, but fortunately you didn't see anything, otherwise you would be in trouble." "Well, I know, but if I want me to be a passerby, I can't do it." Lin Tian looked up at Garp. www.com. For the past 2 years, Garp's attitude towards Lin Tian, I also know it very well. Of course I know that Lin Tian is not the kind of person who sits idly by. Otherwise, when Garp learned that the 7th branch was going to capture Lily, he could guess that Lin Tian was also involved in this matter. "By the way, smelly old man, the Dark Port was destroyed today, and it should have a lot of influence on you, right?" Lin Tian asked, slightly worried. Although Dark Port claimed to have been destroyed during the battle with Hades Raleigh. This incident has caused too much damage to the underground world. It is inevitable that some people are unwilling and will make a fuss about this matter. This matter is not a big problem. Those who knew the port staff were killed, and the Navy has also hidden it. In addition to the warring states, Crane. Some old friends' dealings, these people have no evidence. Even if there is evidence, the world government dare not do anything to me. After hearing that it was all right, Lin Tian also breathed a sigh of relief, but he shouldn't say anything next, and Garp didn't speak. The two stood quietly, looking at the sea in the distance, because Lin Tian and Garp both knew that there were things they wanted to say in their hearts and they didn't need words to communicate. After a long silence, Lin Tian turned around and thought about going to the cabin behind him, and said as he walked, "Old man, I'll go to rest first." At this time, Lin Tian felt a burst of sound coming from behind. Lin Tian quickly reached out and grabbed it, and opened his palm to see that it was a small porcelain bottle. Just when Lin Tian was wondering what this thing was, Garp's voice came from behind. "This is a bottle of healing medicine. Applying more is good for the injury." Lin Tian suddenly showed a smile on his face. www.pelna.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and oddest serial works are all at www.pelna.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Boom, boom. Everyone returns to their posts and immediately pulls up the sails on the masts, Brigadier General Lander shouted while standing on the deck. Under the order of Brigadier General Lander, all the navies, like a huge machine, were turning in an orderly manner, and everyone returned to their posts. Of course, there have always been two idlers on this ship. One is Garp, who is sleeping. If he can still fall asleep in this situation, the other idler of us has to admire Garp. Watching these people running around braving the wind and rain, Lin Tian yawned horribly as the second largest idler on the warship. Lin Tian's face has been tempered, and seeing everyone doing things, Lin Tian has no intention of helping. This weather is also true. It was still sunny just now, but now it's raining heavily. Lin Tian reluctantly complained about the changeable weather. When Navy soldiers do things together, the efficiency is fast, and everything is done in just 1 minute. Brigadier General An braved the wind and rain and came to Lin Tian's side, took off his raincoat, and sat on the deck with a chair. Looking at the rain blocked above his head, Brigadier General Lander praised Lin Tian. "Your ability is really good, and you can actually use it to cover the wind and rain. The outside is squally rain, and there is no feeling inside, and it is still, can clearly see everything outside." Lin Tian picked up a cup of hot tea, took a sip slowly. Of course, this kind of ability can be admired by this family. Lin Tian's space shield can block even the artillery shells, let alone the rain, but it's a pity that the entire warship cannot be enclosed in it yet. But Lin Tian believes that it doesn't take much time to reach that step. In a sea of wind and rain, with huge waves, a ship is riding the wind and waves with its sails and directly passing through the huge waves. It makes people feel excited to think about it. By the way, where did we go? Why has it been raining heavily as soon as we entered here? It has been a few hours. Brigadier General An said in surprise, "You don't know, I remember I said it the night before." "Really? I think I might be thinking about something else, so I shouldn't hear it." Lin Tian's heart tightened and he took a sip of tea calmly. "Really?" And looked at Lin Tian with a look of disbelief. "I remember that I said it during dinner, and it seems that you were not on the boat at that time. You still want to lie to me," and thought to himself. "I had to look for him on the boat that day, but I didn't see a figure at all, but I didn't know where he came out the next morning. Hey." Lin Tian smiled with a trace of embarrassment on his face. "I went to a side job that night to get some military expenses for our warship. Let Lin Tian go out specially. The money is definitely not a small amount. Such a big thing should be reported in the newspaper, but Ander did not see the report in this regard. suddenly, and came up with a pirate who had recently joined the Kiwusi in his mind. He thought of what he had done when he joined the Kiwusi, and the place that happened at that time was not far from his own warship. A flash of shock flashed in An's eyes. After looking around, Brigadier General An approached Lin Tian and whispered, "Hey, Lin Tian. You won't do the golden things in the sky." Hearing An mentioning the three words evenly gold, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. How did Colonel Ender know about this? He didn't tell anyone about it, even if it left no trace. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, and immediately determined in his heart that Lin Tian did it. Seeing Lin Tian's expression of nervousness, and said in due course, "Don't worry, this is all I deduced." Inference, Lin Tian said incredulously. "I did it so tightly that it can be inferred. Brigadier General Ender, are you sure this is not teasing me?" Ender nodded and said, "Well, I specifically looked for you that night, so I knew you were not there. According to what you just said, plus at that time, it was not very far away from us, so I guessed it. You did it." "Relax, I have so much information that I guessed that you did it. No one but me will associate this with you." Lin Tian is still thinking about which part of himself has leaked. Since Ender knows, does the rest of the Navy know? But after listening to Ender's explanation, Lin Tian suddenly sighed in relief. The moment just now really scared him to death. After knowing the reason Ender deduced, Lin Tian couldn't help but fall into a wry smile. "I thought I had done it so perfect before, but I didn't expect that it was so easy to be known by Ender. But fortunately, Brigadier General Ender can know it, but also, because of the coincidence that he was not on the ship, let alone the others." And yelled in a low voice, "Lin Tian, you are also brave enough to actually dare to get chestnuts from the fire, but one step of caution is life-threatening." Lin Tian was not angry about An's rants, but felt a touch of warmth. From An's words, Lin Tian could hear the deep concern. "Don't worry, I do something, you know, before I make sure to do it, I think about the plan, and all my traces about me will be erased." Regarding his abilities, Lin Tian was still very confident. At that time, he wrapped his whole body with the power of space and would never leave any traces of himself. You don't know how loud your noise is. I am afraid that many people in the world are looking for you." Of course Lin Tian also knows this. You must know that it is worth billions of Baileys, and this is only about gold and silver jewelry. There are still many treasures in there, including some devil fruits. At that time, Lin Tian faced those devil fruits for a long time. In fact, Lin Tian wanted to eat another devil fruit, although he could not eat two devil fruits. But for people in this world, I am no longer in this world in essence. The name Colinson didn't need it in the www.com because Lin Tian has strong ambitions. Those devil fruits don't know what abilities they can have. There is a devil fruit in my heart. Said far, these things will only appear later. That's right, Ender. Did we go off track? You haven't told me where exactly it is. Lin Tian didn't seem to talk about this topic anymore, so he quickly changed the topic. And also knew Lin Tian's thoughts, and did not say much, but explained to Lin Tian. "Now, I am on the edge of the Red Earth continent, which is the sea area around the Red Earth continent, and here is heavy rain all year round, and there are few sunny days." "Red Earth continent?" Lin Tian asked puzzledly. "We shouldn't be on the Great Route, why are we here?" Speaking of which, it is related to Lieutenant General Garp's holiday. Lieutenant General Garp has a holiday every year. During this holiday, we will go to the East China Sea among the four oceans. During this time, Garp will disappear for a while, and we will repair it in a naval base. When Garp comes back, we will return to the Great Route. Last year, I don't know why. Go, so you don't know about it either. Anne doesn't know where Garp is going, but Lin Tian can know. To the East China Sea, or during the holidays, Captain went to Foxia village in the kingdom of Goyan went to see his grandson Luffy. I have been in this world for 3 years. I have always wanted to see the future One Piece, but I have never had a chance. I didn't expect this opportunity to come. One Piece Monkey D, Luffy www.com, book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and oddest serial works are all at www.com, for mobile users, please go to read. Looking at the red Earth continent hundreds of meters high in front of him, Lin Tian couldn't help but breathe in the air, although there are detailed records about the red Earth continent in Navy documents. But what you see on paper is just a string of data, which is not as shocking as you see it with your own eyes. The red Earth continent that appeared in front of him, even the very edge, was hundreds of meters above sea level. Lin Tian had never seen such a shocking scene before and was shocked for a while. The red Earth continent is a ring-shaped continent that intersects with a great root. The upside-down mountain at the intersection of the great root is part of it. Because Yamagata is tall, it is also a place that all pirates must pass through. Together with Great Sea Route, the sea area is divided into 4 parts: East China Sea, South China Sea, West China Sea, and North Sea. Regardless of whether the pirates come from any of the 4 seas, as long as they want to enter the Great Sea Route, they must pass through the red Earth continent for the first time, and they must ride the ocean currents that reverse the mountains. Lin Tian turned around and asked And behind, why didn't I see Diandu Mountain? How come it's not the place where the red Earth continent meets the Great Root? And replied, we are just approaching the red Earth continent. If we want to see the upside-down mountain, we have to sail forward for a while. Okay. Lin Tian turned around and continued to look at the red Earth continent. Appearing in front of Lin Tian's eyes, it was all red, without any other colors. The slabs of the laterite continent were hundreds of meters higher than the sea level. On the entire cliffs hundreds of meters high, apart from the red soil, there were even a little emerald green plants. No. Driven by the ocean currents, waves tens of meters high were produced, and they hit the red Earth continent continuously, splashing countless earth-shattering waves. But after watching it for a few minutes, Lin Tian's fresh energy has passed, and I feel that there is nothing good to watch. After all, this is red except for red. It will naturally be boring after a long time. But I didn't let Lin Tian wait for long. Following the current and driven by the sea breeze, this warship swiftly drove on the sea, and the upside-down mountain gradually appeared in front of Lin Tian. A huge mountain shadow appeared in front of Lin Tian. As the warship sailed, the mountain shadow grew larger and clearer. Looking at this mountain, Lin Tian couldn't describe it in words. In addition to shock, he was shocked. The huge mountain range stands between the sky and the earth. Even if you stare at it, you can only see the thick mountainside. I don't know how high the whole upside-down mountain is. Below the mountainside is under the clouds, and above the mountainside is completely hidden above the clouds. Although I haven't seen the highest Himalayas in the previous life, it seems to be slightly worse now. The red continent and the great root are 2 rings respectively, so there are 2 intersections, and the first intersection is upside down. Upside Down Mountain, also known as Livus Mountain, is an incredible and dangerous mountain, and it is the entrance to the Great Sea Route. There are a total of 5 water channels on the Upside Down Mountain, which are X-shaped, and the water flows in and out in 4, and the water flows in the 4 channels up to the top of the mountain. These 4 river courses connect 4 different sea areas of the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea, and the North Sea respectively. The last river is the river that joins the rivers connecting the 4 seas at the top of the mountain and flows into the Great Shipping Route. The 5 rivers are 4 in and 1 out, which means that you can only enter from the outflow of the Great Route, and the position after entering is the starting point of the route. Upside Down Mountain is the starting point of the Great Route, and it can also be regarded as the end of the Great Route. Because the other side of the Upside Down Mountain is the end of the New World. The end and the starting point are on both sides of the Upside Down Mountain. This mountain can be said to be the most iconic item in the world. Moreover, the above is extremely dangerous. For this reason, no one can climb this top. Only by entering the Great Route and going around the world can you reach the back of the world. And at the back of the upside down mountain is Ravdal, which is the location of the world's largest treasure on piece with wealth, fame, and power, and there is also the greatest secret in the world buried there. Just as Luffy described it, this is an incredible mountain. What, Lin Tian? Do you feel very shocked? Anders stood by and looked at the upside down, his face also showing shock. Yeah, Lin Tian nodded and replied, such peaks can be formed, and the power of this world is too strong. Yes. Although I have seen it many times, but every time I see this upside-down mountain, I have to sigh for it. At this time, the rest of the Navy also looked at this majestic upside-down mountain, and their eyes were shocking. No matter it is anyone, no matter how high you are, you have to be shocked by this upside-down mountain. Looking at the ocean current left from above, Lin Tian felt a little puzzled, although the boat can travel against the current. But it also depends on the environment. You say that you, a wooden sailboat, propelled by the wind, want to rush up to this upside-down mountain, which is not so high. Although this is a comic book world, and things like logic don't work here, but this kind of thing is completely impossible. It's a dream. Oh. No, this can't be said to be a dream. People's dreams still have a chance to be realized. I don't know what to describe when I write them. I'm speechless. I have written so much before Lin Tian asked. Lin Tian asked, Brigadier General, and how do we get to the East China Sea? If you don't tell, just rush towards that entrance. Seeing Lin Tian's direction, Colonel Land said silently, how is this possible, Lin Tian? Your joke is not funny at all. Phew. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Then where should we go to the East China Sea? The entire Great Route is surrounded by windless zones, Lin Tian asked suspiciously. And smiled slightly, yes, this Great Route is all around, we can find a place to go out anywhere. Could it be that we took it out without wind? Lin Tian couldn't believe his inference, so he asked softly. Okay. That's right. Ha. Lin Tian laughed loudly when he heard Anders' words. Brigadier General Ander, your joke is not funny. In the windless zone, there is no wind at all. The entire sea level can be said to be very quiet. This environment is very unfavorable for wooden boats, propelled by wind. Although it can drive, it can only rely on it. Manpower to promote. But this is not the most important thing. Inside the windless zone is the nest of large sea kings, but there are many huge sea kings living inside. It is very difficult to break out of it. Although there is a smelly old man, there is no need to worry about the sea kings, but the ship cannot stand so many sea kings' attacks. If the ship is destroyed in the sea, it will definitely die, especially for those with fruit ability like yourself. And said sternly, who said this is a joke, we really went out of the windless belt. Lin Tian was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Dr. Vegevang recently researched that the sea-building stone is embedded in the bottom of naval battleships, so that the sea kings can treat the battleship as the sea, so that the navy can pass through the windless zone. This is the bottom of our battleship. If Vegevang had researched it, then this method would definitely be no problem. The old man is considered to be a scientist who has surpassed human wisdom for 500 years. This should be something that old man made when he was bored. But, have any warships tried it? Just in case, Lin Tian, you had better ask. And shook his head with a trace of worry on his face. No, our ship was the first to be installed, so we have another task to test whether this method is feasible. What, no one has tried it? I don't agree with that. The old man's experiment often fails. The objection is invalid. Set sail and march towards the windless belt. www.palma.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.palma.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Looking at the windless belt, not far away, Lin Tian showed concern on his face. Although this method was devised by the old man Vegapunk, it is highly credible, but even Vegapunk sometimes fails. When I saw him for the first time, I accidentally walked into his experimental site and was almost killed by the failed laser machine. This is also the case. Lin Tian knew the world's first genius Vegapunk. Vegapunk's brain that has surpassed the world for 500 years, plus Lin Tian, who has traveled through his previous lives and possessed many fantastic ideas, instantly formed a deep friendship between the two. The matter about Vegapunk and Lin Tian will be discussed in detail in later chapters, so now Lin Tian is seriously worried about his safety, but looking at the smelly old man who gave the order over there, Lin Tian could only sigh helplessly. Who calls his official position smaller than others, he is still just a brigadier general. Brigadier General, and you were not so sure before. Why are you scared now? Lin Tian looked at Colonel and smiled. How can it be? Of course An wouldn't admit that he was scared, and he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, especially since he just said so rightly to Lin Tian. Pretended to be calm and said, how can I be afraid? Dr. Vegapunk is the smartest man in the world, and his method must be correct. Really? Lin Tian showed a playful smile on his face. Then why are your legs shaking slightly? And looked down and found that his legs were shaking slightly. His face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he smiled embarrassedly. And concealed, well, although I believe Dr. Vegapunk, sitting on this experimental ship, will inevitably be a little nervous. Cut. Lin Tian raised his asterisk helplessly and looked at And with contempt. When Lin Tian looked at him like this, even if Ander was a good old man, he couldn't stand it. When he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Garp. You two have time to talk here, so why not stand at the bow of the ship, beware of sea king attacks, and be prepared to enter the windless zone. Yes. The two hurriedly walked towards the bow of the ship, looking at the windless belt that was getting closer. Lin Tian squeezed a cold sweat for his life. With the passage of time, the entire warship has slowly entered the windless zone. At this moment, everyone's hearts were raised. There was no wind at all in this windless zone. Lin Tian could not feel a trace of wind while standing in the capital of the ship. The entire sea was calm and the waves were terribly quiet around him, only the sound of the oars paddling the water. Everyone on the boat looked at the surrounding environment very nervously. As a member of the first windless ship preparing to sail, they are now staying in the giant sea king nest, saying they are not afraid that it is fake. Garp also watched the surrounding environment vigilantly. Although Vegapunk said that this method must work, no one has tried it after all, and no one can pack the tickets. It is better to be careful. After driving in the windless belt for a long time, they still didn't see the giant sea kings, and everyone was relieved. Ander said with a sigh of relief, it seems that Dr. Vegapunk's method is correct, but it is the smartest person in the world. With this method, the Navy's control over various sea areas can be much greater. Okay. Lin Tian certainly knows that this method is feasible and how useful it is for the Navy. Because of the existence of One Piece, the number of pirates in the world has skyrocketed, and the Navy has to put all its elites on the Great Route. Therefore, the navies of the four seas are generally weak and can only deal with some weak pirates, so there is no way to deal with some powerful pirates. The ordinary people in the four seas are deeply harmed by the pirates. But fortunately, the slightly stronger pirates will go to the Great Route, and it is precisely this way the most powerful pirate bounty in the four seas does not exceed hundreds of millions of baileys. Like the weakest East China Sea, the strongest pirate offers a bounty of only 20 to 30 million baileys. With this method now, the Navy can put the powerful combat power of its headquarters into the four oceans at any time and eliminate the pirates before they become stronger. Speed up. We have to cross the windless zone in the fastest time. Garp gave the order. Yes. Hey Lao, she just blinded the feeling of the Sea Kings. If the Sea Kings just jumped out of the sea, such a large warship would be spotted and it would be very troublesome. Brigadier General, and you immediately contact the headquarters with a phone worm and tell everything clearly. Since the Gapunk's method is feasible, of course it must be reported to the Navy immediately so that the Navy can react quickly and make adjustments to its forces. Everyone went to work. Lin Tian became an idler and could only leaning on the bow of the ship boredly. Looking at the unchanging sea, Lin Tian fell asleep involuntarily. I don't know how long it has passed. Anyway, Lin Tian feels that after this sleep, his whole body feels refreshed. Lin Tian could still sleep, but he was awakened by the coolness on his neck, so Lin Tian had to wake up. Squinting his eyes, Lin Tian stretched out comfortably, and when Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, he found that there was darkness in front of him. It's actually night. I slept too long this time, right? Lin Tian thought suspiciously. In a blink of an eye, Lin Tian realized that something was wrong. When he fell asleep, it was only at 9 o'clock in the morning. No matter how he could sleep, he couldn't sleep from morning to night. The surrounding area was too quiet, the voice of a Navy soldier. No, not even the sound of paddles. Lin Tian tilted his eyes and looked to the sides. The sky was still on both sides, and it was pitch black just in front of him. Lin Tian realized something in an instant. A trace of horror appeared in his eyes, and sweat was slowly oozing from his forehead. Reached out his hand like a cool place on his neck. It was actually a water stain. Lin Tian was even more sure of his guess. Lin Tian slowly raised his head and looked into the air. I saw a huge sea chain appeared in Lin Tian's eyes, just like an eyed snake in the previous life, but with a huge mouth. This sea chain is as tall as 3 naval warships when exposed to the surface of the sea. At this time, this sea chain is watching their Navy warships closely, and there seems to be a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. This is obviously a human wooden boat, but how can I feel the breath of the sea from it? What is this? Looking at the sea chains above, Lin Tian was stunned. This sea chain must be of a leader level in the sea chains class. Generally, Lin Tian has not seen this sea chain class. Wherever there is such a big mouth, there is this ship under his feet. The battleship is so big. Lin Tian had to sigh that he was too lucky to wait for others. This rare leader of the sea chain he met after waiting for someone. Turning around and seeing the Navy soldier behind, Lin Tian cursed in his heart. These casters just left, and none of them woke him up. Just as Lin Tian didn't know what to do, Lieutenant General Garp stepped out, stomped with one foot, and rushed directly to the height of the head of the Shanghai chain. Armed and domineering. Looking at this little creature in front of me, reading www. You.com Neptune's eyes are full of doubts and surprises. This little thing can jump so high. Take it back to your own child, he will be happy. Neptune thought, very happy. Twisting his huge body, trying to grab this little thing. But even if such a huge body moves a little, it will also set off huge waves, and the calm sea will roll like boiling water. Under the slap of the waves, the entire warship shook greatly, and the Navy could only lay on the deck and forcefully grasp the thing on the side that could hold the body. Lin Tian at the bow of the ship was the most unlucky, and the sea chain was right in front of him, so Lin Tian felt the strongest. The huge waves fell from the sky and slapped on him. Lin Tian could only hold a wooden pole with both hands and feet so that the huge waves would not wash away. But Lin Tian is a devil fruit capable person. Under the washing of the sea, Lin Tian immediately felt weak. Lin Tian quickly formed a space shield, covering the entire deck. Without the washing of the sea, Lin Tian's strength slowly recovered. At this time, Garp in midair also shot his hand, squeezed his right hand hard, and the veins on his arm bulged. Boom! This sea chain was knocked out by Garp's powerful punch. That's right, it's not a repulsion, but a knockout. Can you imagine that huge creature that's hundreds of meters away was flew out by a punch? The sun was blocked by this huge body, and the whole sky turned black in an instant. Is this the real strength of the smelly old man? You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Silence, deathly silence. Looking at this sea king flying in the air, everyone on the battleship held their breath unconsciously, and the world seemed to be forbidden at this moment. This kind of scene is really shocking. Even seeing the upside-down mountain standing between the sky and the earth is not as shocking as this time. Lieutenant General Garp is a naval hero. He forced the pirate King Roger into desperation several times in the past. He is well known throughout the Navy headquarters. Although everyone knows that Lieutenant General Garp's combat power is comparable to that of a general, no one has seen how powerful Lieutenant General Garp is. The last time I fought with Hades, Raleigh, everyone thought it should be Lieutenant General Garp's combat power, but it sank a port. Now everyone found that it was really wrong. Lieutenant General Garp actually punched. Just one punch. It knocked the Neptune class, which had been hundreds of meters away. How powerful it was. How can this be owned by humans? Everyone said incredulously. Compared to everyone, Lin Tian was much calmer and calmer. Capu's strength was able to achieve this level. Lin Tian didn't dare to be surprised. Even Lin Tian thought this was not the real strength of the smelly old man. You must know that the current Vice Admiral Green Pheasant can instantly freeze a huge wave hundreds of meters high. The smelly old man should be able to surpass the Admiral's combat power. The smelly old man is of the same level as Roger back then and the Whitebeard now. In the war on the top, in the previous life comics, Whitebeard was able to withstand the three generals. In the end, he almost killed Blackbeard with his severely wounded body. Of course, the smelly old man was much better than the Admiral. Seeing Garp's strength, Lin Tian flashed a sense of urgency when thinking of his own strength. This kind of strength may not be the highest in the world, and the 5 old stars of the world government may be the most powerful person in the world. In this world, where power is respected, the 5 old stars do not have strong power. How can they be in charge of the world government for so many years? Lin Tian always thought he was very strong, but now Lin Tian found that he was too far away from these powerful masters. Garp's landing sound awakened everyone. Garp said eagerly as soon as he hit the ground, "Hurry up and get back to my post, and let me cross the windless zone as fast as possible." Yes. Although they couldn't figure out the command of Lieutenant General Garp, everyone immediately obeyed the command. Under the movement of the huge oars, the battleship was moving fast on the sea again. Lin Tian and Anne were the only ones thinking of something with a trace of horror on their faces. The two looked at each other and hurried to the stern. Roar! As soon as Lin Tian and Anne reached the stern, there was a huge roar from not far away, and the two looked forward. The Sea King class hasn't died yet. At this time, it is yelling angrily towards the sky, and then quickly chasing it towards him. Seeing this Sea King chasing, Lin Tian's face was full of worries, and what he was worried about just now happened. The Sea King's roar just now means that he is extremely angry at this time and is also to call his companions. After such a big loss, this Sea King class will certainly not let it go, but the Sea King class is not stupid. Since I can't win, then I will find someone to come over. As expected by Lin Tian. Before long, several Sea Kings, hundreds of meters long, rushed out of the sea and came back to his side. Seeing this situation, Ander also knew the seriousness of the matter and asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian, what should I do? There will be more and more Sea Kings in the future. No, I can't do anything like this. Lin Tian shook his head, looking at the huge Sea King in front of him. His face was full of worry. The windless zone is the nest of the Neptunes. There are many Neptunes. Now there are several Neptunes coming out, and there will be more of the Neptunes coming out. Now these few Neptune species can still be dealt with by myself and others. If the Neptune species gather more and more, even if Lieutenant General Garp makes all-out efforts, he will not necessarily keep the ship. At that time, most of the Navy on this ship will be eaten by the Sea Kings except for a few people. During the time that Lin Tian thought about, a few more Sea Kings appeared on the sea, plus the chasing team. At this time, the Navy on the front deck also noticed the situation behind, and his face was full of horror. What happened? How is it possible? Isn't there just one sea king? How come there are so many? Found the sea kings chasing behind, the Navy quickly used all its strength and rowed the oars vigorously, and the speed of the battleship suddenly increased a lot. But no matter how hard you use on the windless zone, how can a boat, pushed out by human power, be able to run past the Sea King class? It didn't take long for the Sea Kings to catch up. The huge figure blocked the entire sky. With that huge body, people couldn't raise the heart of resistance. At this time, on the way the battleship was advancing, a huge Sea King appeared. This is really a chaser before it was blocked. The entire warship was blocked by two huge Sea Kings, and several Sea Kings behind were rushing to catch up. Just when everyone thought they were dead, two angry shouts rang out. Domineering! Space Blade! At this critical moment, Lin Tian and Garp made a decisive move. A powerful aura came from Garp. Feeling this powerful pressure, the Sea King at the bow of the ship was full of horror, and his body shrank back. Finally, this Sea King couldn't stand it anymore, so he called in a low voice and dived into the sea again. At the bow of the ship, Lin Tian's long, prepared space plate is already ready to go. Above Lin Tian's head, there is a black semicircular blade tens of meters long. It was Lin Tian's limit to be able to make the space blade so big. It can be said that this move is Lin Tian's most powerful move so far. How powerful is even Lin Tian doesn't know, because Lin Tian has never used it with all his strength. Today is the first time. Under Lin Tian's anger, this spatial blade shot at the Sea King behind, and the latter Sea King was instantly cut off by Lin Tian's lazy waist. But this is not over yet. This space blade has not disappeared after beheading this Sea King. Instead, he continued to rush towards the Sea Kings behind, and the Sea King who rushed up from behind was also cut off by this space blade in an instant. Lin Tian. The space blade dissipated into the air after killing 3 Sea Kings in a row. The blood from 3 Sea Kings over 100 meters long instantly dyed the sea surface red. The 3 Sea Kings tore into the sea, setting off a huge blood-red wave, dyeing the sky red. Driven by the monstrous blood-red waves, reading www. You can't you. Although the entire warship swayed, calm was still advancing at a very high speed. The Navy on the deck saw Brigadier Lin Tian showing off his power and instantly solved the 3 Sea Kings. They cheered, and the huge cheers resounded across the sky. Garp also showed a smile of relief on his face. Brigadier General Lin Tian. Good job. Hearing the cheers, Lin Tian could only helplessly smile. With a move just now, he has exhausted all his strength. Now Lin Tian has no strength at all. He can only start fighting with the support of Brigadier General and... Brigadier General and I don't have any strength at all now. You can help me find a place to lean on. Okay. And was preparing to take action, and the Sea Kings behind saw that their 3 companions were killed instantly by that little human, and roared to the sky. Roar! Roar! The huge roar rang throughout the sea. At the call of the remaining Sea Kings, 10 Sea Kings floated up from the sea at once. The Navy looked at the latter scene in horror. They had just wiped out 3 of them, and now 10 of them have arrived at once. How can they fight? East China Sea. The East China Sea is ahead, and we will pass through the windless zone soon, the naval observer on the mast shouted below. Hearing this news, the Navy's fighting spirit immediately burned, and the huge oars rode again, riding the waves, swiftly advancing towards the East China Sea ahead. Behind the Sea King class, seeing the ship in front preparing to escape, immediately twisted the huge body, stirred up huge waves, and chased forward. A life and death speed unfolds. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Wow, wow, wow. Under the full stroke of the Navy soldiers, and under the guidance of observers on the mast, the entire warship is driving at full speed in the direction of the East China Sea. Looking at the East China Sea, not far away, there was a hint of joy on the faces of the Navy. The bodies that had felt exhausted suddenly showed strength, and everyone's movements suddenly accelerated. The speed of the warship slowed down a bit, and its speed increased again, heading towards the East China Sea, and drove at extreme speed. But at this time, with the speed of the Sea King, he had caught up with a naval warship that Lin Tian and others were riding. Seeing this abominable human battleship close in front of him, a Sea King spit out a column of water like a wandering dragon, shooting towards the battleship against the sea. If this water column hits, this battleship will undoubtedly be destroyed. Space Shield. Lin Tian, who had recovered a lot of strength, quickly shot, and a powerful shield appeared at the stern, protecting the entire warship. There was a loud noise that shook the sky. Even if the water column was extremely powerful, it was still blocked by Lin Tian's shield. Seeing that his attack was blocked, how could the Sea Kings give up? With a burst of force, the power of this water column strengthened again. Squeak. Under this powerful power, Lin Tian supported the shield and kept backing away. Lin Tian didn't recover much strength, now he can't hold it anymore. Under the strong impact of the water column, Lin Tian's space shield had begun to sink inward. Kaka was just a small crack at the beginning, and then more and more cracks appeared. What? Lin Tian gritted his teeth and pushed forward with all his strength. The cracks in the shield immediately stopped increasing. At this time, the Sea Kings could not support it anymore. The water in his mouth had already been sprayed, and the extremely powerful water column disappeared in an instant. The water column disappeared. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body softened, and he involuntarily fell to the ground on one side, and quickly rushed to Lin Tian and supported Lin Tian. Through this period of time, the entire warship has already traveled to the edge of the windless zone, and in less than a minute, it will be able to rush out of the windless zone, and it will definitely be able to get rid of the Sea Kings behind. More than 10 water jets spurted out, and the entire sky was filled with these water jets, carrying invincibility and crashing into the battleship. The Navy on the ship looked at the water column falling from the sky with horror on their faces. Under the danger of life and death, everyone's potential burst out, and the speed of the entire battleship suddenly accelerated, more than doubled. And Lin Tian, unprepared, almost fell on the deck. Lin Tian said to Garp, who was on the side, "Smelly old man, I have no strength, you still can't make a move." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Garp walked towards the stern of the ship and muttered, "Hey! Young people are dying now. They can't do such a small thing. You have to bother me and make you home." Lin Tian was full of black lines. "Don't go too far," pretending not to hear what the smelly old man said. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Lin Tian would definitely rush to fight. "You smelly old man, with such a strong strength, you still stand still, let me be a kid here," desperately. Looking at the water column above, Garp remained motionless, with a disapproving smile on his face. Those powerful water jets seemed to be disdainful in Garp's eyes, and water jets rolled up countless seawater. Hasn't been killed yet, the countless seas are like sharp arrows, covering the entire sky, making people frightened. Drink. Garp let out a huge roar, a powerful aura came out, and the countless drops of water burst suddenly. Stumped with one foot, the entire warship sank a few minutes. Under such a huge force, the warship was not damaged, not even a piece of wooden board was broken. It shows how much Garp has control over his strength. Facing the water column, close at hand, Garp is just an ordinary straight punch, without any fancy. There was no sound. As soon as the water column touched Garp's fist, the surface of the water column bulged in circles. Hasn't lasted a breath time, this hundreds of meters long water column burst open. This is not over yet, this huge force vents along the hundreds of water columns to the Sea Kings behind. Roar. There seemed to be a big explosion in the Sea King's mouth, such as the big teeth of the house and the huge bright red meat flying everywhere, and the Sea King suddenly roared with grief. In an instant, Garp punched dozens of punches, smashing all the water columns, and at the same time, all the sea kings behind were seriously injured under this powerful force. This stinky old man, how strong is he? Lin Tian asked in his heart. Every time I see the smelly old man make a shot, I am shocked by Garp's strength, but next time Garp will exert a stronger power. Lin Tian thought that the space blade that he had just now was very strong, and he could cut off the 3 sea kings lazily over 1,000 meters away. This is still not fair, otherwise you can kill more. With this water as the medium, Garp severely wounded more than a dozen sea kings, with hundreds of meters away. How powerful is this? Compared with Garp, Lin Tian suddenly felt that he was a little bit insignificant, and the two were too far apart. At the same time, Lin Tian also felt that his future was dark, and he was so different from Capu. When would he surpass the smelly old man and get out of the sea of suffering, he accused. Smelly old man, you can solve it. What are you doing standing next to me? It makes me half dead, Lin Tian said weakly. Smelly boy, as a teacher, I am testing your abilities, and at the same time, I want to exercise. After listening to Garp's words, Lin Tian found that he could not find a reason to refute Garp's point of view, who called him his teacher. Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. Then Teacher Garp, what comment do you have on my strength? Cough cough. Garp cleared his throat and said righteously, in general, your strength is still okay, and it will not waste my years of teaching. Cut. Lin Tian put up a asterisk in his heart www.com tilde. After talking for a long time, he still praised himself. Oh, come, finally here, we are in the East China Sea. Just as Lin Tian was talking to Garp, the battleship finally sailed out of the windless zone and came to the East China Sea among the 4 seas. There was an expression of joy on the Navy's face on the ship. For everyone on this windless voyage, the only feeling in their hearts was that scared. Scared. In addition to fright, it is still fright. The sea kings who chased after him were afraid of being beaten by Garp, or for some reason they stopped chasing, turned around, slowly dived into the sea, and disappeared on the surface. Under the cheers of everyone, Lin Tian also moved his gaze to the front, on the sea without the sky. The East China Sea is the weakest of the 4 seas, but it is also a legendary place. It was here that Roger grew up step by step to dominate the entire East China Sea. In the end, he entered the Great Root, conquered the Great Root in 3 years, and became the One Piece with the entire world. And now, the future One Piece also grew up here, starting from here 7 years later, embarking on the road to become One Piece. What kind of charm is this weakest ocean? 2 One Pieces appeared. Okay. P.S. Can love H heartbroken, rewarded 100, starting coins like 200805. Rewarded 10, starting coins Zuon Pangeo, rewarded 10 starting coins Double Tears, rewarded 10 starting coins, Can Love H Heartbroken, rewarded 100 starting coins. In the past few days, because of exams, I have been eating my laurels. I have to write it up these few days www.com tilde. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and oddest serial works are all at www.com tilde. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Yang Fan. As soon as they rushed out of the windless zone without a single order, the Navy took the initiative to act. Yang Fan, the helm at the helm, and the retraction oar. The people on the entire battleship were busy making a group, and we Lin Tian, Capu and Fandy were standing on it with unidentified faces, watching what happened before us. Garp took out a cookie and took a bite, puzzled. What's the matter with these young men today? They are so proactive. Something is wrong, something too wrong. And nodded blankly and replied, yeah. This is too strange. Because under Garp infection, this is a strange naval battleship, and there is no such strict level here. No matter how old your position is, you are the same here, everyone is a companion. It is this strange atmosphere and the reason why Colonel Ender is willing to stay here. Every time Brigadier General Lander gave an order, he had to urge him for a long time before most of the Navy would take action. So every time an order is issued, it is a torture for Brigadier General Lander. But when faced with important things, none of these navies dangled, but now is not an important moment at all. These people are actually so active. Lin Tian next to just smiled slightly, watching everything. Because Lin Tian knew that the scenes that had just been experienced in the Windless Zone, the scenes between life and death, made everyone's hearts unbearable. Even if the Sea Kings have left, for some reason, everyone is worried. They are worried that the Sea Kings suddenly turn around and come back to hunt. After all, no one has said that the Sea Kings cannot leave the Windless Zone. That's why everyone is in such a tacit understanding, quickly sorting everything out, and then leaving here immediately, the farther the better. Just before Garp and others could react, the Navy had already sorted everything out. Report, Lieutenant General Garp, everything has been sorted out. May I ask if you can set sail? Garp ordered, yes, we are moving towards the military base of the Goya Kingdom. Yes. Hearing Garp's order, the people who had been prepared for a long time immediately returned to their posts and acted. Don't look at the naval warships being driven by wind. I really want to start this warship quickly, but many people are required to act together. Looking back at the windless belt further and further behind, the navies couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This windless zone is really terrifying if our warship had Lieutenant General Garp and Brigadier General Lin Tian. It might not have been able to escape. In fact, many navies don't know that they will be chased by these Sea Kings today. It's just their bad luck. Normally, Neptunes do not come to the surface of the sea. This time I encountered it unfortunately. Otherwise, with this Pagapunk method, they can safely pass through the windless zone. Then, a proud smile appeared on everyone's faces, and they actually crossed the windless zone today. Drove a naval warship through the windless zone. This is a feat that no one has accomplished in the Navy, but they did it today. Isn't that exciting? Hey! Old smelly man, did you give the wrong order? Didn't we go to Rock Town? How come we went directly to Goya Kingdom? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Really? Why don't I know? I remember I didn't say it. Garp thought about it on purpose, and then said for sure. Seeing Garp's expression, Lin Tian didn't know that Garp was deliberately pretending not to know. Lin Tian was very angry at once, and finally thought about it. Let it go. He couldn't beat this stinky old man again, so he had to honestly suffer. Pity my cookies. That's it. Before entering the windless zone, Lin Tian wanted to go to Roger Town to see where Roger was executed. Lin Tian talked to Garp for a long time, and finally relied on the 1 million daily cookies before finally buying Garp. Made Lin Tian have to sigh. No matter where it is, money is the greatest. But Lin Tian has forgotten one thing: only if both parties to the transaction have the same strength, can they conduct equal transactions. Without the same strength, people can break the contract at any time. But now, when Lin Tian understands, it is already too late. Seeing Lin Tian deflated, Garp smiled triumphantly. Just like you, you dare to threaten me. At that time, when faced with the temptation of Lin Tian, Garp was of course very upset. When did he have been tempted, and this person was still his own student? But this temptation is so great that Garp can't resist it. Later, Garp thought that he could reach the contract, and he agreed so happily. Actually, this was just a pit that Garp had buried long ago, but Lin Tian stupidly got into it. Seeing Garp walking towards the deck with a smug look on his face, Lin Tian looked angry. If he was not strong enough, Lin Tian would go up and fight. Hey! At this time, Anne came over and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. He stopped talking, looked at Garp and Lin Tian, and finally shook his head, sighed deeply and left. Lin Tian, read this sentence from Anne's eyes. Boy, you are too naive, you haven't found such an obvious hole, hey. As for the transaction between Lin Tian and Garp, Anne knew all about it, because Anne was the witness. At the beginning, Ender realized that this was a pit dug by Lieutenant General Garp and waited for Lin Tian to jump. One can think of the strength of Lieutenant General Garp and Lin Tian. And Ender is decisively leaning on Garp's side. Regarding this, Lin Tian could only smile wryly. Although he had been in this world for more than 3 years, he still followed his previous life in some aspects. This is a world where strength is respected. If you are not strong enough, there is nothing you can do even if you are pitted. Lin Tian is not a person who has been pitted and will not fight back. Watching Garp proudly walk down the stairs, Lin Tian has a smirking smile on his face. Lin Tian secretly controlled the space blade, cut the stairs in front of Garp into 2 of the 3, and waited for Garp to step on it. Thinking of Garp's sudden stepping on the air and then falling down, Lin Tian covered his mouth and laughed. Watching Garp slowly approach the stairs, Lin Tian's joy increased by 1 point. Faster! Faster! Seeing that one of Garp's feet was about to step on, Lin Tian's heart suddenly became tense. Step on. Garp stepped on the first foot, and when Garp was about to step on the other foot, a smile appeared on Garp's face. At this last moment, Garp's figure flashed and disappeared on the stairs, and the direction of movement was Lin Tian behind him. Seeing that Garp didn't step on it, but disappeared, Lin Tian suddenly secretly said that it was not good. The smelly old man saw through his plan and would certainly not spare himself. Iron block. Space shield. Lin Tian knew that with Garp's speed, he couldn't evade at all, so he could only defend with all his strength. As soon as he was ready to defend, Garp's fist had arrived. The defensive space shield shattered instantly under Garp's fist. Garp cast his fist evaded and directly hit Lin Tian's chest, a collision of flesh and steel. Boom! But steel couldn't stop Garp's meat fist. Lin Tian was knocked out. Forcefully suppressed the blood churning in his chest, kicked out 3 feet with his right foot out of thin air, 3 light blue waves, like actual light waves, to kill Garp. Land feet. During the 3 years on the Great Sea Route, Lin Tian had already learned the land feet and the finger grab in the Navy's 6th form, and there was nothing left to learn about paper painting. As for the moon step in the 6 formulas, there is no need to learn it now. With his own fruit ability, Lin Tian can fly at will without moon step at all. These 3 powerful land feet were crushed by Garp with a punch. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Tian had already invisible himself using Shove, quickly approaching Garp. When Lin Tian approached Garp, the space sword that had been brewing in his right hand for a long time also took shape, slashing away like Garp with all his strength. Seeing and hearing domineering, arm color domineering, when the 2 kinds of domineering opened up, Garp immediately noticed it and punched Lin Tian. Clenched his fist, covering it with the arm color domineering. Lin Tian's space sword was extremely sharp, and Garp did not dare to resist it with a pair of flesh fists. Lin Tian and Garp are 2 different in strength. Although the sword of space is sharp, it is still broken by Garp with a punch. Just as Garp's fist was about to hit, Lin Tian's body suddenly pulled up and flew into the air. Seeing Lin Tian in midair, Garp thought for a while, but he didn't chase after him. Anyway, his anger was out. Garp yelled to Lin Tian in the air, "Smelly boy, you still want to trick me? Are you practicing for hundreds of years?" At this time, Lin Tian, who was flying into the air, heard Garp's words and wanted to refute. But with a glance, Lin Tian saw a cruise ship approaching here, being chased by a pirate ship. The Pirate of the East Sea. P.S. The first one is here. Thank you for your support. www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. Mobile users please to read. Captain, what? What to do? These pirates are getting closer. One of the crew members looked back at the pirate ship that was pursuing him. His face was full of horror, and he stammered and asked the captain in front of him. Although the captain was also terrified, he was worthy of being the captain of a ship, and his mental qualities were much better than those of the crew, and he said calmly, Why panic? These pirate ships are still a while away from us. After driving a certain distance, they will be in the Navy area and they will be able to meet the Navy at that time. After talking to the crew member, the captain said to the panicked passengers below, "Dear travelers, don't panic. The Navy area is in front of you. Then these pirates will retreat when they encounter the Navy." After hearing the captain's words, the passengers and crew immediately calmed down. Since there is a Navy, then they will not be afraid of these pirates. After the captain found that the passengers and crew were calm, he took a sigh of relief and looked at the pirate ship that was not following closely behind him. His face was worried, but he disappeared immediately. "I just made some remarks just to prevent the panic from spreading." The captain said it deliberately, because the captain who had been in the sea for so long knew it. With the current situation, it is extremely difficult to escape the hunting of these pirates. The speed of the cruise ship is extremely slow, and the speed of the pirate ship is much faster. I am afraid it will not be long before the pirates will catch up. In the naval jurisdiction mentioned earlier, the captain did not have much hope. It is true that the naval jurisdiction is in front, but the probability of encountering a warship in an area of the jurisdiction is not very high. It is just a little bit bigger than the area outside the jurisdiction. I am afraid that the pirate ship overtaken him before he even hit a warship. And this is a cruise ship. It can be said that there is no resistance at all on this ship. There are only 3 guns on the whole ship. There are some waiters and crew on board, and the combat effectiveness can be said to be ineffective. Now I can only hope that I am lucky and can run into a warship ahead of time. Just when the captain was worried, Lin Tian had already told Brigadier General Lan what he saw. "Really? How far are these pirates from us now?" Anderdo said with his chin in thought. Lin Tian thought for a while, probably estimated almost 10 nautical miles. Yes, it is so long. 10 nautical miles. Our sight is driving opposite to the cruise ship. You can see it in about 5 minutes, and it takes about 10 minutes to meet. In a blink of an eye, Ender calculated the approximate time. Lin Tian said, "Then let's go and see how the pirates in the East China Sea are." "Well, don't I need to ask Lieutenant General Garp?" And asked worriedly. "It's okay." Lin Tian waved his hand indifferently. "The old man is sleeping now. It's useless to ask him. I will be responsible for something wrong." Lin Tian said that this is on. What can Anne say anyway? Lin Tian is a disciple of Lieutenant General Garp. "Go northeast at full speed. Let the pirates see what the elite of the Navy headquarters is." Lin Tian yelled to all the navies. "Yes." The Navy yelled. Pirates were encountered as soon as they came to the East China Sea. This is a gift from God. The East China Sea is the weakest sea. I think the pirates here are not very strong, and they can be solved in one go. Such good credit is hard to come by. Several shells fell from the sky and exploded next to the cruise ship. The shock wave produced by the explosion set off a series of light waves, and the cruise ship that was traveling steadily shook suddenly. To be honest, the accuracy of these pirate shelling is really bad, and none of the several shells are within 10 meters of the cruise ship. But these helpless shells have also caused huge damage. Ah! Hearing the sound of the shelling, the tourists on the boat screamed in shock, and everyone hid their heads and hid. People who thought they were celebrities in society were originally modest and courteous. At this moment, all the hidden natures were revealed. Push down, cry for help, scolding. Everywhere, in order to survive, those noble etiquettes that are always on the lips are all thrown away. Facing the danger of death, these self-righteous social elites are not as good as ordinary people. "Give me a place, give me quiet. This is just ordinary shelling, be quiet." The captain shouted. It is a pity that these frightened aristocrats, how could they still hear the captain's words? It is useless to let the captain shout. Looking at these nobles, the captain showed a trace of disdain, gritted his teeth, and showed a trace of determination on his face. These people are in such a mess, there is no chance to escape the pursuit of the pirates. It is better to go now, stay here, only to be killed by such people. Go, let's go first, the captain said to the two old brothers nearby. The captain has a wealth of sailing experience. If it weren't for these nobles to spend a lot of money, the captain would not bother to come. This cruise ship is the most dangerous at sea. Just when the captain was about to leave, he suddenly saw a mast coming out from the front, and slowly a navy flag appeared in the captain's eyes. Finally, a huge naval battleship all appeared in the captain's eyes. Although this warship is different from ordinary naval warships, it is much larger in size, but the naval flag on it can't go wrong. At this last juncture, he actually ran into a naval warship. The captain was so excited that the thought of running away disappeared from his mind. It's not impossible. Who wants to sit in a small boat on this endless sea, floating aimlessly on it? The Navy is here, the Navy is here, all quiet down, the Navy is here, we are saved. Hearing the captain's voice, everyone stopped and looked forward. As expected, a huge naval ship was approaching here. Seeing that the Navy came, these people hurriedly sorted out the clothes that should be crowded and turned into a mess, and it was also an instant that they restored their noble status. What is a nobleman? This is nobleman. Not only the people on the cruise ship discovered the Navy, the pirates behind also discovered the Navy. Looking at the warship coming from a distance, the pirate who was originally very excited, his face disappeared grimly in an instant. There was a trace of worry, and the figure who looked unnaturally in front of the ship was their captain, Captain Locke. Captain Locke looked at the sudden appearance of the Navy, struggling in his eyes. Should he continue to pursue it? If you continue to chase, you will definitely encounter this group of Navy, and it will inevitably be a big battle. But if you don't pursue it, it would be a pity. I understand that the captain of this ship is a few nobles, and this is just a cruise ship, there is no resistance. Such a large amount of wealth, just slipping away from the eyes, Captain Locke is very unwilling. It is like you suddenly ran into a drunk beauty on the side of the road, and it took a long time. Take her home, but at the last moment, she woke up. Facing such a juncture, do you think you will give up honestly? Of course not. After some struggle, Captain Locke still took advantage of his reason and decided to continue the pursuit. Don't stop for me, keep on catching up. We are the Locke pirate ship in the East China Sea. How could we be scared back by a warship? Dash forward! Dash forward! Under Captain Locke's generous statement, most of the pirates were mobilized and shouted with confidence as if victory was already in sight. Some pirates, who are still sane, seeing this situation, even if they want to say something, they dare not say anything. However, if they do not speak, it does not mean that they are not moving. Several wise pirates have already begun to move towards the escape boat. If something goes wrong, you can escape in a small boat as soon as possible. Unfortunately, their little calculation made a mistake, and they couldn't escape. Looking at the naval battleship that was not far away, which was much larger than before, Locke suddenly had a bad premonition in his mind, but he thought of a large fortune. Captain Locke shook his head, kicked out the thoughts in his mind, and looked at the warships and cruise ships in front, with a fierce look on his face. Catch me up, start shelling, and try to stop the cruise ship ahead of me before it comes into contact with the Navy. Locke didn't know his order brought the entire pirate group into destruction. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and oddest serial works are all at www.pelnavel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. The gunner on this pirate ship, the artillery technique is really bad. They fired dozens of guns in a row, and they didn't even hit a single shell. Although there were endless shells beside the cruise ship, the whole cruise ship was still shaking and swiftly sailing towards the warship ahead. In order to survive, these crew members used their strength to feed themselves and kept rowing, otherwise this huge cruise ship could not be so fast. And Captain Locke behind, seeing his subordinates fight for so long, facing this slow cruise ship, he didn't even hit a shot, and Locke's face turned pale. Enough, don't shoot me anymore. Finally, seeing this situation, Captain Locke finally couldn't help but stop this useless behavior. If it weren't for these people to be useful, to deal with the next Navy, Locke really wanted to find and kill the people now. You rubbish, you can't even hit a cruise ship. Stop it for me and prepare for the next close combat. Yes! All the pirates, seeing the anger on the ship's face, responded in horror, especially the pirate gunners. They are even more cautious, for fear that the captain will kill them accidentally. The cruise ship and the naval battleship are only a few minutes away. At this time, the two ships are already close together. Take. Several rope hooks flew out from the cruise ship and hooked the Navy battleship tightly. Hurry up, you guys, hurry up. Although they were extremely angry, these people were nobles. The crew could only hold back the anger in their hearts and pull the rope with all their strength. Looking at these flying ropes, the Navy was unhappy at the scene, not even understanding the most basic rules. The two ships finally approached, and the entire battleship shook violently under the collision of the cruise ship. All the navies present were released from their headquarters. Although the incident happened suddenly, they did not fall to the ground. Lin Tian stomped lightly, and the two violently shaking boats came to a standstill under Lin Tian's ability. Realized that the cruise ship had stopped suddenly, and everyone's eyes showed a trace of puzzlement. Seeing this warship right in front of him, this puzzled moment was expelled from his mind. These nobles rushed to the side of the warship, wanting to board this warship quickly to ensure their lives. The naval battleship is for combat. The walls on the side are stronger and taller than ordinary ships, and they are not so easy to climb. How can these nobles who lack exercise can climb up? After a long time, these nobles still stood on the cruise ship, cursing constantly. Those people in front, let me go, The Earl of the Kingdom, a gorgeously dressed old man, said from behind. An outstretched hand pushed the old man away, and a fat middle-aged man stood in his place. Earl counts as a fart, I'm still a duke, so let me go. And those crew members are all behind, looking at these ugly nobles, with ugly faces, their eyes full of contempt. At this time, there was a strange noise from the warship, and everyone quickly looked up. I saw the muzzles of the cannons slowly moving. What made everyone fearful was that these muzzles were not aimed at the pirates behind, but them. Faced with this rapidly changing situation, everyone on board couldn't immediately react, and their faces were full of doubts. Is this warship not a Navy warship, but some pirates pretending to be? The captain thought in fear. In the sea, there are indeed bad pirates pretending to be the Navy to deceive the ships. In the face of the Navy, most captains will relax their vigilance and then be killed by these fake navies. Step on step. The neat and loud footsteps sounded from the boat. Then, a line of Navy appeared on it, staring at the people on the cruise ship. Seeing that these were the Navy, the captain was relieved quickly, but his heart was full of doubts. These people are really Navy, why would they point their guns at us? In fact, Brigadier General Lander thought all this wrong, and saw that the cruise ship hadn't approached, so he hooked the warship with a rope trench. Brigadier General Lander thought at the time that this cruise ship was pretended by pirates, and these pirates were acting in order to attack the Navy. There are many cases of this kind in the Navy. Therefore, Ender quickly ordered to stop the rescue behavior of the Navy soldiers, and then the muzzle moved. Looking at the people on the cruise ship, Ender suddenly understood that he had guessed wrong. These people wore expensive clothes, which cost hundreds of thousands of baileys. How could the pirates be so rich? And said loudly, "Who are you guys?" But what N is waiting for is not an answer, but a curse. What are you stinky Navy doing? Hurry up and save us, don't you see a pirate behind? We are all aristocrats of various countries, if we suffer a little bit of harm, it is not something you can afford. Hearing these words, Anne's face turned black in an instant. When we came to rescue you, we even dared to speak in this tone and yell at them. Such people are still nobles. Originally, the guilt of misunderstanding that they were pirates just now disappeared in an instant. Seeing these nobles' actions, the captain was also very angry. If it weren't for the captain's patience, he would have rushed forward and killed them. Now we are asking for help from the Navy. Why are you so rampant in this? Noble status has a asterisk now. Assholes, a bunch of, the captain kept cursing in his heart. And took a deep breath and yelled, "Be quiet, give me peace." The nobleman below was taken aback by Ender's roar, and the scene fell silent at this moment, but this was only a moment. A man with golden curly hair and an aristocratic face came out and said proudly to Colonel Ender, "It is a pity that the cloth strips on the clothes, the footprints, and the faint blood stains on the face make this noble temperament ridiculous. Which branch of the East China Sea are you, Navy?" "We are the nobles of various countries. We dare to yell at us, believe it or not, I will go to your chief to sue you. This man is a prince in a powerful kingdom in the East China Sea. Among this group of nobles, the status is at the top." So when this man was speaking, no one dared to interrupt. In Lin Tian's eyes, these people are like clowns, performing the same performance on the stage. And's eyes are also full of disdain, and even you low-level nobles want to ask our superiors to report. Seeing Ander did not speak, the man thought that the Navy was scared, and his tone became more frantic. "I tell you, hurry up and invite us up, and prepare hot water for us when we can, and there will be some beautiful time. If you serve well, we can still not pursue your fault." "That's right." The other nobles also quickly agreed. The crowding just now is very painful for these nobles. The whole body is sore, so I have to find a place to rest as soon as possible. The Navy on the warship, hearing this man's words, couldn't help laughing. His smile was full of irony. Being laughed at by these low-ranking navies, the man felt ashamed and said angrily, Okay. You navies are dead for me, I will definitely not spare." Irritation. Before the man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Tian. When he saw a teenage Navy kid, he dared to scold himself. The man became even more angry. He pointed to Lin Tian and said, "You kid, dare to scold me, you are dead. You are dead. I will not let you go." "What?" Hearing this man, he dared to threaten him. Lin Tian had a murderous look in his eyes, and this man was dead in his own eyes. Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the man immediately followed Lin Tian's hand and hovered in midair. With a light swing of his right hand, the man flew backwards like an arrow from the string. The man crashed directly into a cabin and made a loud noise. The planks burst, the smoke dissipated, and the man was buried in a pile of planks. He did not know his life or death. All this happened in an instant, and the nobles below hadn't even reacted to what happened. Prepare. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Facing the Navy soldiers who raised their guns, these nobles looked horrified. In the eyes of the nobleman, Lin Tian is no longer a kid, but a fierce demon. Whenever he said no, he was ready to kill everyone. All the navies are waiting for Lin Tian's order. As long as Lin Tian's raised right hand is put down, the Navy will not hesitate to pull the bolt of its gun and shoot out the bullet that has been prepared for a long time. Seeing these nobles finally calm down, Lin Tian snorted coldly. "Lin Tian, you have a good hand, you can quiet these people in an instant," Anders Io praised. "These nobles are just a bunch of cheekbones. They don't cry without the coffin. They keep talking. You have to kill one or two people to be honest and quiet." And nodded. If you didn't believe it before, it would be difficult for And not to believe after this scene. "Return the gun," Lin Tian put down his hand and ordered. Seeing that all the Navy guns were put away, these nobles were relieved, but in their hearts they had already cursed Lin Tian's ancestors 8 generations. The crew behind them scolded the ancestors of the nobles in front of them for 8 generations, and the face of the captain of the cruise ship was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Is there any brains for these nobles? I don't know if they can judge the time and situation. I really can't figure out how casters can become nobles. The most important thing now is to be able to survive. You have a fart with a navy, and the navy has the strength to slap casters can leave. If we don't have these navies, we will be over. Turned around and saw the pirate ship that was already very close behind. The captain showed a trace of worry on his face, but also puzzled. Forget about these nobles, don't these navies find the pirates getting closer and closer? Why these navies have not reacted at all? Suddenly, the captain noticed. The 2 navy shoulders in the front were full of shock. Give me the navy, I am the Earl of the Kingdom. The prince of our kingdom who was flew by you just now. I think your navy should give us an explanation, otherwise our king will know. The death of the prince just now suppressed these people, and their voices became much calmer, but the feeling of loftiness was still there. Hearing this Earl's threat, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneered. It seems that these people have not figured out the situation. Lin Tian shook his head and apologized sincerely. Really? I'm sorry, I thought it was a dog, but I didn't expect it to be a prince. With such a prince, this king should have. Hey! Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Earl almost vomited old blood. Did you talk like this? Where is this apologizing, obviously cursing? Although everyone present could hear Lin Tian's illocutionary meaning, none of them dared to say something. He didn't want to be killed for no reason like the prince. Lin Tian turned around and said, of course, we are the Navy. We will bear this responsibility, but it depends on our chief's opinion. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the faces of these nobles showed a hint of joy, just waiting for your words. As long as you find your sir, then you kid will be dead. Seeing the eyes of these nobles, how could Lin Tian not know what they were thinking, and sneered in his heart. I don't know, which naval branch do you belong to? A nobleman asked carefully. Marinvando. Where is Malinvander? I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it. Do you know where it is? No, there should be no such place in the East China Sea. Some low-level nobles may not have heard the name of Marinvando, but some nobles have heard the name, among them the Earl. Earl has not only heard of it, but even been there. The Earl had followed the Kinshasa World Conference, so he was lucky enough to be there. In this way, this group of navies arrived from the Navy headquarters. They are the elite of the Navy headquarters and directly belong to the Navy headquarters. Thinking of this, the Earl couldn't help shaking. Only then did the Earl discover the Brigadier General rank on Ender's shoulder. Sure enough, hearing the name, the captain whispered. Captain has never been to this place, but he had heard the name from an old man before, so he remembered it very deeply. Master Earl, where is this Malinvander? There should not be this place in the East China Sea, a nobleman asked the Earl. The Earl trembled and said, Marinvatican is not in the East China Sea. Marinvatican is the naval headquarters, and these navies are from the naval headquarters. There was a sound of inhaling air conditioning, and everyone was shocked by this sound. These navies actually came from the Navy headquarters Malinvando. So, these navies came from the Great Sea Route, that pirate graveyard. I don't know who said it. Although the voice is extremely small in this quiet environment, everyone present can hear it clearly. The shock on everyone's faces aggravated again, and there was some joy. Since these navies came out of the Great Sea Route, their combat power must be very strong. How could the pirates that they chased be their opponents? And this is, no one of these nobles worry about the man over there anymore. Even the Earl is the same. Especially there is a Brigadier General in it. These nobles know that the Brigadier General at the naval headquarters is much higher than the Brigadier General in the East China Sea. In the hearts of these nobles, the idea of revenge against the Navy has long since disappeared. These nobles still have self-knowledge. Of course, this refers to when they face someone more powerful than them. Just because they don't retaliate against these navies, it would be nice if they would not retaliate against them. What I was thinking about now was how to make a good relationship with this Brigadier Admiral, what he might like, and what kind of things he should give to make people interested. This is the nobleman, bullying and fearing hardship. Even if you just killed your whole family just now, and are full of hatred against you, as long as you have enough benefits. In a blink of an eye, these hatreds will disappear completely and replaced by the sincere friendship. The above thoughts of these nobles, Lin Tian and others, did not know, and Lin Tian and others did not have the heart to know what these people were thinking. Report, Brigadier Lin Tian. The pirate ship has entered the range of our army. Is it allowed to shoot? Lin Tian waved his hand and rejected the proposal. In Lin Tian's opinion, this group of pirates is so bad it is very likely that they can't even hold the first round of shelling. Bang! 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 Lin Tian didn't fire the cannon. It didn't mean that the pirates didn't fire the cannon. Seeing that the naval warship in front was within range, Captain Locke immediately issued the order to shoot. Shoot, you still missed this time www.pelmavilcom, I will put you in the barrel and shoot out. I don't know if it was Locke's words that worked. These pirates played superbly in this round of shelling, and 5 shells actually hit 4. Looking at the shells falling from the sky, the nobles were half to death, but this kind of shelling was completely ignored by the navy. And quickly drew out the long sword in his hand. Everyone could only see a flash of cold shadow. The 4 shells split in half and exploded in midair. And the long sword in Anne's hand has been retracted into the scabbard. Is this the strength of the Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters? Without seeing the sword clearly, he cut off 4 shells. How powerful it is. Looking at this scene, everyone on the cruise ship was shocked. I have always heard how powerful the people in the Great Root are. Today I finally saw it. This is only the combat power at the Brigadier General level, and the Major Generals, Lieutenants, and even the Generals above. What a powerful strength they have. Captain, let's retreat. This group of Navy is too strong, a pirate stammered. Hearing what this subordinate said, Locke didn't do anything to this subordinate, but quickly ordered. Turn, retreat. Although Locke is greedy, he is not a fool. The Navy in front of him is not something they can deal with. If he continues to stay here, he will only die. Space forbearance. A black blade flashed past, and the 3 masts on the pirate ship fell straight down and smashed into the sea. At this moment, there is only one sentence and regret left in Locke's mind. Now, instead www.pelmavilcom, book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and oddest serial works, are all at www.pelmavilcom, mobile phone users, please go to read. The Navy soldier who had been prepared for a long time, carrying a long sword, followed the thick rope between the 2 ships and rushed onto the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, in order to survive, the pirate also burst out with a strong will to fight, and did not show weakness to kill the Navy. But the huge gap between these cannot be eliminated by a fierce will. File. Pang, block. Countless weapon collisions and screams were staged on this pirate ship. But these pirates, who are famous in the East China Sea, are 2 for the Navy soldiers navigating the Great Sea Route. As soon as they met, all the pirates were half dead and injured, and the Navy rushing in front could solve a pirate in 1 or 2 moves. When the Navy rushed up from behind, they found that these pirates had already been dealt with by the brothers in front, and they had no share. Many Navy rushing up from behind complained. These pirates are too bad, they are solved so quickly. You people are also really, you don't even give us any soup. Who said that we didn't keep it for you? The biggest boss in front will keep it for you, pointing to Captain Locke in front of him and said. Originally, the Navy in front was prepared to not keep 1, but I didn't expect the others to rush up so quickly, so they had to leave the last captain to them. The meat has been eaten by myself, so I always save some soup for people behind. How can Captain Locke not be angry when these navies ignore themselves so much and distribute themselves as cargo? Captain Locke is a famous pirate in the entire East China Sea. When was he ignored by others like this? Look for death, you navy, give me a funeral. Captain Locke suddenly took action and grabbed the nearest navy captain. Although the strength of the East China Sea pirates is relatively great on the route, I don't know how much they are missing. But relying on Captain Locke's strength, it is very simple to capture a navy captain. Seeing that Captain Locke was grabbing towards him, the navy captain retreated quickly, but how could his speed compare to Captain Locke, just when the captain was about to be caught? Two navy colonels suddenly appeared, quickly kicked Captain Locke on the chest and kicked Captain Locke. I kicked it, the captain of the pirate belongs to me. No, obviously I kicked first, this pirate belongs to me. It's mine, it belongs to me. Just as the two navies quarreled, another navy colonel suddenly flew out of the crowd and rushed towards Captain Locke. Corey, you bastard, you secretly shot, stop me. The two navy colonels did not take their actions lightly, and it took Locke for a long time before he got up. Seeing the navy rushing towards him, Locke didn't even think about it, but instinctively raised a long sword in his hand and slashed towards the navy colonel. Shaved. Colonel easily escaped Locke's attack. When the colonel appeared again, the long sword in his hand was already on Locke's neck. How is it possible? How can you have such a fast speed? Locke squinted at the navy and said in disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, the colonel slid his sword. Locke's head was cut off in an instant and fell to the ground with a crashing sound. The two navy colonels who had rushed over saw Locke's death. They stopped and left. Corey, you said, how should we compensate us this time? We must have a drink at the bar. Colonel Lamb said, stop talking, come up quickly, today we have reached the naval base. Seeing the incomparably powerful Locke pirates in the East China Sea was instantly destroyed, everyone on the cruise ship couldn't believe that the combat power was too strong. Is it true that the Navy in the Great Sea Route has this kind of combat power? No wonder the Great Sea Route is called the Pirate Cemetery. After solving the gang of pirates, the entire warship continued to move towards the established Navy. As for the nobles on the cruise ship, Lin Tian didn't bother to spend time on them. Lin Tian would rather fight a battle than see these nobles. The pirate group just now was just a hurried passerby for everyone, and not many people cared about this issue. But when Lin Tian and the others were leaving on the destroyed pirate ship, a wooden barrel lid was lifted and a small figure came out of it. Looking at the warship traveling far away, his face was full of regret. I am afraid that Lin Tian would not have thought that there were still people alive on this pirate boat. What made Lin Tian never even imagined was that he would forge an indissoluble bond with her in the future. Step, bang. Lieutenant General Garp. Inside a naval base, the top officer of this base is leading all the soldiers to welcome the arrival of Lieutenant General Garp, the naval headquarters. Okay. Garp nodded and led Lin Tian and others towards the naval base. The rest of the naval soldiers also arranged the things on the warship. The Navy colonel who fell behind quickly followed, stood behind Garp respectfully, and waited for Garp's instructions. Facing a lieutenant admiral who came from the Navy headquarters, the colonel had to be careful. If he accidentally angered others, he had to do it himself. This morning, I received an emergency message from the Navy headquarters that a lieutenant general of the headquarters would arrive in the East China Sea. At the same time, they will be stationed at their own naval base for a short period of time, and they must cooperate. The lieutenant general of the headquarters came out of the Great Sea Route and stationed in the East China Sea for a short time. At that time, the colonel was shocked by the news. Let a lieutenant general come to the East China Sea specifically, it can be seen that something major should have happened in the East China Sea, but the colonel didn't even have any news about this. Colonel thought, for a while, he should be treated with care, so he summoned all the Navy outside to welcome the arrival of a lieutenant admiral. Lieutenant General, may I ask if you are here this time, is there anything we need to cooperate with? The colonel asked carefully. No, this time we are going to be stationed here for a month. This month I will trouble you. Garp smiled. Seeing that the lieutenant general spoke so politely, the colonel's heart was much calmer. It seemed that this lieutenant general was not a difficult person to get along with, so I felt more at ease. It's no trouble, it's our honor for Lieutenant General to be stationed here, the colonel said a little flattering. Garp continued, however, this month I will leave for a while. But the remaining Navy will continue to stay here, and they will help you solve some unsolvable things here. Although he was puzzled by the departure of a Lieutenant Admiral, he was a Lieutenant Admiral and he was not free to guess what he was going to do. But the next sentence made the colonel very happy. These are all elite navies in the Navy headquarters. They are navies that perform missions on great sea routes and should be very powerful. There are many powerful pirates in the East China Sea are very rampant. Some even dare to attack the Navy, and many navies have been killed by these pirates. In the face of such pirates, the East China Sea Navy has always wanted to solve it, but it has no power. Now with the help of these elites, the pirates are not worth mentioning, and the maritime environment in the East China Sea is much better. Thinking of this, the colonel said happily, "Thank you, Lieutenant General. With your help, the pirates in the East China Sea will be out of luck." Garp nodded, turned around and said to Ender, "Commercial General Ender, this month you have to cooperate with the Navy's work. Although it is a vacation, don't let me idle." "Yes. We will definitely cooperate fully," Ender said with a smile. "Lieutenant General Garp, if you really let us rest, I'm afraid we will all be rusty by then." "Really?" Lieutenant General Garp showed a slight smile. "In that case, I will take a good look at you in 1 month. Hearing Garp's words, Ender immediately turned into a bitter face, and Garp's detection. Ender has a deep understanding. Every time I was checked, I was actually beaten up by Lieutenant General Garp, and then lay in bed for a few days. Calling you to talk more, telling you to speak, these are not asking for trouble, and was slapped with his stinky mouth in his heart." Seeing this scene, Lin Tian left to the side with a gloating expression on his face. "You people, every time I get beaten, you watch my jokes next to me. This time it's finally my turn." Unfortunately, Lin Tian didn't know. After he left this time, he did not return to the Navy headquarters until a year later. PS is at the request of readers, so today's 3 changes. The first one is presented www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. Near the naval base pier, Garp was standing on a small boat. Lin Tian rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked over here. "Fuck you boy, hurry up, get up so early, not as good as an old man like me," Garp said angrily. In order to see Luffy's stinky boy quickly, Garp asked Dan to prepare a small boat early in the morning. If it weren't for Lin Tian, Garp would have left. "Brigadier General Lin Tian." Looking at Lin Tian with a sleepy look, the colonel didn't dare to underestimate Lin Tian and said respectfully to Lin Tian, "Yesterday, in order to welcome the colleagues at the naval headquarters, the entire Navy held a grand banquet. Last night, all the navies were drunk, and now most navies are still asleep. But something like wine is the fastest way for men to make friendships. The school got acquainted with many Navy headquarters last night. The price paid was that he went to the toilet 10 times in 1 hour last night, and the colonel is still dizzy. If it weren't for the departure time of Lieutenant General Garp this morning, I was afraid that he would leave Garp with a bad impression of negligence, otherwise the colonel would not be willing to get up. Therefore, the colonel received a lot last night." Of course, Lin Tian's identity was also included in the news about the Navy headquarters and the Great Route. When the colonel heard the rest of the Navy say that this kid who had been with Lieutenant General Garp was actually a Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters, he was really shocked. After some questioning, the colonel certainly knew that this kid was the most powerful genius in the history of the Navy, who had been eloquently spread all over the world in the past 2 years. It's no wonder that at the age of 13, he became a brigadier general of the Navy headquarters, who is a genius. Lin Tian waved his hand and said to the title of colonel, "Just remove the word Commodore for me. I still like others to call me Lin Tian." This Lin Tian is adding two names. I always feel weird. Yes, Lin Tianjin. Realizing that he had made a mistake, the colonel quickly changed his words. Yes, Lin Tian. Hearing such a name, Lin Tian smiled and nodded. This made it sound more pleasant to the ears, much better than that of Brigadier Lin Tian. Smelly old man, you are so embarrassed to say that you sleep so long every day. I sleep for a few hours a day, and I drank so much alcohol last night. It's strange to be sober. Yesterday, Lin Tian was not let go, so Roberts took him to the banquet, but was forced to drink all the time. Lin Tian himself can't remember how much alcohol he drank last night. Lin Tian didn't even remember how he went to bed last night. Anyway, if I came together this morning, I was already sleeping in the room. Boy, you are so embarrassed to say that if you go to drink at such a young age, have your wings been stiff recently and you can fly? Huh. Lin Tian said puzzledly, I remember you slept last night. How could I know that I drank alcohol? It's okay if Lin Tian doesn't say anything, but Capu is even more angry. Yesterday I just wanted to go to bed. These people held a banquet, so I did not fall asleep after a long time. At the time, Garp was also very strange. It stands to reason that even if a cannonball explodes next to him, he can fall asleep easily. But I didn't know what was going on yesterday, and Garp didn't fall asleep even after tossing around. Just went out and wanted to teach these casters who had banquets. He saw Roberts supporting him, and Lin Tian, who was drunk, walked towards the room. But Roberts, this stinky boy, as soon as he saw himself, he was like seeing a ghost. He immediately threw Lin Tian on the spot without saying a word, and turned around and ran away. When Garp saw Lin Tian dared to drink, he immediately wanted to beat the stinky boy, but when he saw Lin Tian sleeping, Garp dropped his fist. Hey! Garp sighed deeply, knelt down, picked up Lin Tian, and walked towards Lin Tian's room. It may be that he felt Garp's movements. Lin Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing that the smelly old man was holding him, Lin Tian smirked. Smelly old man, why are you here? Are you here to drink too? Garp suddenly smiled bitterly. He dared to drink at such a young age, and he still drank so much, his mouth was full of alcohol. No matter in his previous life or now, Lin Tian is not a drinker. As an orphan in his previous life, his own life is a problem, so there is no energy to drink. Although he is in his 20s now, his body is just a teenager in his 20s, let alone drinking. If not for Roberts this time, why would Lin Tian drink so much wine? Smelly boy, what drunk crazy now? Although was cursing in his mouth, Garp's movements were obviously slower for fear of waking Lin Tian. Don't look at Garp's constant scolding of Lin Tian brat. He just started to beat Lin Tian hard and couldn't get out of bed for a few days. In fact, Garp has always cared about Lin Tian in his heart, and most of the time he did everything for Lin Tian's sake. Have been with Lin Tian for 3 years, and Garp knows Lin Tian very well. It is undeniable that Lin Tian is a real genius. For so many years, he has never seen a genius comparable to Lin Tian. If he can stay in the Navy forever, it must be a great blessing for the Navy. Garp will also use all his strength to teach Lin Tian. Push Lin Tian to the current position of the Warring States period and become the future Navy Marshal. Garp believes that with Lin Tian's ability, he will be able to push the Navy to a whole new level. It is not just Garp who thinks this way, but even Sengoku, Crane, Kong and others have this idea. Since knowing that Garp had accepted Lin Tian as his disciple, those naval masters who were strong in the same era as Garp, but retreated to the second line have been paying attention to Lin Tian. Don't think that these navies will have no influence when they retreat to the second line. They supported the entire Navy together with Garp. In the era when there were countless powerful pirates, such as Roger One Piece, Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiji. These people can maintain naval justice. It is conceivable that they all have now powerful combat power. Just because they are getting older, there are some injuries caused by the fighting in the past, or other reasons they have to take a backseat and teach the Navy. Now those lieutenants, generals, and major generals in the Navy are mostly their students. One can imagine how influential they are. These people are the background of the Navy, and it is precisely because these people sit behind the scenes of the Navy that the legendary pirates, who were still alive back then, did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary. How could the pirates of the entire Great Sea Route be restrained by the 5 men of the 3 Navy generals, the Warring States period, and Garp, who are clearly visible? But they all praised Lin Tian, saying that Garp, this old bastard, did not know what good luck he had to find such an excellent disciple. If it wasn't for Garp's strength, these people would all want to kick Garp away and teach Lin Tian by themselves. It can be said that if Lin Tian stays in the Navy, Lin Tian will become the future Marshal of the Navy. This is a certainty. It's a pity whether it's Garp or these people understand Lin Tian is not a person who will stay in the Navy forever. Lin Tian yearns for freedom, and the Navy has too many restrictions. www.com is not suitable for Lin Tian. It stands to reason that since Lin Tian didn't expect to stay in the Navy, Garp didn't need to spend such a great effort to cultivate Lin Tian. Taught Lin Tian to be a strong man when Lin Tian retired from the Navy and even opposed the Navy. Isn't it for the Navy to strengthen its enemy? Because Garp has regarded Lin Tian as his own grandson, otherwise he would not take Lin Tian to see Luffy this time. Garp's mind is very simple. He wants the two to make friendship since childhood. Also, based on his understanding of Lin Tian over the past few years, Garp knew that Lin Tian was a man of love and justice, and that Lin Tian would not easily betray the Navy without major incidents. With the help of the Navy, Lin Tian can become a strong man so quickly, and he will become Lin Tian's fetters all his life in the Navy. Lin Tian will definitely remember this kindness. Even if Lin Tian leaves the Navy, Lin Tian will not go against the Navy. Even sometime in the future, the Navy will still need Lin Tian's help. Enchanting talent, strong will. Lin Tian already possesses these two things to become a strong man. Now Lin Tian lacks only time. As long as he gives Lin Tian enough time, Lin Tian will definitely become a strong man at the top of the world. Smelly old man, although I always call you stinky old man, in my heart, you have always been my only relative in this world. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a smile appeared on Garp's face. It is still too early to leave this, and it is important to cherish this. Smelly old man, smelly old man. P.S. Because the starting point is suddenly unable to enter, this second one is a bit slower. www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all on www.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Smelly old man, hurry up and speak. On the calm sea, the faint and cool sea breeze slowly blows in, and the sun, with just the right temperature, shines on the sea. At this time, if we drive a small boat out and lie on it with a wicker chair, it will be so refreshing. However, at this time, Lin Tian has no time to enjoy it. On the boat, Lin Tian and Garp looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The two eyes collided as if sparks were produced. Boy, did you talk to the teacher like that? I'm saying, what do you want me to say? I don't know anything, Garp said angrily. Really? Lin Tian obviously didn't believe Garp's answer. Quickly say, did you say anything after I was drunk yesterday? Learned that after he was drunk, Garp sent himself to the room. Lin Tian has not been at ease. Lin Tian knows that drunk people like to talk nonsense, saying things that shouldn't be said, and it's not unreasonable to speak truth after drinking. That's why Lin Tian was so worried. Lin Tian was afraid that when he was drunk, he would accidentally tell his biggest secret. That is that I am not a person in this world, but come from another world. This is also the case. Why did Lin Tian keep asking Garp if he said anything strange after being drunk? Oh, it's this thing. Let me think about it. It seems there is, and it doesn't seem to be. Raised his head, holding his chin, and said deliberately vaguely. And when Lin Tian listened to Garp's words, his heart touched his throat, especially when he heard the word yes. Lin Tian felt that his heart was about to jump out. In the end, the word no made Lin Tian's heart suddenly return to his chest. This kind of feeling is like flying to 10,000 meters high school at once, but before you can see where you are, you fall from 10,000 meters high school to the abyss of 10,000 meters in an instant. If it weren't for Lin Tian's good heart, he would be scared of a heart attack. Looking up and seeing the looming smile on Garp's face, Lin Tian suddenly understood that Garp was deliberately punishing him. After Lin Tian understood, he was not angry, but he was relieved. Judging from this situation, I might have said something, but didn't tell the secret of my rebirth. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't move at all, he breathed a sigh of relief. This made Garp puzzled. According to Lin Tian's usual practice, even though he knew he was not his opponent, Lin Tian would still make a move, and then he would beat him severely. Why didn't you do anything today? The scene calmed down. The two of them sat like this, no one said anything, but they were thinking about other things in their hearts. This time Garp took himself to see Luffy, which Lin Tian never expected. Lin Tian always thought that the first time he met Luffy, it was very likely that he would catch Luffy as a pirate as a navy in the battle. What a normal and natural scene. I can go to see Luffy now, making Lin Tian curious, knowing that the comics are all about Luffy after the age of 17. At this moment, Garp thought for a long time, as if he had made up his mind, and asked, Lin Tian, tell me honestly, did you do the golden thing this time? Hearing Garp's question, Lin Tian was startled. Of course Lin Tian didn't want to admit it, but saw Garp's stern expression. Lin Tian realized that Captain had discovered something, otherwise he would not ask. HMM. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, I did it. Although Garp had guessed the answer long ago, when Garp really heard the answer, Garp was still very angry. You brat, do you know how dangerous this thing is? I know, Lin Tian replied affirmatively. When Lin Tian thought of doing that, Lin Tian had already thought of how dangerous it was. If you take a careful step, it may be overwhelming. Garp pointed to Lin Tian. Hating iron but not steel, and said, You actually know that, then you still do it, aren't you looking for death? Garp values Lin Tian very much. He is a disciple of Lin Tian. But Garp is really angry about what he did. This incident is a maelstrom that doesn't know how deep it is. If you are not careful, you will be shattered. People who are a little sensible will hide away. I also knew that the water inside was too deep, so I didn't accept the Warring States order before, mainly because I thought it was too troublesome. What Garp didn't expect was that Lin Tian, this stinky boy, actually took the initiative to get inches. How could this not make Garp angry? But, don't I have nothing to do now? No one would have thought it had something to do with me. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Lin Tian knows that Garp is so angry mainly because Garp cares about himself very much. Therefore, Lin Tian would not be angry with Garp's scolding, but felt very warm. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and he did not care about his life or death. In this world, Lin Tian actually experienced the warmth of his relatives. This Capu was suddenly choked by Lin Tian's words. Capu said, but maybe you can do it. An iron fist full of love struck Lin Tian directly on the head. Smelly boy, dare to talk back. Smelly old man, every time you say you can't win, you do it, Lin Tian muttered unwillingly. Boy, do you know how much trouble you caused this time, and how many people you have offended this time? Lin Tian didn't understand Garp's words. Even Lin Tian knew better than Garp. The harvest of this heavenly gold incident can be said to be unimaginable for Lin Tian. There is the whole world on it, the treasures that tribute to the Tianlong people, everything is fine, many treasures are priceless. The gain is directly proportional to the effort. Lin Tian has received so much, of course he has paid more. It can be said that after this incident, Lin Tian offended the Tianlong people, many powerful pirates in the Great Sea Route, the major French disease in the world, and the Navy general. Fortunately, Lin Tian planned carefully this time and did not reveal his identity. So the whole world knows that there is a behind the scenes behind the golden world of heaven, but no one knows his detailed identity. I know, I already thought of the consequences before I decided, Lin Tian said calmly. Hey! Garp sighed, looking helpless. Even if you have a lot of certainty, you still have to look at whether it is worth it, just for the yellow things, as for offending so many people and putting yourself in danger. Based on Garp's understanding of Lin Tian. Of course he knows that Lin Tian is not the kind of person with a hot head. It must have been thought of everything, and there is no small certainty Lin Tian will act. Lin Tian pondered for a while and said in a positive tone, it's worth it, but not for the yellow things. Smelly boy, you, reading www can't you come, you are not for those things, then what are you for? After listening to Lin Tian's words, Garp was puzzled. Garp had seen the list of the gold in the sky. Most of the above are gold and silver treasures and some national specialties, and then there are some strange things that do not know what they are. The most precious thing on the gold in the sky is those devil fruits. Although the devil fruit is extremely precious, it won't cost Lin Tian that much. Lin Tian smiled, touched his head, said unconsciously. Actually, I just wanted to see this kind of big event, but I got involved in it days later and I didn't know what was going on in the end, so I started it. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Garp almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. I thought that Lin Tian discovered something very important during this incident, and this made Lin Tian willing to take such a big risk to do it. But I didn't expect this stinky boy to do something unclear, and he didn't even know what he was doing. Garp really didn't know what to say. Actually, Lin Tian was right. Lin Tian had nothing to do with this incident. He was just curious. Later, he encountered a series of things somehow, and finally got involved innocently. To really say the reason, in fact, Lin Tian was after learning about the gold event in this sky and the identity of the man behind the scenes. Lin Tian became interested in this matter, otherwise Lin Tian would not bother to take care of it, and Lin Tian would still like the Tianlongren to be robbed. Despite this, Lin Tian did not regret it. What's going on? Look at the details of the heavenly gold event below. P.S. The third one to offer. You, reading book friends, are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Heiyuan calendar 1512 is also the second year that Lin Tian went to sea. Today is another sunny and good day. Normally, Lin Tian should follow most navies and stand on the deck to enjoy this beautiful day. But today is destined to be a busy day. On the sea, a navy warship and a pirate ship are shooting at each other. There are constantly cannonballs flying in the air, rubbing against the air, making extremely sharp sounds, and flying towards the opponent. This warship fighting the pirates is of course Lin Tian and others. At this time, on the warship, all the navies had gathered on the deck, looking at the pirate ship ahead with excitement. Although every battle is full of life-threatening, but since becoming a navy, everyone has thought about this. Besides, there are not only dangers in fighting, but also opportunities. Only by constant fighting can you quickly improve your strength and accumulate military exploits. If you look closely, you can find that many navy clothes are in tatters and stained with blood. Some navies still have wounds on them, which is obviously like having experienced a great war. And handed the telescope to Lin Tian, who was puzzled. What is going on? Why, we met two groups of pirates in the morning. Normally, it would be difficult to meet a pirate ship, even for half a month, but today there are a bit too many. Colonel Ender has a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Tian took the telescope and said while looking at it, indeed, things are a bit unusual today. The probability of pirates appearing in this sea area is too high. This pirate ship is a three-mast sailing ship. Most pirate ships are like this, with a green hat skull pirate flag on it. Seeing this bizarre pirate flag, Lin Tian couldn't help but laughed. The green hat, this pirate ship, is really enough. Thinking of the special meaning of the green hat in his previous life, Lin Tian couldn't help laughing. While Anka was surprised by Lin Tian's sudden laugh. Looking at Lin Tian, who was laughing, Brigadier General Ender was full of question marks. Took the binoculars and observed for himself, and found that this was just an ordinary pirate ship. There was nothing strange. Lin Tian. What are you laughing at? Facing Ander's questioning, Lin Tian stopped the laughter, but the smile on his face did not disappear. Look at their pirate banner, the hat on it. Hat? Ander whispered puzzledly. Pick up the forgotten binoculars and look carefully. Found that it was just an ordinary skull pirate flag, but the hat was a bit strange. It was actually green. Although this color looks very strange, it is still within the acceptable range of and it does not feel so funny. There is nothing abnormal. This pirate flag is very common. Ander put down the telescope and said to Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian suddenly realized that this world does not have the special meaning of the word green hat. Lin Tian bent his hand and motioned for Anne to come closer. Anne thought for a while, and he approached Lin Tian a few steps and listened. A green hat, as the name suggests, is a green hat. But there is also an implicit meaning that a man's own woman has an affair with another man, then this man is said to be wearing a green hat. After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, Ander immediately understood everything and laughed. The pirate flag of this pirate ship is wearing a green cap. That does not mean that they are a green cap pirate group. Lin Tian. Where did you hear this? Why don't I know that it means this? Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, I saw this accidentally from an ancient book. It seems to be circulated in an ancient country. This was passed down in a previous life, and no one knew what this meant except for Lin Tian in the whole world. However, after today, the green hat may be uploaded from the world. Lin Tian and Anne laughed too loudly. All the soldiers heard it, and everyone looked at Lin Tian and Brigadier General Anne, who were laughing at the bow of the ship. Colonel Anne and Colonel Lin Tian. What's wrong? Yeah. Why are you laughing suddenly? Realizing that the sound of the artillery fire suddenly disappeared, Lin Tian looked down and found the Navy soldier below, staring at himself and Ender dumbfounded. Lin Tian reacted immediately, realizing that the two of them laughed a little publicly, and quickly stopped their smiles, looking at the Navy below with a serious face. Lin Tian quickly checked Anne, who was still laughing, and Anne looked at the Navy below, very embarrassed. Cough. Anne coughed slightly, concealing his embarrassment. Said loudly, what are you guys looking at? Please catch up, with a pirate in front. Yes. All the navies, under Anne's order, immediately awake and replied. Because the Navy was frightened by Lin Tian and Ander, he did not fire a shot. But the sound of the pirates' guns did not stop. Several shells flew toward the warship, making a sharp call. Several dark casters formed instantly in Lin Tian's hands, and his fingers flicked. These dark orbs hit the cannonballs accurately at extremely fast speeds. Fill. Preparation. Everyone turned around and looked around, still not seeing what happened. A door suddenly flew from behind and hit Lin Tian and Ant at the stern of the ship. A simple side kick, Lin Tian easily kicked the door that had come from nowhere. Get me 1,000 cannonballs. Garp walked out of the broken door, threw the clothes to a Navy, and ordered loudly. Looking at the angry Garp, Lin Tian and Anne looked at each other, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Garp has been hiding in the cabin just now, in order to break the record of his last time eating cookies. It was almost the last one, and Garp was able to break the last record of 243. But at this critical juncture, the phone worm rang suddenly, and Garp jumped in shock. With a shake of his hand, the sweet cookie in his hand fell to the ground. Garp was an irritant. He ate without sleep for 2 days, but finally failed like this. An angry Garp caught the phone bug and was about to curse, but the voice from the other side came first. "Hey, Garp, what are you doing? Why did you answer the phone so long?" Hearing this familiar voice, Garp frowned slightly. "Hey, Sengoku, what are you asking me for suddenly? This time, I'm mainly looking for something for you to do. Isn't this the handover date of Heavenly Gold? Our Navy will be responsible for the escort. This time I want to." Before the Warring States period was finished, he was interrupted by the birth of Garp. "Don't say anything, you should know that in the Warring States period, I don't know how to do this kind of thing. You can change yourself." Opposite the Warring States, after hearing Capu's words, he was silent, and it took a long time to speak. "Originally, I didn't want to find you www.com, but today we received intelligence that there are many powerful pirates who want to rob the Heavenly Gold." "Robbery?" Garp whispered. "Every time there is gold in the sky, it is not the admiral who guards it. Which pirate dares their idea?" The Warring States, on the opposite side of the phone worm, smiled bitterly. "It is because there is no manpower that I want you to do it, otherwise, how could I ask you to do this kind of thing?" Garp fell silent, and Garp could understand the suffering of the Warring States period, but Garp really didn't want to participate in this kind of thing. It was too troublesome. It would be better to eat sweet cookies here. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Garp's mind. With this person's combat power, he was enough to take on this task. "I think so. Let's call Kyuzen this time. His combat power has reached the level of a general. The last promotion failed because of insufficient qualifications. This time the task of protecting the Heavenly Gold is just suitable for him. Lieutenant General Kyuzen." The Warring States was silent for a long time, and he thought about it carefully. To reach the point of Warring States, every command will bring different effects. Especially Kyuzen is now on the verge of Lieutenant General and he is more careful about his orders. Well, I will call Kyuzen this time. He has enough qualifications for the past 2 years. It's time to let him go. Hung up the phone bug, Garp looked at the donuts on the ground, not knowing what he was thinking, and then walked outside. This is the scene behind Garp. Looking at the shells full of the deck, there was a burst of drooling around. If the shells were thrown out, let alone a pirate ship, even 10 ships would be destroyed instantly. Fist bones. Meteor shower www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are available at www.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Cannonball. Cannonball. Countless shells. There are cannonballs everywhere in the sky, the dark little balls. The surface is unremarkable, but each of them is extremely lethal. Looking at the cannonballs flying out of the sky, Lin Tian shook his head helplessly and secretly said, "This smelly old man, what is going crazy today? I was not breaking the record just now, and he said that he should not be disturbed by others, so how come he suddenly became so angry?" Garp's fist bone. Meteor shower, I have seen it many times. Let's put it this way, it can be said to be invincible in the sea. Unless you have a wide range of attack or defense capabilities like yourself, or you want to stop dozens of shells in different directions at the same time. It can't be done by one person unless it is a powerful pirate group. There are many masters on it, which can protect the entire ship. On the sea, if there is no boat, you will have to hate the powerful devil fruit. Of course, people like Kyuzen, Doflamingo, etc. are just a few. When talking about this kind of person, it is not a simple fist bone. How much damage a meteor can cause. Therefore, Lin Tian rarely watched it, and Garp threw hundreds of cannonballs at once. Usually dozens of them. The opposite is done, and it hasn't stopped. For this reason, Lin Tian could only mourn for the pirates in front of him for a second. Hundreds of cannonballs exploded on a pirate ship. It is hard to imagine what kind of scene it was. It's not only unimaginable, you can't even see it. The entire pirate was surrounded by smoke and fire from the explosion, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. There is only a huge cloud of smoke floating on the sea. However, looking at the situation, everyone can predict what the pirate ship inside will become. Garp was just about to throw hundreds of shells, but seeing this, Garp knew that it was useless to throw it down. Commanded, remove all these shells and move on to the pirate ship. Yes. Smelly old man, what have you done? Did that record fail? Lin Tian walked over and said with a smile. It's okay for Lin Tian not to mention it. He gets even more angry when he mentions it. After eating for 2 days, he was defeated by a phone bug from that asterisk in the Warring States period. Smelly boy, are you skin raised? Garp raised his fist and looked at Lin Tian with a smile on his face. Seeing Garp use movements, Lin Tian stopped quickly and stared at Garp vigilantly. After a long time, when he saw that Garp did not act, Lin Tian quickly let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian was really scared, so Garp gave himself a punch. Garp opened his mouth and asked Dan, who was also coming, and where is our route this time? Ender immediately replied, Lieutenant General Garp, this is our naval base for Korid. In the entire sea area, the closest to us is the Korid naval base. Hearing Anne's words, Garp's face changed slightly and disappeared from his face in an instant. This time, the sky is gold, which is to set off from the Korid naval base and then go to the holy place of Mary Gioia, dedicated to the dragon people. This is why I ran into 2 pirate boats in one day today. These pirates must have gone to gold that day. Just now, in the conversation with the Warring States period, Garp did not want to participate in the matter of heaven and gold, but Garp did not expect that he had already embarked on the route to Korid. Is it possible we don't go to Korid's naval base, we go to another naval base? Garp said in a deep tone. Although Ender didn't quite understand the words of Lieutenant General Garp, seeing Garp's expression, he also guessed what bad things would happen. In Anne's mind, he recalled the distribution map of the naval bases around here and shook his head. No, there is only the Korid naval base that is closest to us. If we go to the next one, the supplies on our ship will not be able to persist. Smelly old man, is there something going on with Korid? Lin Tian noticed the change in Garp's face, adding what Garp said. Lin Tian asked curiously. No, it's just that the naval base is performing a mission, Garp explained calmly. Captain knows that Lin Tian loves lively if he knows about gold in the sky. This stinky boy would definitely not let it go. With Lin Tian's strength, he was not yet qualified to participate. Before Lin Tian was saying anything, Garp said to Ender, in this case, let's keep this route unchanged. Garp didn't want to participate in this matter, just because it was too troublesome, but that does not mean that Garp would be afraid. Looking at the back of Garp's departure, Lin Tian fell into deep thought. Garp must be hiding something, but Garp didn't say for some reason. And also thought about the same as Lin Tian. And Anne was about to speak and discuss with Lin Tian. At this time, a Navy soldier trot over, Brigadier General Lin Tian. Brigadier General Ender, we found a pirate alive. Lin Tian and Anne heard this news, a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. They were able to survive the explosion. It seemed that this pirate was not easy. Go, let's go and see. Under the leadership of this Navy soldier, Lin Tian and Anne came to the side of the warship and looked out to the sea. I saw the countless broken planks floating on the sea surface, quite a few corpses, and some other things. Under the power of the explosion of hundreds of artillery shells, the entire pirate ship was really shattered, not even a large piece of broken wood. On a slightly larger wooden board, a person is lying on it, motionless. But from the ups and downs of the chest, it can prove that this person is still alive. 2 navies have swam past, and this is about to bring the pirate over. I don't know if it was stimulated by pain, the pirate slowly woke up. But when he opened his eyes, the Navy was everywhere. Seeing the Navy logo on the sail, the pirate knew that he was on the Navy ship. Looking at the Navy in all directions, countless ways to escape flashed in the pirate's mind, but it was impossible to escape under the nose of such a Navy. Not to mention that he was seriously injured. 1/3 of his combat power was not available in his heyday. The surrounding Navy suddenly gave way, and 2 Commodores walked out. But when the pirate saw the 2 Commodores clearly, he was surprised. One of them is obviously a teenage boy. How could he become a Commodore? Without waiting for the pirate to be surprised, Lin Tian, who came by, asked directly, "Let's talk about it. What is the name? What is the name of the pirate group? What position do you hold in the pirate group?" Seeing this kid asking himself, the pirate suddenly laughed, and his eyes were full of disdain when he looked at Lin Tian. "Boy, just dare to ask the captain's name. You are not qualified enough so that you can talk." Lin Tian snorted coldly. This pirate is really arrogant enough. He dared to be so violent when he died. I don't know how to write death. Lin Tian took off a rifle from a Navy nearby. www.helmavulcom. Pull and the bolt. Naming this series of actions are extremely fast, without a trace of muddy water. Seeing the dark muzzle pointed at his eyebrows, the pirate panicked suddenly. There is no madness ahead. Tremblingly asked, "What are you going to do? Don't your Navy have regulations? You can't kill prisoners." Hearing the words of the pirate, the Navy present could not help but sneered. The entire Navy knew that Brigadier Lin Tian was a non-compliance. Can let go even the pirate caught, let alone kill you a pirate caught. "Don't worry, I won't kill the captives." Lin Tian looked disdainful and said in his heart, "Killing a pirate like you, that would dirty my hands." The pirates quickly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these navies will still abide by the naval regulations, so don't be afraid now. But just then, a gunshot sounded. One ear fell on the ground, and the pirate quickly covered his broken ear, making a scream in his mouth. The blood flowed continuously, dripping on the deck along the gap between the fingertips, forming blood flowers, which were very bright. "If you are yelling, I don't mind knocking your other ear off." Lin Tian took the gun and smiled at the pirate. The pirate closed his mouth quickly and looked at Lin Tian with fear in his eyes. At this time, Lin Tian was a devil in the eyes of the pirate. He knocked his ears off without saying a word. This is not what a devil is. Why are there so many pirates on this route accord? PS is the second one. Thank you for your support. www.helmavulcom. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.helmavulcom. For mobile users, please go to read. Although I don't understand this little devil Brigadier General, why did I ask this question? But for the sake of my other ear, I won't be hit by it again. Where the pirate cares so much, as long as I know it, I have said it all. Actually, I can't tell the specific reason. At first, I just followed the other pirates. Hearing what the pirate said, Lin Tian immediately thought that the pirate was playing tricks on himself. I don't know why. What are you pirates doing here? Could it be a group to visit Corid, to visit the naval base? Seeing Lin Tian put his finger on the bolt, the pirate hurriedly said, "Don't wait, I haven't finished. In the beginning, we really didn't know the specific reason, but it was rumored that there was a lot of treasure on Corid Island, so we followed. 2 days ago, after some inquiries, we finally understood. It turned out that someone spread the news that this year's celestial gold was in Corid." "Heavenly gold?" Lin Tian turned around and asked, "And what is heavenly gold? Why have I never heard of it?" Ender, who was stunned by the pirate's eyes, immediately came to his senses after hearing Lin Tian's inquiry and explained. Heavenly gold actually refers to the wealth that the world's allies tribute to the Tianlong people every year, and heavenly gold is just a secret abbreviation. Under An's explanation, Lin Tian suddenly realized that no wonder he could not remember what heavenly gold was. It turned out to be just an abbreviation. And continued, but this evenly gold is a tribute to the Tianlong people, who in this world dares to move, and the protection of sea evenly gold is very strict. And had participated in the operation to protect the heavenly gold, but he was very clear about the protection of the heavenly gold. At least one admiral, 2 lieutenants, and thousands of naval soldiers, a total of more than 10 naval ships. Under such strong protection, the heavenly gold has been there for hundreds of years, but it has never been successfully robbed. How can these pirates succeed? If it is the powerful pirates in the New World, there is still a chance of success. Lin Tian also knew about the guards of evenly gold. Just like this, Lin Tian was also puzzled. Seeing Lin Tian and puzzled, the pirate explained in due course. This time, there are mainly so many pirates going, but I don't know who has reported it. Recently, Kato, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, has the latest trend. Several generals have gone to the New World. The general comes. Lin Tian just figured it out. It turned out that these pirates dared to take the risk without the admiral's escort. Heavenly gold is a tribute treasure of more than 170 participating countries. One can imagine how valuable it is. These pirates can get a little bit, they all make money. Now that all the information has been obtained, the pirate is useless, and waved a hand to take the pirate away. Lin Tian was planning to kill the pirate before, but with such cooperation, Lin Tian is not a killer. Let him decorate the world and make a contribution. When the surrounding naval soldiers retreated, and said with a heavy face, "This time around, Karad, I don't know how many pirates gathered. It's not time for us to go to Karad now." Lin Tian nodded, and Lin Tian also understood Anders' worries. Now Korad has attracted the attention of the whole world. Countless people are staring at golden in the sky. Especially with such a rare opportunity, the admiral is not there. As for whether the snatching of evenly gold will offend the Tianlongren, no one is calling this threat. The people robbed by these people are either pirates or criminals. They are wanted by the world government. There is no difference between offending and not being guilty. At most, the bounty will increase a lot, which may still be hoped by many people. And the strange behavior of the old smelly man in the front should be that the old smelly man got the news in this regard, so he asked to change the route. Even the smelly old man didn't want to go. One can imagine what kind of vortex Karat is now inches. Hey, with so many pirates this time, I'm afraid the Navy escorting will have huge casualties. Thinking of the countless pirates gathered by Karat now, and are worried about the Navy soldiers. Lin Tian chuckled. In Anders' puzzled eyes, he explained, "Ander, you think a little bit too much. In the face of so many navies, how could the Navy never move at all?" Lin Tian didn't believe that the Navy headquarters would not even have any news about such a big pirate movement. The generals have all gone to the New World. Where is the naval headquarters, where there is so much combat power to suppress so many pirates? Although Anders still believed Lin Tian's words, the highest naval power was pinned to the New World, so how could it be possible to deploy manpower? Lin Tian said meaningfully, "That's not necessarily the case, the Navy still has combat power comparable to a general." And waved his hand and said in disbelief, "How is it possible the Warring States Marshal is going to be in the Navy headquarters, where?" Anders suddenly thought of something, and said in shock, "By the way, there is also Lieutenant General Garp. Lieutenant General Garp is no less powerful than a general." Hearing Anne's words, Lin Tian shook his head. From the words of the old smelly man above, it can be inferred that the old smelly man does not want to participate in this matter, or the old smelly man would not say not to go to Korad. Lin Tianka knows that the Navy headquarters has hidden a lot of combat power. Those naval masters who retreated to the second line are still alive. Although the combat power has declined a bit due to age, it is not bad. The Navy is very powerful, with the entire world as a backing, and countless resources are provided to the Navy. Except for the Admiral of the Navy, no one knows how powerful the Navy secretly hides. Here, you can see the gap between the backstage and no backstage. Same as Commodore, Ender knows little about the true power of the Navy. But Lin Tian had Garp as a teacher and knew a lot about the advanced secrets of the Navy. Apart from the naval hero Lieutenant General Garp, is there any force in the Navy comparable to a general? Ender asked puzzledly. Lin Tian said with certainty, yes, but I'm not sure who it is. After listening to Lin Tian's words, and also fell into silence. Ender also knew that Lin Tian knew some top secrets about the Navy and knew more than himself. Countless pirates have gathered at Garp. This kind of event is really exciting, Lin Tian said expectantly. Looking at the expectation on Lin Tian's face, and had a bad feeling in his heart and asked uncertainly. Hey, Lin Tian. Don't tell me you want to participate in this matter. Lin Tian nodded and asked, why not? Ender, don't you think such a passionate thing, is it a pity to miss it? If An was just not sure, he was sure of it now, and quickly persuaded him. Hey, Lin Tian. I won't stop you from other things, but this is not something you can participate in. Reading www.you involves too many strong people. Although your strength has improved greatly, your strength is not enough to participate in this matter. Lin Tian waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't join inches. Besides, the time is not right. There are still a few days left for Tian Shangjin to leave. Before that, we may leave Garp. Although An was also forcing himself to believe in his heart, looking at the expectation that did not disappear in Lin Tian's eyes, and still did not believe Lin Tian's words. In fact, just as Ender expected, Lin Tian would not let go of such an exciting thing. Heavenly Gold attracts most of the pirates to Garp, and the Navy will definitely take action. This incident is a crisis for the Navy, and it is not an opportunity. The reason why pirates are difficult to catch is that the sea is too big to determine their location, and the distribution is too wide. Otherwise, with the strength of the Navy, no pirate can confront the entire Navy head-on, not even the 4 emperors. Note, naval combat power comparable to the 4 emperors of the warring states, Garp and Khan, the current 3 generals and the reclusive old 3 generals, such as Zephyr. As well as those who are not weak, the scientific force. Now these pirates actually gather together as the wise general's warring states marshal. He won't miss this good opportunity. If this continues, it will definitely evolve into a shocking battle. Although there are not too many pinnacle masters to join, it is also a rare sight. Lin Tian doesn't want to miss it. You can see it from high above. With Garp as the center, many pirate ships swarmed in, and at the same time, many naval warships were also approaching Garp. A huge storm is brewing. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Space Blade. 3 dark semicircular round blades flew quickly in the air, and even the sky drew a dark trajectory wherever they passed. There was no sound, and the 3 space blades passed through the pirate ship in front of them very quickly. The pirate ship did not move at all and stopped there motionless. Like these 3 space blades, there is no harm at all, but they are not useful. After watching the 3 round blades, made of unknown objects, disappear, the boat wiped the cold sweat on his head. Just now, the captain felt an extremely dangerous aura on it and quickly avoided it. Seeing that the 3 round blades were not lethal, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. Before the captain was excited, a faint wave hit the ship wall. Click, click, click. On the deck, 3 cracks gradually appeared, becoming bigger and wider. Before the captain could react to what happened, a crew member beside the captain suddenly split his whole body into 2, and a lot of blood splashed on the captain. What? Facing this strange situation, the captain's legs softened and he fell directly on the deck. The captain's fall seemed to have contributed to some chain reaction. Many pirates were divided into 2 halves one by one, and the entire deck was stained red with blood. Many pirates who were still alive also yelled in fright because of the strange situation. Some pirates jumped directly into the sea as if they could avoid this strange death. It was another wave shot on the entire wall of the ship. Under the power of the waves and people, the pirate ship finally couldn't hold on. The three cracks suddenly widened, and the entire pirate ship was instantly divided into 4 pieces and slowly sank into the sea. The captain, who also jumped into the sea, wanted to escape, but the sinking of the pirate ship caused a big whirlpool. The powerful force pulled the captain towards the center of the whirlpool. Even if the captain was rowing hard, he could not escape the fate of being pulled into the whirlpool. The captain, just before his death, seeing the incredibly smooth incision, the captain understood everything. The 3 round blades are not without lethality, but they are too sharp. They cut the whole ship sharply, and they can still float on the sea. Lin Tian, Brigadier General. Brigadier General Lin Tian. Watching Lin Tian destroy a pirate ship with a single blow, the Navy present involuntarily shouted for Lin Tian. After posting this big move, Lin Tian consumed a lot of physical strength at once, and his footsteps were a little vain. "Take out the pirates who were lucky enough to stay," and ordered. Yes. These navies immediately returned to their positions, and the naval guns blasted again. Lin Tian will solve most of the pirates for us, and we must not be left behind. And came over, took a pot of water and handed it over. "Well, this trick is so powerful and consumes a lot of you." Lin Tian nodded, took a sip from An's kettle. "It's okay, but the physical strength is a bit exhausted, so just take a little rest." Seeing that Lin Tian made such a trick, it only consumed a bit of physical strength, and couldn't help but said with emotion, "I'm old, it is much worse than you young people." "Hey, and you are only in your 30s now, so you can't say no. I'm afraid my sister-in-law won't agree." Lin laughed. "Smelly boy," and smiled and cursed, waving his hand and hitting Lin Tian. But Lin Tian easily escaped. After a few laughs with Lin Tian, and turned his words to the main business. This time, there are a lot of pirates gathered in Coral Island. Today, adding the previous ones, we will run into 5 groups of pirates. Lin Tian said solemnly. However, all we encountered were some not very strong. The truly powerful pirates might have already been there. And glanced at the destroyed pirate ship, and shook his head, thinking about the passage. These pirates are crazy, and they are so weak that they dare to spread the muddy water. Lin Tian sneered. All this is due to fluke, and there are benefits that are enough to make people crazy. The pirates who can enter the Great Sea route are not stupid. They all know that the front is full of death, but the huge benefits blind their eyes. They feel that in this fight they can fish in troubled waters, and only a little bit is enough to make them crazy. Suddenly, Lin Tian saw Roberts walking up and down on the deck and shouted with a look of confusion. "Hey! Roberts, aren't you at the helm? Why are you on the deck?" Hearing someone calling him, Roberts turned around and found Lin Tian sitting on the bow of the ship beckoning to him. Roberts smiled slightly and walked over. "Hey, Lin Tian. I'm going to Karad right now. Of course there is nothing wrong with me." Sat next to Lin Tian. "After spending so long in there, I finally have time. Of course I went to the deck to breathe fresh air." "Oh, I'm here at Korad." Lin Tian's tone was full of surprise. "I haven't seen Korad just now, and I haven't talked with Ender for a long time. They arrived so quickly. This speed is not normal." Turned around and looked, and sure enough, a black shadow of an island appeared in front of him. The dark clouds above shrouded the entire island in a layer of black mist. Looking from a distance, only a vague black shadow can be seen, and the whole Korad is like a beast hidden in the black mist, like a man-eating beast. A huge storm is brewing on Korad Island, so the ocean currents on this side have accelerated a lot, otherwise we can't get there so soon. Lin Tian gave a and the question just now was solved. "Hey!" Looking at the storm above Nakarad, Ender sighed deeply. On the entire Karad Island, a storm is brewing from inside to outside. "That's right." Lin Tian also echoed. The entire Karad Island, now there is enough water to drown people. Roberts listened to the dumb riddle of the two, as if he were listening to a heavenly hook. His face was puzzled. Storm? Drowned? What are you two talking about? I don't understand at all. Lin Tian and Anne looked at each other, then laughed. In Robert's puzzled gaze, Lin Tian put his hand on Robert's neck and said with a smile, "You should solve the problem now, how to pass this storm safely, our navigator." At Lin Tian's reminder, Roberts realized that he still had work to do, so he pushed Lin Tian's hand away and ran to the deck. Lin Tian asked her, "Tell me not earlier, just remind me now." Hearing Roberts' scolding, Lin Tian smiled slightly and turned to look at Karat Island hidden in the dark. "How big this vortex is, it is really exciting." Boom, pop, woo. As soon as he entered the range of Karat, Lin Tian and others ran into this huge storm head-on. Those huge waves that were enough to flood the ship, the bright light that appeared from time to time in the sky, accompanied by this huge thumping sound, and the squally stormy rain. The power of nature is fully displayed at this moment. On the warship, due to previous preparations, everything on the deck was fixed. Except for some navy that must stay on deck, the rest of the navy has already entered the cabin. For Lin Tian and Ander, who have superb strengths, staying on the deck at this time is not a problem. In the face of this powerful storm, the entire warship was hit by the waves and was swayed violently, but under the control of the navigator, the entire ship was slowly moving towards Karat Island, the center of the storm. On the bow of the ship, Ander praised, "Robert's navigational skills are really good. In such a storm, it can still keep the entire warship going. It's really good." Yes, Lin Tian also agreed with Anne's praise. "Don't look, Roberts is usually not serious, he is still good at the critical moment." Anne turned his head and said with a chuckle, "How do I feel? You seem to be saying good things for him on purpose." "Well, that's right," Lin Tian directly and generously admitted. "I and Roberts are good friends, and everyone on board knows that it is normal to say something nice for him. Reassure Roberts, this year he has accumulated a lot of military exploits, and these credits are enough for him to be promoted to lieutenant colonel. His promotion speed is good in the entire Navy." A sincere smile appeared on Lin Tian's face upon hearing Anne's words. Regardless of the fact that Lin Tian treats the enemy very cruelly, but Lin Tian is an extremely affectionate person. Especially for friends, just like Roberts, can get promoted so fast, Lin Tian's help is indispensable. Looking at the oncoming big wave, Ander said with emotion, "I don't know, is this Karat's wave so big?" Lin Tian smiled softly and slowly raised his right hand. A huge death wall gradually formed in Lin Tian's palm. Toss at random, the entire wall of death, like a meteorite, held up a dark trajectory and hit the waves. "Just go in and have a look, can't you?" There was a huge sound, and under the strong explosion, a huge round hole appeared in the whole wave. Looking from the entrance of the cave, the appearance of a small island clearly appeared in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew. Karat is here. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at Mobile phone users, please go to read. On the Great Route, the weather changes all the time. There were still violent storms ahead, and Lin Tian and the others had spent a lot of energy before they finally entered the waters around Karat. This storm is coming fast and going fast. As soon as Lin Tian and others approached the naval base, the storm disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky also slowly dissipated, and the sunlight repeatedly shone through the gaps in the clouds and shone on Karat Island again. But when the entire battleship entered the base, the sky turned blue, and Karat was clear again. But the current wind and waves are calm, just for the next storm, to accumulate more powerful strength. As soon as he entered the Karat naval base, Lin Tian felt that the base was enveloped in a tense, severe atmosphere. There is a Navy garrison on each fort, and on the watchtower there are naval soldiers watching with binoculars at all times, and patrol teams can be seen everywhere inside the base. According to the Navy's alert level, this level is already the highest level of alert. Means that the entire naval base is ready for combat and can display its powerful combat effectiveness at any time. Lololola. Found a free port, a huge iron anchor, slowly sinking into the water under the full push of several Navy soldiers. Hey, smelly old man, here it is, Lin Tian shouted toward Garp, who was lying on the chair while sleeping. Garp, who was awakened, started to fight slowly, stretched his waist at random, and scanned the heavily guarded naval base. Why, so fast, I actually arrived. However, those waiting for Garp were silent except for silence. Everyone is sitting on their own affairs, even Lin Tian. The second largest idler is also moving things. Look left, look again, Garp is embarrassed and whispered. It seems that I am the most leisurely. Under the leadership of Garp, a dozen people including Lin Tian and got off the boat. The people in Renjia's naval base came out to greet them. Lin Tian and others can't stay there forever, let them wait. Hello, Lieutenant Admiral Garp, the Karad Naval Base welcomes you, a Rear Admiral saluted to Lin Tian. Garp returned the gift and said, Hello, Major General Jonathan, the entire naval base has become more alert. Hearing Garp's question, a wry smile appeared on Jonathan's face, and he felt a headache for the past 2 days. In the past few days, because the incident of the Heavenly Gold was leaked out, I don't know how many pirates came to Korra. No way, the security of the entire naval base can only be increased to the maximum. In the face of so many pirates, the combat power of this naval base is not enough, of course you have to face it carefully. After talking to Garp, Jonathan put his eyes on Lin Tian, stretched out his hand, and introduced with a smile. Hello, Rear Admiral Jonathan Crowder Naval Base. Lin Tian was startled by Jonathan's hand suddenly stretched out, although he did not understand why this Major General Jonathan greeted him. Out of basic etiquette, Lin Tian also stretched out his hand and introduced, Hello, Commodore Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's introduction, Jonathan smiled on his face. It seems that I didn't guess wrong, you are the most potential genius in the Navy, Brigadier General Lin Tian. I have often heard of your name before, but I have never had the opportunity to see the true face of you, the strongest genius in the Navy. Facing Jonathan's compliment, Lin Tian smiled embarrassedly and did not explain anything. Too much of this kind of thing is useless, anyway, the whole world thinks so. Jonathan let go of Lin Tian's hand and said to Garp, Lieutenant General Garp, you are tired of wandering at sea during this time. We have prepared a rest room for you, and all supplies are ready. Led by Jonathan, everyone walked towards the naval base. On the way, Lin Tian suddenly asked, General Jonathan, I took a look ahead and found that there are no ships carrying gold from the sky. If Jonathan glanced at Lin Tian meaningfully, this Brigadier General Lin Tian was the same as the rumors, not simple at all. The role of this base is just to aggregate, and the tribute of each country will be under the asterisk of the Navy, and then unified to this base. In the base, there will be specialists from the world government who will collect them, ship them together, and then be directly escorted by the Navy to the holy place of Maria Joa. It is no wonder that all the pirates have gathered in Korra. It turns out that all the treasures will be in this naval base. And this base is also the only place where the Navy fleet gathers. Once out of this base, the entire Golden in the Sky fleet will disappear into the sea. Went straight to the holy place Maria Joa and will not stop at any naval base. And the specific route of travel changes at any time, except for the Navy and Warring States Marshal. No one can know the specific route, not even the Navy who is escorting it. At this time, Garp also asked, how many pirates have gathered in Karad Island now? Jonathan shook his head, we don't know this. There are too many pirates in the past few days. In just these 2 days, we caught 10 groups of pirates. After a pause, Jonathan continued, according to various intelligence estimates, there should be nearly 200 pirate groups. This is still a least, and it has been increasing in the past 2 days. When they heard Jonathan's words, everyone couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. Even when Garp heard this number, his face showed a heavy color. Garp has been in the Navy for so many years, but it is still rare to see so many pirates gathering. At least 200 and will increase how many pirates gathered in the entire corridor. At least in the first half of the entire Great Route, most of the pirates came. With so many pirates, it is no wonder that this naval base has been raised to the highest level of security. However, the future of Garp is much better now. As long as the news of the arrival of Garp is announced, most of the pirates will retreat directly. Jonathan has indeed been given a headache by so many pirates these days. But this time the naval hero Garp came, Corrid's pressure can be reduced a lot. The reason why these pirates dared to hijack the Heavenly Gold was only because there was no admiral. Garp, who is now comparable to a general, is in the future and these pirates will retreat. It's a pity, not as Jonathan thought. Garp shook his head and said, "This time, I will not be involved in this matter. We will leave when the supplies are over." This. Jonathan was shocked by the news and was speechless. "Lieutenant General Garp, you are here. Aren't you here to solve this matter?" Garp shook his head again and said in a deep voice, "Although I am not here to solve this problem this time, the Navy headquarters already has related plans, and the headquarters support will arrive at the latest tomorrow." After hearing Garp's words, Jonathan was relieved and his heart fell to the ground. Jonathan asked in a low voice, "Lieutenant General Garp, how many navies will the headquarters send?" "I don't know this. However, you can rest assured that the combat power sent this time will not be lower than the Admiral." Jonathan's heart also stabilized completely. With so many pirates in the Navy, only the generals can suppress them. And relying on his own understanding of the headquarters, Jonathan also understands that the headquarters will not give up this good opportunity. Now the entire corps is in a complicated situation, the pirates, the Navy. The eyes of all parties are gathered on this small island. As the commander of the Karad Naval Base himself, the situation is also very bad. Thinking of this, Jonathan had a headache. In the first year he came here, he encountered this kind of thing. The commander himself was too unlucky. Right now, I only hope that the people from the Navy headquarters can come quickly. Give them this heavy burden and I can easily watch from the side. P.S. I have something to do today, so the update is late. Sorry, readers. www.com. You are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all on www.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. In front of a white building with Navy badges, Garp and his party, led by Jonathan, came here. The 5th floor of this building is a place for you to rest. How about it? Not bad, right? Jonathan introduced. Yeah, the Navy at the scene nodded involuntarily. This environment is much better than sleeping in that dark cabin. Seeing everyone's expressions, Jonathan flashed a trace of pride. This is the result of my own year, not only renovating the entire naval base, but also improving the accommodation environment for Navy soldiers. In Jonathan's view, only a good environment can increase the passion of the soldiers and thus improve the combat effectiveness of the soldiers, the most basic and most important. However, if the Warring States period knew that Jonathan had spent that huge military expenditure on this, I am afraid that Jonathan would not be spared. However, among all the people on the scene, one person has been standing there quietly, neither making any statements nor saying anything. This person is Lieutenant General Garp. At this time, everyone also noticed the difference in Garp, just when they thought Garp was angry. I saw that Lin Tian suddenly walked over and slapped Garp on the shoulder in the stunned eyes of everyone. Uttered a word that made everyone at the scene pounce on it. "Smelly old man, here, don't sleep." There was a bottoming sound. Could it be said that Lieutenant General Garp came here while sleeping? This can fall asleep, Lieutenant General Garp is so awesome. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Tian said indifferently, "Funny." Ah. Capuyoi woke up, looked at the people who fell on the ground, and said puzzledly, "What are you doing?" Jonathan quickly got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. "It's okay, we just fell accidentally." "Hey." Garp sighed deeply, shook his head and walked into the building, still muttering. "You people, wherever you look like a naval officer, you can fall down on the road." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched unnaturally. "You were obviously scared by you. Your old man is embarrassed to sigh here." Jonathan smiled at the remaining Navy soldiers and said, "You will rest here tonight. I will send someone to notify you when it's time for dinner. As for the cargo on board, you can rest assured I will send someone to install it for you." Seeing that they were so thoughtful, and the others were a bit embarrassed. People like themselves, at this moment, not only failed to help them, but also caused trouble to them. And said, "I really want to thank you." "It's okay." Jonathan waved his hand. "I have something to deal with, so I'll leave it first." Jonathan left. Everyone also walked to their rooms. Everyone fought for a day today, and it was very tired. Now that we have such a good environment, of course, take the time to rest and regain strength. Roberts was about to go inches. Suddenly, he found someone behind him was holding him. He turned around and looked around. It turned out that it was Lin Tian who was pulling him. "Hey, Lin Tian. Why are you pulling me? Is there anything wrong?" Roberts asked puzzledly. Lin Tian put his right hand on Roberts' neck and smiled softly. Looking at Lin Tian's smile, Roberts had a bad premonition in his heart. He folded his hands on his chest and looked at Lin Tian with alert. Lin Tian asked in a low voice, "Roberts, do you think we are good brothers?" "Yes." Roberts nodded and said with a vigilant look, "But does this have anything to do with the present?" "Yes, why not? You say I am usually good to you. You say." Before Lin Tian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Roberts. "Speak, what do you want me to do?" What kind of person Lin Tian is, Roberts doesn't know anything about him. If he says so much, he must be asking himself for something, otherwise Lin Tian would not be like this. Since Roberts had revealed it, Lin Tian stopped playing the sentiment card and said sternly, "I want to go out. You help me hide in front of the smelly old man." "No, no." Roberts hurriedly waved his hand to disagree. "Lieutenant General Garp said before that no one can leave the naval base before leaving tomorrow. Cap, you expected that Lin Tian might sneak out and get involved in this muddy water. So before disembarking from the ship, a special order was issued that no one can leave the base. This order was actually issued for Lin Tian." Lin Tian slapped off the shaking hand in front of him, tightened Roberts' neck, and threatened, "This, of course I know, or else I asked you to hide it for me. Just one sentence, help or not help. If you can't play the emotional card, then turn to the threat." Where is this one sentence? Obviously 2 sentences. Roberts procrastinated. Thinking that if Garp finds out, he will have a fat beating, Roberts disagrees very much in his heart. The power in Lin Tian's hand immediately increased a bit, and threatened again, "Help or not." Feeling the urgency from the neck, Roberts said quickly, "Help. But help. Definitely help." Seeing that Roberts agreed, Lin Tian quickly put a smile on his face and released his right hand. "You guy, can you just say no longer? I have to say so much." Roberts rubbed his sore neck and said with a blank face, You guys, you know you cheated me all day long, and you will cheat me to death one day." Lin Tian just chuckled about Robert's dissatisfaction. This little matter did not affect the deep friendship between the two. At this moment, an energetic word came out from the building. "Smelly boy, don't even think about going out. Just stay in the base for me today." Hearing Garp's voice, Lin Tian's original excitement disappeared instantly. Lin Tian did not expect that although the smelly old man was always in the building, he was secretly eavesdropping on his conversation with Roberts. "Hey." Roberts waved his hands and said gleefully, "Now I can do it too. Lieutenant General Garp can always pay attention to you." Seeing Robert's gloating on his face, Lin Tian fisted and fisted, but Roberts easily avoided him and ran into the building as soon as he slid. Staring at this building, Lin Tian knew that Garp was in a corner, staring at his actions. However, looking at the turning eyes, he knew that Lin Tian did not give up the intention of sneaking out. I can't run out now, just wait for an opportunity. Lin Tian doesn't believe it, Garp can keep his eyes on himself. After thinking about it, a smile flashed in Lin Tian's eyes and walked towards the building. I found my room directly, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. In the next room, Garp has been observing Lin Tian's movements with his domineering experience. Seeing that Lin Tian was asleep, he didn't get rid of his domineering look at the first time but continued to stare. Garp couldn't believe that Lin Tian would lie down and sleep honestly. This stinky boy must be pretending to be asleep, and then wait for him to relax his vigilance and sneak out, Garp thought secretly. But Garp seems to be wrong this time. After waiting for a long time, Lin Tian still did not move at all and was sleeping all the time. Garp suddenly felt puzzled. Is it because the brat has been modified this time, and he really doesn't participate in this muddy water? But in a blink of an eye, Garp expelled this impossible idea from his mind. If Lin Tian would give up, then he would not be called Lin Tian. Not good. Suddenly wanted to understand something, Garp slapped his thigh, got up quickly, walked out of the room, and walked towards Lin Tian's room. Garp kicked open the door of Lin Tian's room, opened the quilt and looked at it. Garp immediately understood that he had been tricked by Lin Tian's stinky little boy. It turned out that as Garp had expected, it was not Lin Tian lying in the quilt, but a dummy. No wonder I found Lin Tian motionless through observations and domineering observations. Seeing and hearing color domineering is distinguished by sound. You can only observe whether the object is moving, but cannot see the object. Lin Tian took advantage of this loophole and found the dummy, used his ability to control the dummy to walk into his room, and made Garp think that he was himself. Boy, you wait for me, I will not spare you later. Garp's angry shouts echoed throughout the building, shocking the others. At this time, outside of the naval base, Lin Tian looked at the huge naval base in front of him with a smile. You are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and oddest serial works. For mobile phone users, please go to read. In midair, Lin Tian was flying at extreme speed. For Lin Tian, who controls space, flying is not a difficult task. It's just that I don't have enough ability to develop. Flying in midair, speed and agility are shortcomings, and they don't have much effect in combat. So Lin Tian generally doesn't use it, but now it is only used for short distances, which is still very good, much faster than walking. Through a small forest, a huge coastal city appeared in front of Lin Tian. After arriving here, Lin Tian descended from midair. Now there are a lot of pirates hidden in this city. It is better to keep a low profile and just walk over on foot for the next distance. I don't know if the place chosen by Lin Tian is too good, because this landing will cause trouble to come. On a remote road, a large group of pirates walked on it, with a gorgeously dressed woman driving in the middle. In front of the team, a pirate looked at the woman's face with a trace of gaze, turned around and said to the pirate boss, who was walking in front, "Captain, after we really got the ransom, we let this woman go? This woman is so beautiful, isn't it a pity to let it go?" The captain suddenly stopped when he heard his words, and looked back at the pirate with ferocious eyes. Seeing the ferocity in the captain's eyes, the pirate trembled uncontrollably, and the pirate knew that the captain had obviously moved to kill himself. Withdrawing his fierce eyes, the captain said solemnly, "Rich, I tell you, you'd better put the thing under your way, don't let me help you." Hearing what the captain said, the pirate named Rich responded. But when he nodded, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, which was killing intent to the captain. The captain of someone else can command a pirate group, how can it be an incompetent person? The captain found out when Rich was intent on killing himself. But the captain didn't say anything, but looked at the pirate even more disdain. If it weren't for this Reichi, a little trickery would still be useful to him. The captain would have killed him long ago. The kidnapping of the woman behind was the idea that Rich came up with. Originally, the captain didn't want to do something like kidnapping at this juncture. Now on Coral Island, there are many powerful pirates gathered for the gold of heaven. To show off at such a juncture is easy to be caught by the Navy and used to kill chickens. But at the thought of the extremely high ransom, in the end profit triumphed over reason, and the captain agreed to implement this kidnapping plan. However, although the captain is greedy, he is still smart. I am just asking for money, not for someone. It is better to do more than to do less, especially in this case. Was there when the captain was about to advance next time, Lin Tian descended from the sky. A little devil appeared from the sky and surprised all the pirates, but what followed was the sound of pieces, knives and scabbards rubbing. Although I don't know who this strange kid is, but if he can land smoothly from the sky, it is definitely not an ordinary person that is the enemy. Lin Tian, who landed steadily, frowned unnaturally when he saw these pirates. Lin Tian is not afraid of these pirates, but feels trouble. The reason why I found a remote place to get down was because I didn't want to attract anyone's attention. I didn't arrive, so I still met people, and there was still a large group of pirates. The captain took a step forward, clasped his fists and said, "This little brother, I don't know who you are, we just happened to pass by here." At this time, the captain was also cursing his mother in his heart. In order not to be discovered, he deliberately went far away on this extremely remote path, but he did not expect to encounter someone. If it were an ordinary person, the captain would have taken action long ago. How could he speak in such a low voice? But this little devil, he could see that he was not an ordinary person at a glance, and the captain felt an extremely dangerous breath from him. The captain guessed that this kid must be a powerful pirate, and the surprise on his face shows that the pirate did not expect to meet them either. I must not come to such a remote place to come to see the scenery. Now I ran into it unluckily. I don't know what others will do. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed in the captain's mind. If Lin Tian knew that the pirate would have recognized himself as a companion, I don't know if he should laugh or cry. Lin Tian is not troublesome, this is not good for his follow-up plan, so he said in a deep voice, "My identity is not something you can know, quickly disappear from my eyes." Feeling the disdain in Lin Tian's tone, the captain is extremely angry, but now people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Held a fist and said, "Then I won't disturb the seniors, I hope I will have the opportunity to see again in the future." Lin Tian snorted coldly for the captain's words. Lin Tian couldn't hear the captain's implication. If it were not for future plans, Lin Tian would not let the pirates go. "Go!" The captain waved back, motioning everyone to follow. A famous pirate walked past Lin Tian and stared at Lin Tian with a hateful eye. If it weren't for the captain's order, these pirates would have long wanted to kill Lin Tian. I don't know what the captain thinks, it's just a teenage boy who is so careful. For these pirates, Lin Tian didn't see them. These ants are not worthy of general knowledge with them. Suddenly, Lin Tian discovered that among the gang of pirates, there was a man with his head covered, still struggling. But being held tightly by the two pirates, they were just doing nothing. Although I can't see what this person looks like, I can still tell that this is a woman from her clothes. "Wait a minute!" Lin Tian suddenly shouted. All the pirates stopped immediately and looked at Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian shout, the captain quickly walked over from the front. Seeing that Lin Tian was staring at the kidnapped woman, the captain had a bad feeling in his heart. "This brother, I don't know why we stopped us, we really want to have not offended you," the captain asked. Lin Tian smiled slightly, "It's nothing, I changed my mind." If this group of pirates hadn't hijacked this woman, Lin Tian would let them go, but now that he found out, Lin Tianka would not turn a blind eye. The captain suddenly felt that he had been tricked by this little ghost, and his anger burst out, with a fierce threat on his face. Friends, stay on the sidelines and see each other well in the future. Lin Tian sneered indifferently. Just because of the combat power of this group of pirates, they didn't have the qualification to let him back. Of course, if you let this woman go, I can let you go. Lin Tian pointed to the kidnapped woman. It may be that after hearing Lin Tian's words, the woman struggled even more, making whining noises from time to time. The captain saw the woman struggling calm, and motioned to the two men on the side to hold on tightly. In terms of strength, how could an ordinary woman be the opponent of two strong men? Seeing that the woman stopped struggling, the captain threatened Lin Tian again. Friend, this woman has nothing to do with you. It is not worth offending us for a woman you don't know. In order not to be troublesome at this critical juncture, the captain also wanted to rely on threats to let Lin Tian retreat by himself. Lin Tian slowly raised a finger and said, "First, we are not friends, I and you are just passers-by. Second, don't take you too high, because your strength is not qualified to threaten me." As Lin Tian said bit by bit, the anger in the hearts of the pirates became higher and higher, and their faces became more and more ugly. The last point is the third point. I am a navy. As a navy, it is my responsibility to solve the pirates. Navy. When Lin Tian said these two words, all the pirates had no extra thoughts in their minds, and instinctively took out their weapons and pointed them at Lin Tian. The captain always thought that this kid was a pirate, but he did not expect that he was actually a navy. This is not to blame the captain. After all, this pirate regiment is at the bottom of the Great Sea Route, and the navies at seas are also in groups. Where have I seen that a navy like Lin Tian does not wear navy uniforms all day long, but always wears casual clothes? Looking at what this group of pirates are doing now, you know that they are not good pirates. For this kind of pirates, Lin Tian has only one word, that is, kill. You pirates are no longer qualified to live in this world. www.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. All the pirates seemed to have heard some big joke and couldn't help laughing. You pirates, you are no longer qualified to live in this world, said a pirate following Lin Tian's voice. The rest of the pirates couldn't stop laughing. In the eyes of the pirates, if you are a large group of navy, you still have the qualifications to say such things, but you, a navy, dare to say so unabashedly. The captain laughed and said, "Boy, we were going to let you go, but you are a navy, so don't blame us." Although the captain knew that this kid was powerful, he was definitely not his opponent. But he was not alone, and the captain didn't believe that this kid could resist the attacks of hundreds of people. A figure suddenly fell to the ground, with blood on the corners of his mouth. This person was the pirate who was learning Lin Tian's words. The pirate didn't understand until he died how he died. A pirate raised his hand with a gun and said with a trembling voice, "This kid is a demon fruit-capable person. Can silently kill one of his own companions, and only those with the ability of devil fruit with strange abilities can do it." The captain slapped the morale-disturbing pirate to the ground and yelled, "Asshole, what a devil fruit person is, we haven't encountered it before. We have more than 100 people here, even those with a devil fruit ability, we don't need to be afraid." With the encouragement of the captain, the fear in the hearts of the other pirates slowly disappeared. Although the devil fruit ability is rare and powerful, there are many in the Great Route, and these pirates have seen it. Was scared just now, just because Lin Tian's killing methods were so weird, he did nothing, and one pirate was killed. Bang! Bang! As soon as these pirates calmed their hearts, 3 more pirates fell down, but this was not over yet. One pirate fell down one after another. At this moment, there were more than a dozen pirate bodies on the ground. Finally, facing this strange situation, the rest of the pirates couldn't help but hook the trigger in their hands, with a crazy expression. What? Boom. The screams, the sound of explosives exploding in the barrel mixed together to form a strange movement. After finishing the bullet in his hand, the pirates stopped and stared at the smoke-shrouded place quietly. At this time, Raichi on one side was silent, slowly moving to the woman's side. Before the smoke had completely dissipated, suddenly there was a sound of steel collision. There was a sound as if that round of hammers was beating in the hearts of the pirates. Brrr, brrr. Many pirates swallowed their mouths tightly. Even the foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and no one touched them with their hands. Everyone held their guns in their hands tightly and looked at the thin cloud of smoke. The smoke cleared, Lin Tian's figure appeared in everyone's eyes, and the ground in front of Lin Tian was full of bullets. Looking at this scene, the captain didn't know where this kid had such a powerful strength. It was simply not something they could deal with. Swallowed, the captain bit his head and stepped forward and said respectfully, "Senior, we have offended a lot just now, and we hope that seniors will contain a lot. That woman has given you to seniors. Let us spare our lives." Richu was about to catch the woman. Hearing what the captain said, he quickly retracted his steps and stood quietly aside. Hugh. Seeing that Lin Tian still did not speak, the captain gritted his teeth and took a huge leather suitcase from the hands of a pirate behind him. Unlocked the upper lock, opened the suitcase, and piles of brand new peel appeared in everyone's eyes. Seeing these peel, everyone breathed a lot. Lin Tian also changed his eyes. Unexpectedly, these pirates brought such a large sum of money, and they were old enough to be around. The captain gritted his teeth and said, "There are 30 million Baileys in it, and these are all given to seniors, so that seniors can be more expensive. This is all my family property for many years, and now they are given away." The captain is not heartbroken, it is fake. Compared with money, the captain chose his fate. If the money is gone, you can grab it again. If your life is gone, then there will be nothing. Lin Tian sneered and said sternly, "I said before, you are not qualified to continue to live in this world." "It seems that senior is not going to let us go." The captain gritted his teeth. "HMM." Lin Tian nodded with a smile on his face. As the saying goes, when a dog is anxious, he will jump the wall, let alone a person. The captain shouted loudly with a wave of his hand. "Come on, give me everything. Only by killing this **** navy can we survive." Although all the pirates don't want to fight against such a powerful existence, they obviously won't let themselves go, and only if they stand desperately can they have a way to survive. Kill. Some pirates raised their swords in their hands and rushed towards Lin Tian with murderous intent, while others continued to shoot at Lin Tian with pirates loaded with bullets. Although I know that guns are useless for this navy, when people die, they will use any means, even if they can cause a little interference. But when the captain rushed up with his men, he slowly looked back, obviously trying to escape. The captain understood that this kid is so powerful that even if the entire pirate group rushes up, they will all be killed. Therefore, the captain was using these men from the beginning to buy time for himself to escape. As long as I catch the woman and threaten the navy with a woman as a hostage, then I have a chance to escape. It is a pity that the captain did not expect that there is another person who has the same idea as his own, and he has already acted. I saw countless small black spots around Lin Tian. These black spots grew bigger and bigger, gradually turning into a handle, a black round blade measuring 7 or 8 centimeters. Dimensional storm. With Lin Tian's low drink, these black round blades burst out immediately, glowing with dark cold light, and shot at the pirates very quickly. Seeing that a black round blade suddenly appeared, these pirates hadn't figured out what was happening yet, and the black round blade appeared in front of them. Under this torrent of round blades, the pirates who rushed up kept screaming. A round of black blades stuck in the pirate's body. After a while, the black torrent disappeared. These pirates had already been covered with countless wounds, blood was flowing out, and the originally black ground was dyed bright red. This is Kailulu's massacre, a unilateral massacre without suspense. These pirates are not expected to die, but when they raise the knife in their hands and slaughter the unarmed civilians, this kind of scene will happen to them one day. If someone is in this kind of thing next year, there will be a good harvest. The pirates, who fired at the back, were already startled by this scene. In an instant, just an instant, more than 80 pirates died. What? A pirate dropped the gun in his hand and ran back. There was one and the second one. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates dropped their weapons and ran back. In front of them, they can still attack Lin Tian with a fierceness in their hearts, hoping to survive. After seeing Lin Tian's strength now, only fear is left in the hearts of the pirates like you reading www. Can't you come? Why is there still fighting spirit? Take up the weapon in your hand and fight. The captain looked at the woman who disappeared, and Raichi immediately understood what had happened. It must be the Grich, who ran away with a woman. I had known that I should have killed the in front of me, the captain thought afterwards. At this time, the captain heard the scream from behind and turned around to see the scene of the massacre. Seeing his men run away, the captain said nothing and ran forward. Now the captain only wants to leave this ghost place. The captain swears that if he can escape, he will no longer be a pirate. He will return to the West Sea and finish his lower body safely. Unfortunately, the captain's wish cannot be fulfilled. Lin Tian held one hand at the escaped pirate with one hand, and all the pirates were immediately prohibited from coming down, retaining the posture of the moment. Twist off! Click, click. The undulating sound of broken bones sounded in the air, which was terrifying. Lin Tian put down his hand, all the pirates fell to the ground. Under Lin Tian's move just now, the necks of these pirates have been twisted, and those who die can no longer die. WHHHHHHHH. Lin Tian held his knees and gasped for a few rough breaths. The two tricks just now were very expensive for him. Glanced around and found that there was no woman. Lin Tian frowned. Observed it carefully again and suddenly found something wrong. With a sneer, Lin Tian walked over slowly and stepped on the leg of the corpse. What? You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. At the foot of Lin Tian, a corpse screamed and stood up directly. If the surviving captain saw this figure clearly, he would be surprised. This person was the captain and thought he had escaped rich. Seeing this fish that slipped through the net, Lin Tian let out a sneer, kicked it out with one kick, and fell heavily to the ground. Removed the corpse on the ground, and the figure of the woman slowly appeared. Lin Tian slowly helped the woman up, untied the rope from her body, and then took off the woman's hood. It may have been in the dark for too long. Just after removing the hood, the woman quickly covered her eyes to block the piercing sunlight. Raichi got up from the ground and stared at Lin Tian closely, his eyes full of anger. It stands to reason that Lin Tian is not paying attention to him now, and Rich should take the opportunity to run away instead of watching quietly here and doing nothing. All this is attributed to Lin Tian. Just in case, Lin Tian arranged a space shield around him. Raichi, who was about to kidnap the woman to escape, had to hide under the corpse, because he hit this space shield, hoping to escape Lin Tian's search. Since Lin Tian put down the space shield, he was sure that no one could escape, and the woman suddenly disappeared. How could Lin Tian not expect it? Raichi actually had a chance to escape, but it was too glamorous here, and she had to take a woman with her at the last minute. If Rich didn't bring a woman, he might have escaped Lin Tian's search. Really complied with that old saying, there was a knife on the head of sex. Hey, how are you? Are you okay? Lin Tian didn't know his name, so he could only use hey instead. Her eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight, and the woman opened her eyes. Looking at Lin Tian, who is about the same height as herself, and the corpse in that place, of course the woman knew that the young man in front of her saved her. Although the woman was covered with her head and couldn't see what was happening outside, she could still hear her voice clearly. "Ah! I finally came out, almost suffocating me," the woman shouted to the sky. Looked at Lin Tian in front of him with a smile, and in Lin Tian's stunned gaze, he grabbed Lin Tian's hand and said, "Thank you, I was almost scared to death just now. If you didn't save me, I don't know what to do, but the air outside is better." Lin Tian shook his head suddenly and touched his face, only to make sure that he was really awake now. Seeing the cheerful woman, Lin Tian asked himself, "Is this scared to death?" "I think I was scared to death." However, Lin Tian really admired the girl's rough nerves. If this is an ordinary person who is kidnapped by a pirate, he would have been scared and panicked a long time ago. How could he laugh from the heart like this woman? Why is there another person here? At this time, the woman found Rich with her head down. Hearing what the woman said, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched unnaturally. "Only now did you realize that there was someone here?" Richie slowly raised his head and stared at the woman, his eyes full and cruel, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing the pirate's smile, Lin Tian felt very uncomfortable, as if a poisonous snake was staring at him in secret. And the woman, seeing Rich's smile clearly, screamed and ran over very happy. Said happily, "There is no doctor, so you are here. Could it be that you were also caught by a pirate? It's great to see you." Seeing that the woman ran towards the pirate unexpectedly, Lin Tian showed a trace of shock on his face. "Your nerves are too thick. This is obviously a pirate, and you ran towards him. Besides, why did this woman call him no doctor?" Lin Tian thought suspiciously. Lin Tian wouldn't just watch this rascal woman honestly ran over to take others hostage. Just when Lin Tian was about to stop him, he did not expect that the pirate suddenly violent, and the dagger appeared in his right hand all the time, and it was instantly placed on the woman's neck. This series of actions happened so quickly that Lin Tian didn't even have time to react, and the woman was caught. Caught the woman, and Rich immediately let out a sigh of relief. The trick I had prepared for a long time was to deal with this little devil, but I didn't expect to use it on this woman. But that's okay, this kid is so powerful that he is not sure. Now that this woman is in his own hands, he can take her hostage and escape. Was driven by Raichu with a knife on her neck. The woman looked at Raichu with a puzzled expression and asked, "No doctor, what are you doing? How can you put the knife on my neck? Let me go." "Hey!" Lin Tian could only sigh helplessly, using helplessness to describe his true inner thoughts at this time. Raichi said, "Stupid woman, I am not a doctor without a doctor." The woman struggled violently. "Impossible, how could I have read it wrong? You obviously have no doctor." This. Rich was speechless. "No. I should say that I can't find any words to describe this woman. Has already said that, you still don't understand." Rich can also realize that Lin Tian feels helpless at this time. "I am not a doctor without a doctor. I pretend to be without a doctor. I am a pirate." "Pirate? You are a pirate," the woman said in surprise. Seeing the woman finally understand, Rich nodded with tears in his eyes. "God! Earth! She understands, she finally understands. What?" The woman was silent for a while, and suddenly a huge scream sounded. Even Lin Tian in the distance felt a piercing air. It is conceivable how much pressure was put on Raichi next to the woman. The moment the woman screamed, Rich felt his head buzzing, and the dagger in his hand almost fell off. Raichi quickly grabbed the dagger and pressed hard against the woman's neck. The sharp dagger approached the white jade skin and instantly cut a blood stain. "Help! Help! Help me! Who is in front? Help me!" A blood stain was cut on her neck, and the woman, as if unaware, shouted for help at Lin Tian. Seeing that the woman's neck was cut with bleeding marks, the woman still did not respond at all. A trace of surprise flashed in Rich's eyes. Said angrily, "Shut up, you woman, shut up for me." Under Rich's angry shout, the woman closed her mouth tightly, her eyes filled with tears, and looked at Lin Tian pitifully. Lin Tian suddenly covered his head with black lines and secretly said, "Don't look at me with this kind of eyes as if I did something maddening to you. But I just said in my heart that I haven't gotten acquainted with this woman yet." Richie tightly grasped the struggling woman and threatened Lin Tian, "Maybe, now this woman is in my hands, you'd better let me go or I will let this woman be buried with me." Waved his hand, Lin Tian took a step back to the side to make away, made a gesture of asking, and said, "Yes, as long as you release the woman in your hand, I will let you out." "Huh?" Rich snorted coldly, "Don't think I don't know. You have arranged an invisible thing outside to block everyone." A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He thought that the pirate didn't know about it, but he didn't expect him to know it. But what's the use of knowing it? This pirate is bound to die, and taking hostages is of no use to Lin Tian. Slowly raised his right hand, Lin Tian looked at Rich with a smile on his face. Seeing Lin Tian smile, Rich felt a lot of premonitions in his heart, and the dagger in his hand went deeper again. "What do you want to do? Put your hand down, or I'll do it." "Space imprisoned!" Lin Tian cried out in his heart. Richie immediately felt a powerful force coming from all over his body. His body suddenly couldn't move, and his whole body had been out of his control. Feeling that the pirate behind is not moving, the woman bent her head quickly and slipped out of Rich's arm. The woman who escaped kicked Richie's leg and said angrily, "You stinky pirate, dare to bully me, Asiki, stinky pirate." "Asiki, a good name," Lin Tian muttered while resting his chin. After kicked more than 10 feet, Asiki's anger disappeared, and the innocent look in front of her was restored again. At this time, the nervous Asiki realized that her neck became sticky, and she stretched out her hand and touched her neck. Blood. Blood www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Looked at the bright red blood in the palm. Asiki was shocked. She stood motionless, staring at the bright red in the center of her palm. Lin Tian, on the other side, seeing Asiki, only realized that her neck was cut now. She shook her head with a wry smile. Lin Tian could only describe Asiki's crude nerves in speechlessness. But Lin Tian also envied Asiki for having such a rough nerve, and there is no need to think about so many headaches. In Lin Tian's view, this is an extremely wonderful thing. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed that Asiki's body was swaying a little, and then she fell to the ground as if. Seeing the pirate knife that was randomly discarded on the ground, Lin Tian secretly said that it was not good. Shaved. Lin Tian flashed away, appeared beside Asiki, and quickly hugged Asiki. Kicked the pirate knife, which was a few centimeters away from Asiki. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If he did not act in time, he grabbed Asiki's body. If this is to fall, it will be undoubtedly death due to Asiki's thin body. Seeing the fear on the woman's face, she suddenly thought of the scene where the woman looked at the blood in her palm in front of her and was terrified. Lin Tian can probably infer that this woman named Asiki must be dizzy. Otherwise, it won't. After seeing the blood, I passed out without any symptoms. However, I still have work to do, but I can't hold this woman all the time. Lin Tian thought secretly. It seems that I have to find a place to put this woman down. Lin Tian scanned the surroundings and found a nice place. He held Asiki in his waist and walked under the big tree. I have to interrogate the living pirate. I can't hold this woman forever, but I can't just leave them in place. There are corpses and blood all over the floor. Putting a woman in such a place cannot be done by Lin Tian. Richie didn't give up the hope of escape. When Lin Tian's attention was on Asiki, he kept struggling. Unfortunately, Lin Tian's imprisonment is not so easy to break away. After struggling for a long time, Rich could move his body a little. This was still when Lin Tian was far away. Seeing Lin Tian's back, Rich stopped struggling quickly and stood motionless in his original posture. As for Rich's little movements, Lin Tian has always been aware of how this pirate struggles. Lin Tian can feel it. Lin Tian didn't interrogate the pirate at the beginning, but walked up to the dead captain and looked for him. The biggest of this group of pirates is of course the captain. The captain certainly knows more than the average pirates, and he is likely to hide many things of high value. Now Lin Tian desperately wants to know the information of the pirates in Crowder City. The captain who came out of Crowder City should have some information on him. After some groping, Lin Tian found a lot of things from the corpse on the boat. Unfortunately, these are all gold and silver jewelry, weapons, and hundreds of thousands of cash. These things are of no use to Lin Tian. Actually, this pirate group is just a very ordinary pirate group in the Great Sea Route. They came here just to join in the fun, and relying on their strength, they might not even fish in troubled waters. With such a pirate group, how could it have advanced intelligence? Lin Tian thought too much from the beginning. However, after some tireless exploration, Lin Tian really found a pure white card in the captain's hat with some small black lettering on it. Tomorrow night, Dinsheng Hotel, meeting room. 10 o'clock, Lin Tian said softly. There are only these 12 words on the entire card, and the content is extremely simple, only time and place, nothing left. Oh. There is also a signature below, Evil Dragon Pirates. It seems that this group of pirates is the Evil Dragon Pirate Group, but now this Evil Dragon has become a dead dragon. Lin Tian glanced at the captain who had become a corpse. The content on this card is also very clear. Even if someone invited this group of pirates went to the Dinsheng Hotel, the conference room, to discuss something. It is a pity for Lin Tian that there is no information about the inviter on this card, but one thing is certain, the inviter is not easy. At such a critical juncture, inviting the pirates to talk, this inviter must be planning something. Continued to search, but did not find anything valuable. Lin Tian stopped searching. Stood up and walked towards Rich. Now Lin Tian only hopes that he can get some useful information from the mouth of the only pirate who survived. Seeing Lin walking by himself, there was a trace of fear in Rich's eyes, but it disappeared instantly. Richie knew that if he showed an unnatural expression, he would be spotted by the Navy in front of him, and the initiative would appear in his own hands. If you say it, you may live. If you don't say it, then these pirates will be your fate, Lin Tian said straightforwardly. Richie didn't expect that Lin Tian would speak so bluntly and disrupt all the rhetoric he had prepared. Originally, Rich thought that this Navy, in order to get more information from him, would threaten and lure him. Unfortunately, Rich did not expect that Lin Tian was not in the mood to play any word games with Rich. Lin Tian saw that the pirate didn't say anything yet. With his fingers closed together, he gently waved his arms here. A small black knife burst out from between his fingers. The black knife slashed across, and a broken finger fell off the ground. What? As the saying goes, 10 fingers connect to the heart. As you can imagine how painful it is to be cut off, Rich screamed suddenly. Richie suddenly understood that this Navy is not just talking. If he does not answer, the Navy will kill itself without hesitation. Strongly endured the pain of the broken finger, but the pain of the broken finger was not so easy to bear. Rich's facial features were all twisted under the stimulation of the pain. Seeing Richie's performance, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. He can tolerate ordinary people. This person is not easy. If he is given a chance, his achievements are not easy. But in this way, Lin Tian's killing intent has suddenly increased a lot, and this kind of person cannot stay. Otherwise, he will be like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, and it will be hard to guard against. In such an instant, Lin Tian decided that this pirate could not be let go. Richie gritted his teeth and said, "Is it right? If I tell you what you want to know, you will let me go." Lin Tian shook his head, flipped the card in his hand, smiled slightly. "No, it depends on your answer. If you are not satisfied, do you kill me?" Richie asked with a smile. "HMM." Although he didn't understand, since the pirate knew about www.telna.com, why did he still ask himself, but Lin Tian nodded and agreed. "Ah. Rich laughed. "Then, why should I answer your question?" Anyway, in the end, the decision is in your hands. Hearing Raichi's words, Lin Tian was surprised again. If ordinary people are faced with this situation, they will definitely want to answer how to satisfy themselves. But this pirate can still be so calm when facing death. He can see the essence of the matter clearly. No matter how he acts, the initiative is in the hands of others. It is a pity that such a person is still going to die. Yes, just like you said, the initiative is in my hands. I have the final say. So, do you want to wait for death like this, or try it? It's very unlikely. Lin Tian looked expectantly at the pirate. Lin Tian wanted to know what kind of pirate would choose. Rich was lost in thought, as Lin Tian said, now he has control of his life. I don't have any extra choices, I can only do what he says. Unless he decides to die, he will not answer his questions. But the ants still survive, let alone people. Left at himself, Raichi asked, let's talk, what do you want to know? Snap. Lin Tian clapped his hands and said with a smile, it seems that you are a smart person and did not choose the previous one. No. Rich shook his head. I'm just a person who wants to survive. Lin Tian raised the white card that was found from the captain and asked sternly, I want to know what is going on with this white card. www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. For mobile users, please go to read. White card. Raichi recalled, resting his chin. Just now, Lin Tian had lifted the confinement around Raichi. Lin Tian still has confidence in his own strength. Lin Tian doesn't believe that the strength of this pirate can escape from his eyes. To be honest, I don't know what's going on with this white card. It's in a bar. Suddenly a maid sent us the captain. I was right there at the time. Lin Tian flashed a little suspiciously. Lin Tian couldn't believe everything Rich said. Who knows if he deliberately said something false and misunderstood his own judgment. You guys, didn't you catch the maid who delivered the letter and asked clearly? Lin Tian said his question. Sure, we did it back then, but... Suddenly Rich stopped for some reason. Seeing that Rich stopped suddenly, Lin Tian suddenly became curious about what happened, so Rich didn't dare to say it. After thinking about it, Rich said embarrassedly, but in the end, the whole group of us was beaten up by a teenage girl. It was because of the embarrassment that Raichi didn't want to say it. In the crowd, hundreds of big men went to deal with a young girl, but he was beaten by others and saved by another girl. Lin Tian didn't think it was such a reason. He pretended to guess what he was afraid of, so he didn't dare to say it. However, if I stood in Rich's perspective, I would do the same. Ricci continued, this is not the point. We will know later that many pirates, like us, received this white card. Lin Tian frowned and fell into thought. This person behind the scenes, what is it for gathering so many pirates? Is he trying to gather these pirates and the gold from the sky together? In an instant, Lin Tian eliminated this idea. The pirates are all free groups, that is, acting independently. No one is convinced, and so many pirates are gathered together to do something. A slightly smarter person wouldn't do this, so what is he doing? Lin Tian kept thinking about it, but couldn't figure out what the man behind the scenes was going to do, and there was a bigger mystery in Lin Tian's heart. Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Tian didn't want to think about it anymore. It's gone? Lin Tian asked suspiciously. Rich bowed with both hands and said very bachelor, no more. Lin Tian asked unwillingly, no, don't you know some other gossip? Ricci smiled bitterly, brother, you think too much. Now because of the gold in the sky, I don't know how many pirates have arrived on Karat Island. With so many people competing that one is not tightly hidden, who will show off at this time? Isn't this looking for abuse? And you don't want to think about it. With our strength, even if there are some more advanced news, we can't know. Lin Tian also knows what Rich said is right. It seems that he has to go to this peak hotel to check it out. You don't want to. What will I do to you? Lin Tian asked with curiosity, looking at Raichu with a calm face. Raichu smiled and said, do you still need to think about it? As a decisive person, you will definitely not let go of my uncertainty. Yes, that's right. Lin Tian nodded and said, then why do you want to answer? I am a person who wants to live. Even if I knew I was unsuccessful, there was still a trace of luck in my heart. However, it is a pity that I did not achieve it this time. Lin Tian also knew that it was useless to say more. He had already made up his mind to kill him. After this conversation, Lin Tian also admired the pirate quite a bit, so he planned to give him a painless way of death. Raising his right hand gently, facing Rich's head, Lin Tian suddenly asked a question which Lin Tian once said to someone. You have such a good talent, how can you stay in such a weak pirate group? Richie said meaningfully, actually, I have to thank you for all this. Huh? Richie's answer made Lin Tian very puzzled. Without you, I would not face death threats, nor could I grow so much, but it is too late now. Yes, it's late. Lin Tian twisted slightly, and Rich's neck broke immediately. His whole body immediately softened and fell to the ground. Rich. At the moment of facing death, he suddenly woke up. This is also the reason why Rich has changed so much before and after. But when he woke up, it was already too late. Cracklin', cracklin'. Lin Tian expressionlessly looked at the pile of corpses that had been burned by everyone. No one knew what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. Cough, cough. The smell of the burning body was extremely unpleasant, and Asiki was also awakened by the smell. Asiki, who woke up, asked about the smell and quickly covered her nose, and when she swept her eyes, she found Lin Tian who was burning the body. Due to lying down for too long, the blood flow is not smooth. Asiki has a tingling sensation all over her body, and Asiki, who woke up, did not immediately get up. Asiki got up and walked towards Lin Tian. But the closer he got to Lin Tian, the stench became stronger. Even if she was holding her nose, she couldn't stop it, so Asiki didn't realize it at all. Hello? Asiki stretched out her hand and patted Lin Tian on the back. Before Asiki could take the photo, Lin Tian suddenly turned around and instantly grabbed the hand that appeared on his back. He couldn't see who the person was, and he instinctively twisted it. Ah! A scream sounded. Lin Tian calmly took a look and found that it was Asiki, and quickly released his hands. Rubbing her aching hands, Asiki complained, I kindly called you, you twisted my hand so hard. I'm sorry. Lin Tian disturbed his head and said unconsciously. Just now, Lin Tian was thinking about something, but did not realize that Asiki was up. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his back. Instinctively, he fought back. Asiki patted her chest and said, Miss, there are a lot of adults, so you won't be held accountable. Looking at the turbulent waves in his chest, Lin Tian's eyes straightened, and he secretly said, unexpectedly, this chick is not old, but she has sufficient capital. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't reply, Asiki said puzzledly, Hey, what are you looking at? Cough. Lin Tian coughed quickly and even concealed his embarrassment. By the way, I don't know what your name is. Actually, Lin Tian. He heard this woman before and announced her name as Asiki. The reason why I still ask is just to change the subject. When Lin Tian asked her name, the woman happily introduced. My name is Asiki. Oh. By the way, what is your name? Lin Tian smiled slightly. My name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian. What is this name? But it sounds good, but... Regardless of Lin Tian's black lines, Asiki is there, Kangaroo commented. By the way, you are still a navy. You are very powerful. You are so strong at such a young age. These pirates were all killed at once, better than Uncle Tang. Asiki put her chin on and kept looking at Lin Tian. Stop, stop. Lin Tian quickly raised his asterisk and stopped it to www.com. Lin Tian felt that if he let Asiki continue to speak, he would have to collapse. Woo. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, Asiki began to sob, her eyes full of crystal tears. You. Don't cry, I haven't done anything to you, don't cry first. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. Whether it was in the past or this life, Lin Tian couldn't see a woman crying the most. Seeing Lin Tian at a loss, a smile flashed in Asiki's eyes, and she continued to cry. Aren't you blaming me for talking a lot, so you say me? No. Of course not. Lin Tian waved his hand quickly. Just now I was wrong, I didn't blame you at all. Asiki still didn't believe it and asked, really? You really don't blame me? Yes, I didn't blame you at all. Lin Tian nodded quickly in response. Sure enough, I am so cute, surely no one will blame me. When Lin Tian looked up, there were some crystal tears, a pitiful face, and a crying sound. There is only one girl, smiling happily there. Mongolian. Looking at this huge change, Lin Tian looked forced. After a few breaths, Lin Tian finally realized that he had been deceived. At this time, Lin Tian realized that he was such a naive and pure person. P.S. Thanks. Forgotten. Rewarded 100 starting currency, double weeping, rewarded 10 starting currency, Yunai, they rewarded 10 starting currency, Zuan Pangeo, rewarded 10 starting currency, mediocre 666, rewarded 100 starting currency. Thank you for your support. www.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Hey! Lin Tian didn't expect that he would be planted on a woman, and it was such a simple trick. At this time, the woman asked, Hey, Lin Tian. Where are you going next? What are you asking about this? Lin Tian said in surprise, You don't want to go with me? Yeah, Asiki nodded expectantly. No. You'd better go home by yourself. I still have my own business to do, Lin Tian said quickly, shaking his head. What Lin Tian will do next is very important, and there are some dangers. How could it be possible to take a woman there? Isn't this asking for trouble? I was talking about being unfamiliar with this woman, and I just met him. How could she follow him? Lin Tian couldn't worry. Asiki looked disappointed and said, Why? I finally came out today. I haven't had enough fun now, but I don't want to go back so soon. If I have a chance to come out next time, I don't know how long it will take. No, Lin Tian said very firmly. Seeing Lin Tian's answer so resolutely, Asiki knew that it would be difficult for him to bring herself. But Asiki suddenly thought of a good idea, and a smile flashed on her face. Are you going to Korid City next? Asiki asked. Although I don't understand why this woman asked this, Lin Tian still replied truthfully, yes. In Lin Tian's view, it doesn't matter if I tell Asiki if I leave, Asiki can't keep up with me. A smile appeared on Asiki's face when Lin Tian answered. Continued to ask, This is the first time you have come to Korid Island? Yes, but does it matter? Asiki said very happily, Yes, since you are here for the first time, you must take me with you. Why? Lin Tian asked puzzled. Hey. Asiki smiled and explained in Lin Tian's puzzled eyes. You are here for the first time. You must be unfamiliar with Cloud City. And I grew up in Cloud City and I am very familiar with Cloud City. I can be your guide. With me leading the way, you can save a long time and don't have to ask for direction so much trouble. Yep. I am really not familiar with Korid City, and having a guide is really good and it can be much more convenient. But, can this Asiki work? Thinking of the rough nerves of this Asiki, Lin Tian felt very suspicious. Asiki straightened her chest and said unconvincedly, "Don't underestimate me. I am very familiar with the entire Karad city." Looking at Asiki's face, Lin Tian always felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't think of what was wrong. Yes, Lin Tian agreed. Forget it, anyway, I can only trust her now. Let her take herself to Karad City first. It really doesn't work. I will look for the location of the Dincheng Hotel. Whew. Seeing Lin Tian's agreement, Asiki secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Asiki was really scared, but Lin Tian found out that he lied to him. It seems that the Navy didn't find it now. Asiki comforted herself. Actually, I didn't lie to him. I grew up in Cloud City. At this time, Lin Tian didn't know that he was deceived by Asiki again. Okay, let's go now. Asiki walked back happily. Lin Tian said, "Hey, wait a minute, we still have things left to deal with." Things? Asiki turned around and asked puzzledly, "It's not all done, what else can I do?" Lin Tian pointed to the pile of burning corpses behind him. "We have to hide these ashes." Just in case, Lin Tian felt that the ashes had to be dealt with properly. If someone came here, it would be a bit bad to find out. Under Lin Tian's control, several space blades cut out a huge pit measuring 5 or 6 meters on the ground in the blink of an eye. Looking at the huge mound suspended in midair, Asiki was shocked. Unexpectedly, this Navy Lin Tian was actually a demon fruit-capable person, just like Uncle Tang. With the ability to use the fruit, this would have required dozens of people, and it would take a day to complete the work. Lin Tian was alone and did it in a short time. Just when Lin Tian was about to complete the last step and bury this huge pit, Asiki suddenly said a word and almost didn't let Lin Tian throw the mound suspended in the air. Lin Tian. Are you stupid? Since you are going to bury, why did you burn those corpses just now? Lin Tian heard these words and almost fell on the spot, looking helpless. He was actually despised. But after thinking about it, Lin Tian realized that he couldn't refute it. Who called Asiki was right, she did useless work. Lin Tian dealt with all traces with a gloomy expression and then walked behind. Asiki also realized that she had annoyed Lin Tian and followed Lin Tian honestly without daring to say a word. Seeing Asiki finally calm down, a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. It seemed that his face was dressed in white. After walking a few steps, Lin Tian suddenly realized that there was no footsteps behind him, so he turned around and looked around. I saw Asiki was staring at her palm. Her face was full of fear. Lin Tian got a pimple in his heart and said secretly, "Not good. I forgot to wipe off the blood stains on Asiki's body." In this scene, it is obvious that Asiki found the blood on her hands. This dizziness is about to break out again. Shaved. Body shape flashed. Lin Tian appeared next to Asiki and quickly hugged her about to fall. Looking at Asiki who passed out, Lin Tian suddenly smiled bitterly. This woman also said to be her own guide, but she fainted first. After doing it for a long time, she went on her own. Lazily picked up the woman, Lin Tian walked in the direction of Cloud City. Wake up. Lin Tian glanced at Asiki who woke up. Yeah, Asiki replied with a flushed face. Just now, Asiki, who woke up in a daze, felt that the place where she was lying was extremely comfortable and almost thought she was sleeping on the warm big bed at home. In a blink of an eye, Asiki realized that something was wrong, opened her eyes and found out that she was actually held by Princess Lin Tian. The white and flawless cheeks are instantly covered with blush, adding a different kind of beauty. Asiki till now, apart from her father and Uncle Tang, no man has ever hugged herself, let alone a strange man princess. I was so ashamed that I didn't even dare to look at Lin Tian. Hey, when are you going to lie down? Lin Tian said with a smile, I have been hugging all the way, now my hands are numb. What? Asiki screamed, only to realize that she had been lying in the arms of others, and quickly jumped out of Lin Tian's arms. stood aside with a shy face. Yu reading www.kavanchu.com, didn't know how to place his hands, so he could only lower his head and say nothing. Lin Tian waved his numb arm to speed up blood circulation, and the numbness was alleviated a lot. Not knowing what to do, Asiki had to keep rubbing her hands, and suddenly she found that there was no stickiness in her palms. Looked down and found that the blood stains in his palm had disappeared. Touched his neck with his hand and found that there were no blood stains on it, only some white things. Smell it on the nose and notice a faint herb smell. Asiki asked in a low voice, "Hey, Lin Tian, did you wash off the blood on my neck and hands? And is the medicine applied to my neck?" "Well, yes, I applied the medicine on this for you," Lin Tian said. In Asiki's mind, she couldn't help but think of the scene where Lin Tian was cautiously applying medicine to herself, and her face turned red. Looking at the expression on Asiki's face, Lin Tian thought secretly as if he didn't understand what she was thinking. It seems that this Asiki is not only rough, but also very simple. Even if she simply wipes the medicine, she can be ashamed. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head, took a few steps forward, and said to Asiki, who was still thinking about it, "Hey, Asiki, where are you staying?" Asiki reacted quickly, followed quickly, and said, "Sorry, I didn't take you to Crowder City." "No need, we are already there," Lin Tian stopped and said. The outline of a huge city has appeared before Lin Tian. "Cold City is here. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and oddest serial works are all in Yu Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read." In Torrid City, Lin Tian and Asiki are walking on the street. This is the afternoon, the most leisurely time of the day. The golden sunlight no longer has the heat of the afternoon, only the warmth of the afternoon and the unparalleled comfort. Especially after this storm, under the baptism of rain, the air was much clearer, the cool sea breeze blowing from the sea, bringing a trace of coolness, refreshing people and sweeping away the depression. After being scattered by the rain, a brilliant rainbow straddles the sky above Torrid, adding infinite beauty to the city. It stands to reason that, in such a comfortable environment, strolling on this busy street, watching the various life states, anyone can relax and experience the perfect fusion of time, location and people. But Lin Tian couldn't get happy. Since entering this city, Lin Tian's bad feelings have become more and more serious. It's all because of the figure that keeps running beside each stall. Since entering Prod, Lin Tian feels that Asiki is possessed by Saiyan, interested and curious about everything. Has always stayed at the various stalls, and he is generous, so you can buy everything you are interested in. What makes Lin Tian uncomfortable most is that these things were mentioned by himself, and in the eyes of everyone, he has become a special bag in the whole street. Without Asiki speaking, these vendors were very proactive, putting packages of packaged goods in their hands. Although Lin Tian didn't want to pick it up, he handed it over with a smile, and he couldn't refuse it loudly. However, seeing this beautiful figure dancing in the crowd, overall, it feels wrong. "Hey, Shant. What am I thinking about? I still have business to do. Where can I be a contractor here?" Lin Tian cursed secretly in his heart. Lin Tian hurriedly walked towards Asiki and couldn't let her go shopping. The daylily became cold as he went shopping. "Beauty, this is a very precious herb that can cure all diseases," a vendor said, holding a golden yellow plant with a red fruit on it. Asiki looked at this strange plant with surprise. "Is this true? It can really cure all diseases." The vendor patted his chest, his tone full of affirmation. This is, but I found it after spending all my luck on a very dangerous island." If Lin Tian were there, he would definitely admire this business, this ability to lie. They all compete with those stars in the previous life. If they are placed in the previous life, all the card awards will be his. HMM! HMM! Asiki listened earnestly, and after the vendor finished speaking, she waved her hand as if I was a local tyrant. "Aye." Seeing Asiki nodded and bought it, the vendor looked pleased and didn't waste my talking for so long. Rub his hands together. Beautiful. For the sake of your knowledge of goods, I will charge you 100,000 Baileys. After hearing the vendor's words, Asiki didn't answer immediately. Instead, she held her chin in deep thought. Shang Shang saw this scene and felt a swelling in his heart. Could it be that his price is too expensive? Shouldn't this girl be so rich? I just improved 10 times more than usual watching this girl bought so much. Unexpectedly, it is so cheap. Is there any more? I will buy more. Asiki suddenly patted the table and said very happily. When the vendor heard this, his eyes narrowed with laughter. Yes, yes. You want a few? I have some more. At this time, a hand stretched out from the side, grabbed the herbal medicine in Asiki's hand and placed it on the table. Don't buy it, we have something else. Asiki quickly turned around to see. It turned out that it was Lin Tian. And I don't know when she came to her. Wait a minute, wait for me to buy these drugs, Asiki said. I also want to buy these medicines to treat my father. Don't buy it, Lin Tian said. If you want these things, wait, you give me 100 Baileys and I will make you hundreds of them. When Lin Tian said that, the vendor was unhappy. He finally encountered such a bully. How could he ruin you like this? Threatened at the time, friend, don't talk nonsense about some things, otherwise the consequences will not be acceptable to you. Seeing this situation, Asiki still doesn't understand that this vendor is a lie. After all, Asiki is just a bit nervous and simple, and she is still very clever. Asiki hurriedly covered her wallet, looked at the vendor with an angry expression, expecting to lie to herself. The vendor didn't want to. Just like this, a large sum of money was lost from his eyes, and he said cruelly, anyway, you have agreed to buy it, pay me quickly. But a vendor who was blindfolded by profit did not expect that he could blatantly bring so much money out. Is this kind of person something he can afford? You are deceiving, we won't buy your things, Asiki said angrily. Haha. The vendor sneered, if you don't pay, you can't leave without paying. As soon as his words fell, several burly men nearby stood up and pressed towards Lin Tian and Asiki tightly. Seeing these brawny men approaching, Asiki's face showed a trace of worry, like Lin Tian leaned against. Suddenly thought that Lin Tian had dealt with so many pirates, and that he would be afraid of these people, so he calmed down and stared angrily at the vendor. Lin Tian snorted coldly, I haven't counted the deception with you, but you want to force us to buy and sell. Lin Tian waved his hand and the vendor flew out and hit the stall behind him. Seeing this scene, the brawny men immediately stopped, and they could knock a person into the air with a wave of their hands. This kind of strength is not something ordinary people like them can resist. The vendor who fell to the ground also looked at Lin Tian with a look of fear. He thought that these two were outsiders, so they didn't dare to say anything when they blackmailed them. Unexpectedly, the young man behind was so powerful. Everyone saw a scene on the whole street, but no one dared to say anything. They were also ordinary people, so they didn't dare to say much. Among them, some vendors showed a trace of fear when they looked at Lin Tian. These people, just like this vendor, used some fakes to deceive Asiki, and they were afraid that Lin Tian would trouble them. This is what Lin Tian did deliberately. Only in this way can he restrain these vendors who are blindfolded by their interests. Grabbing Asiki's wrist, Lin Tian took Asiki and walked forward. Just a few steps away, Lin Tian suddenly turned around and looked back, his eyes gleaming, scanning the crowd behind him. Why? Asiki asked puzzledly when Lin Tian suddenly turned around. It's okay. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, but it disappeared instantly. Turning back, continued to pull Asiki away. Just now, Lin Tian suddenly noticed a look www.com has been staring at him, making himself feel a sense of urgency, but from this look, Lin Tian did not notice that there was no malicious intent. When I turned around, this look disappeared. I scanned it several times, but I didn't find it. This person is very strong. This was the strongest thought in Lin Tian's heart at the time. can hide so that he can't even find any clues. This person's strength must be far above him. I didn't expect that when I first came to Court I ran into such a strong person. Lin Tian is becoming more and more curious how many masters this crazy heavenly gold has attracted. Came to Court. Not long after Lin Tian left, two figures were standing in the inverted shadow of a wall. Master, why are we hiding? This kid should just be a coincidence. No, one of the men shook his hand. He did discover our existence. If we hide, I'm afraid he will find out. But, relying on the strength of this kid, the other man still didn't believe it. You must know that they were hundreds of meters away from this kid. How could this little devil find that he was looking at him hundreds of meters away? Even with his own strength, he couldn't do it. This has nothing to do with strength. I saw a familiar feeling in his eyes. Then, are we still kidnapping that girl? The man asked. No, there are already people secretly protecting this woman. Now if anyone makes a move, he will definitely die. We withdraw www.com, welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works, www.com, for mobile phone users, please go to read. Next to a street, Lin Tian and Asiki walked side by side. Lin Tian looked at the big bag in his hand, turned his head, and said to Asiki, unexpectedly, you are still a rich little woman and actually bought such a thing. Following Asiki all the way, Lin Tian knows the value of the things in his hands, and these things add up to millions of Baileys. Of course, if you buy it yourself, you can buy it for hundreds of thousands of Bailey. Who told Asiki to buy things? She said, I have money all over, and they don't kill her. Asiki raised her head and said with a smug look, that is, or you should be my bodyguard, you are so powerful. Asiki looked at Lin Tian expectantly. For so many years, Lin Tian was the only one who could be regarded as a real friend with herself. Although she had met Lin Tian for less than a day, Asiki could feel an extremely comfortable feeling from Lin Tian. No, Lin Tian shook his head with a very positive tone and said, I am the Navy, how can I be your bodyguard? Why not? The Navy is in danger and it is hard work, so I can be my bodyguard and it is very comfortable, Asiki muttered. After taking a sip of water, Lin Tian still shook his head. No matter what Asiki said, Lin Tian could not agree. Biting her finger, Asiki said with joy suddenly, moreover, I will pay back my salary. I want my father to give 10 million Baileys a month, how about it? Hearing this number, the water in Lin Tian's mouth spurted out, looking at Asiki with an expression of disbelief. 10 million. HMM. Thinking that Lin Tian would agree, Asiki responded with great joy. It seems that Asiki's family is not simple. If she can use a monthly salary of 10 million casually and ask her to be a bodyguard, that year will be 120 million Baileys. What kind of wealth can be made to be so rich? No wonder Asiki's millions of Baileys didn't even blink their eyes just now. It turned out that there was so much money left in the family. Forget it, this million is indeed a lot, but I still have to stay in the Navy. Lin Tian still disagreed and said, one's own ambitions can't be changed by mere appeal. This world is so wonderful, how can I stop here before I have finished experiencing it? Furthermore, money is something like that. As long as you have the strength, you are afraid you can't get it, then you just want to get more. Just go to rob the Dark Port, that is more than 1 billion Baileys. What kind of money will come much faster than that? Don't do it. Asiki didn't. She gave up the idea of letting Lin Tian be her bodyguard and continued, no, this should be changed into a temptation. Or, I will double it for you, how about 20 million Baileys a month? Seeing that Lin Tian still didn't speak, Asiki continued to tempt her. 30 million Baileys. 40 million Baileys. Or 50 million Baileys. Stop. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped. Lin Tian felt that if Asiki was allowed to continue, he might not be able to hold on. 50 million dailies a month, 600 million dailies a year, and as long as you play with this little rich woman, you can get 600 million dailies a year. Even in the Great Route, there are only a handful of pirates offering a bounty of over 600 million, and now it only takes a year to do it. Don't say it, I am impossible, I have my own goals, it is impossible to stay here. Oh. Asiki's decadent response, from Lin Tian's firm tone, Asiki can understand that it is impossible for him to agree to himself. The two became silent and walked slowly. In the end, Lin Tian spoke, breaking the silent atmosphere. By the way, your house should be equipped with bodyguards for you, so how can you be caught by those pirates? Asiki has such a rich family, and the bodyguards equipped should be very strong, but the strength of the pirates is very weak. Hey. Asiki said embarrassedly, it's so boring to stay at home. There are no one to play with me, so I ran out by myself. Lin Tian realized that with the strength of those pirates, how could it be possible to catch Asiki? It turns out that she ran out by stealth. It must be you again, spending money to buy things, and then these pirates will pay attention to you, Lin Tian said. If it hadn't been for seeing Asiki being rich, Lin Tian would have never imagined how these pirates would catch her. However, Asiki shook her head and said, no, at that time, when I sneaked out, I met a famous doctor named Wu Doctor. He said he had cured the Tianlingren, so I listened to him and spent 10 million dailies to buy a prescription. Lin Tian interrupted and said, but I didn't expect that he was lying to you. In fact, he is just a pirate, the pirate who caught you in front and threatened me. Hey! Asiki looked surprised. How did you know? You said it before. Did I say it? Asiki asked herself. Lin Tian nodded. When Asiki escaped from Rich's hands, he said too much, this doctorless cheated herself. I don't even remember, but Asiki recalled it for a long time, but she never thought that she had said this. Regarding Asiki's rough nerves, Lin Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head, not knowing what to say. Forget it, I don't want to if I can't remember it, Asiki waved her hand and said distressedly. After thinking about where she was, Asiki continued to tell. Behind, I just wandered in Torrid City, but I was lost behind me and I didn't know where I was and ended up in. Stop, wait a minute, Lin Tian suddenly heard a very important news and quickly stopped Asiki from speaking. Lin Tian looked at Asiki with a look of surprise. What did you just say? You were actually lost. Didn't you say that you are familiar with this place? Speaking of the latter, Lin Tian's voice was much louder, and Lin Tian realized that he had been pitted by Asiki again. I should have thought of it a long time ago. This Asiki appeared to be interested in everything as soon as she entered Torrid City. If Asiki is familiar with this place, how could she be so excited? I was found, this is dead. Asiki suddenly found that she had missed her mouth, and she quickly lowered her head, afraid to look at Lin Tian. With a worried expression on her face. Because Lin Tian didn't control it well, the voice was too loud, causing everyone in the street to look at Lin Tian with dissatisfaction. Being watched by so many people, Lin Tian also felt embarrassed. He touched his head and bowed his head to apologize. Sorry, guys, my voice is a bit loud. Lin Tian quickly turned around and grabbed Asiki, who wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away. Where do you want to go? Feeling her collar and being grasped by a hand, Asiki's face collapsed immediately. Then what, Lin Tian? Why are you catching me? Asiki stopped reluctantly. At the moment when she turned around, Asiki's face was full of smiles instantly. You said it, Lin Tian asked with a smile. But that smile is so terrifying to Asiki. I knew I should run early, but now I'm caught, and it's over. Asiki was about to speak, but Lin Tian was interrupted in a low voice. You read www, can't you calm? Don't talk, wait for the place, you are explaining it to me. Explain. Lin Tian didn't want to settle a ledger with Asiki under the watching of so many people. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian took Asiki and walked to a street not far away that no one passed by. Although Asiki didn't want to go with Lin Tian in her heart, now she can only listen to their instructions. Lin Tian grabbed Asiki's left shoulder with his right hand, and the two walked side by side. Asiki knew that she had done something wrong, so she didn't dare to look at Lin Tian and kept her head down slightly. Can look from a distance like this, like a couple hugging each other. The rest of the people on the street shook their heads when they saw this scene. The young people nowadays are so mature. At such a young age, I fell in love and still hugged on the street. What a decent way. Yep. Because these people didn't deliberately whisper it, both Lin Tian and Asiki could hear them clearly. Hearing these people say this, Asiki is full of red, her head is lower, and she can't even see her way. Only relying on Lin Tian to hold on to himself can he continue walking. Lin Tian feels that a black line is added to his head every time he hears a sentence, not because there are too many people. Lin Tian wanted to turn around immediately, put his 43 size shoes on these people's 37 size faces, and take a good measure of how big these people's mouths are. Where do the two of us look like a couple? This is obviously the concern of the victim and the offender. I am the victim. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Say it. In an unattended dark alley, Lin Tian, with a dark face, sits on a stone bench, and the opposite is Asiki with a face full of injustice. This scene can't help but reminds people of the black-faced Daogon sitting high above the hall, interrogating the prisoners. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhao, Gongsun's dynasty, Mahan, Zhanglong, Zhao Yu, otherwise they will look more like them, is a bit too far away. Now it's back to the topic. Say what to say. I don't know what to say, Asiki whispered. Asiki just thought about it, as long as she pretended to be wronged, pretended to cry a few times, and then refused to admit it, Lin Tian could not do to herself. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian licked his lips, a helpless smile appeared on his face. How do you look at this situation? It seems that one's own victim has become an offender, and this offender has also become a victim. But Lin Tian has experience now. Anyone who is cheated twice by the same person will also have experience. I can see at a glance, Asiki is pretending to be so she can't do to her. Lin Tian didn't want to do anything to Asiki, but was scammed twice, so he should always find a place, otherwise it would be too shameful. Although no third person knew about it, but on the same day, he was cheated twice by a woman. Lin Tian didn't want to let Asiki go so easily, so he had to scare her. What? You should know this better than me. Lin Tian said with a dark face, pretending to be in a deep voice. In order to increase her aura and frighten her, Lin Tian leaped a little with a very slight murderous aura. Even Lin Tian didn't know how many wicked people died in his own hands. One can imagine how strong Lin Tian was. Even a trace is enough to cause a shock to Asiki. Asiki suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and she felt a hint of chill all over her body. Looked up, just facing Lin Tian's devastating gaze, Asiki trembled all over and quickly avoided Lin Tian's gaze. At this time, in Asiki's eyes, Lin Tian is still gentle in front, and his whole body exudes warm and sunny breath. Now there is only that cold, dark breath. After just looking at it, Asiki lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at Lin Tian. Asiki also understood that Lin Tian was obviously really angry this time, otherwise Lin Tian would not be so fierce. However, what Asiki didn't expect was that Lin Tian became angry, so terrible and terrifying. What do you say? Didn't tell them what to say. What should they say? Asiki grumbled his mouth and said with a look of displeasure. Lin Tian was speechless for a while. This seemed to be his own problem. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian continued to frighten Asiki in a deep voice, then say, "Why do you deceive me because you live in cold? HMPH. Asiki snorted suddenly and turned angrily at Lin Tian. I didn't deceive you, I originally lived in Parade. At that moment, Lin Tian was calmed by Asiki's momentum, but it was only a moment. Lin Tian, who came back to his senses, looked at Asiki with a puzzled face. Since you live in Parade, why are you unfamiliar with this place? Who said that when I grew up in Parade, I had to be very familiar with Parade? I have always stayed at home and I have no chance to go out. Of course, I am not familiar with Parade, otherwise how could I run out? After finishing speaking, Asiki rolled her eyes at Lin Tian, as if saying, you are stupid, you don't understand such a simple truth. Seeing Asiki despise herself, Lin Tian didn't know whether to make peace. Lin Tian suddenly felt that he was being killed by Asiki for losing his helmet and abandoning his armor. The good situation had been shattered in an instant. Something must be done, otherwise I, the victim, will be suppressed by the victim. Thinking about it, Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and the one-stroke killer was sent out suddenly. But, you seem to say to me in front of you that you are very familiar with Parade. Faced with Lin Tian's ultimate move, Asiki was at a loss for what to do, and she didn't know how to refute it. She did say this. The ultimate move is indeed a killer move. The situation instantly changed to Lin Tian's side, and Lin Tian's momentum immediately rose. On Asiki's side, the momentum that was finally supported instantly fell apart and fell into the wind. Really? I don't remember what I said, you remembered it wrong, right? Since he couldn't refute, Asiki also sent a one-strike killer move, and refused to admit it. Anyway, she was a female, Lin Tian didn't dare to do anything to herself. As soon as this killer move came out, Asiki resisted, Lin Tian continuously attacked. Lin Tian pursed his lips, not knowing what to do. If there was an enemy in front of him, Lin Tian would have started to torture a confession long ago, and he would be here with you. But now I am facing a woman, and I was going to scare him. Scare her, scare. Lin Tian's eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. Hey. Lin Tian stared at Asiki closely, sneered continuously, and slowly approached Asiki step by step. Seeing Lin Tian like this, Asiki flashed a bad premonition and slowly backed away, but unfortunately, after not taking a few steps, she reached the corner with high walls behind her and she couldn't retreat. Looking at Lin Tian approaching step by step, Asiki quickly hugged her hands on her chest and asked very vigilantly, Hey, Lin Tian. What are you doing? Don't come here. Lin Tian didn't answer the question, but instead asked, No, why should I choose this corner that is not crowded and very hidden? Asiki's face changed, thinking of a possibility. Her face was full of horror, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Asiki was frightened by herself, Lin Tian pretended to have a very expression on the surface, but in fact she secretly laughed in her heart. Don't come! Hurry up! Don't come! With her eyes closed, Asiki kept waving her hands and talking in her mouth. Lin Tian accurately grasped Asiki's hands, pressed them firmly against the wall, and kept making tongue-licking sounds in her ears. Don't come, if you come again, I will call someone. Scream! No one will come to you if you break your throat, ha. Lin Tian endured the smile in his heart and threatened. Ah! Help me! Screamed for a while, but Lin Tian didn't move at all. Asiki felt very strange, stopped yelling, and slowly opened her eyes to take a look. Found that Lin Tian was staring at him with a smirk on his face. Ha. Seeing Asiki found out, Lin Tian finally couldn't bear it, let go of Asiki's hand, clutching her belly and laughing. Asiki understood everything just now. Lin Tian was deliberately frightening herself. Actually, Lin Tian didn't have that kind of thought at all. Everyone knew what they thought. Asiki felt ashamed when she thought of being panicked by Lin Tian and yelling constantly. Especially seeing Lin Tian laughing on one side, Asiki became even more angry, raising her foot and stepping on Lin Tian's instep very hard. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded in the alley. Before Lin Tian could react, with a rain-dropped fist, Lin Tian hurriedly bent over and hugged his head to avoid. Smelly Lin Tian! Dead Lin Tian! Dead Lin Tian! You dare to scare me www.com, I must kill you. Originally, I was a little guilty for scaring Asiki like that. It didn't matter if she let her hit. Anyway, she didn't have much strength and it didn't hurt. But Asiki kept on beating, and there was no feeling of stopping at all. Lin Tian grabbed Asiki's hands at once. Hey, don't fight, you lie to me, I scare you, we are even. No, if you scare me like this, you still want me to fight. Asiki kept struggling with her hands. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly felt a bursting sound coming from the alley, and it was rushing towards him. Lin Tian hurriedly pushed Asiki away, holding the chest with both hands on her chest. The sound of breaking through the air was so fast, like a thunderstorm, Lin Tian was not yet fully prepared to resist. In an instant, a fist appeared in front of his eyes, hitting him, and even the air was under the fist, vibrating, forming a wave of fist winds around the center of the fist. A loud bang sounded out of thin air, and a powerful wave of air dissipated around. This punch exploded the air, and this punch was terrifying. Lin Tian flew out, with a sentence left in his mind, the strong, the real strong. There was another loud noise, and Lin Tian hit the wall, knocking the whole wall out of a large recessed hole. Lin Tian, who slipped down from the wall, opened his mouth and spit out blood. Wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth, Lin Tian looked forward. Where he was standing in front of him, there was already another figure standing. www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all www.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. What? Seeing that this little demon was still able to stand up under his punch, the middle-aged man showed a trace of surprise on his face, but he was viciously covered in an instant. No matter what you did, but you dare to do that kind of thing, I won't be able to spare you today. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful murderous aura emerged from the man, which was much stronger than Lin Tian's murderous aura. Although he didn't understand what the man was talking about, his murderous aura broke out and he was about to kill himself. An Asiki is still in his hands, even if he is not the man's opponent, he has to save Asiki and talk about other things. Boy, die! The man stomped on one foot, shouted angrily, and shot towards Lin Tian. Under this powerful force, the entire ground was cracked with cracks and spread to the side wall. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's eye shrunk. These grounds are all made of hard bluestone. This man can do this with a single kick. Although I can do it myself, he is not as casual as a man. Don't underestimate me, you just attacked just now. Lin Tian was also high in fighting spirit, and faced the man's attack without showing any weakness. At the moment when he was about to meet Lin Tian's fist, the man's face changed slightly, and the man suddenly noticed that there was an invisible substance on the kid's hand. The two fists collided without any sound, as if the world was still at this moment. But if you look closely, you can find that there is a slight gap between the two punches. HMPH, kid, even if you are a devil fruit ability person, how can the ants compete with you and I? The strength of the man's hand suddenly increased, only to hear a sound like glass breaking out of thin air. Lin Tian was like a cannonball, hitting the wall behind, knocking out a big hole, and entering a shop. Ah! People who were shopping saw this scene, screamed in fright and rushed towards the door. The man repelled Lin Tian. He was not happy, but his face changed drastically, because the man felt murderous behind his back. It turned out that it was Lin Tian's space blade, which suddenly appeared behind the man and slashed at the man's back. Domineering! Arm color domineering, covering both fists, without any hesitation, the man grabbed his backhand, and the dark round blade was caught by the man. Blast! Lin Tian, in the dust, sensed this scene and let out a low voice. The blade of space exploded immediately, divided into countless tiny blades, and shot at the man with extreme speed. The man snorted coldly. These tiny sharp blades fell to the ground at once, and then disappeared. Obviously, this man is also a powerful demon fruit-capable person. Arashi feet. Lin Tian in the smoke kicked out a light blue wave and attacked the man. Shaved. Shaving out at the same time, and instantly rushed into the man's side with a death wall in his left hand, but when you look closely, you can find that it has nothing to do with a death wall. There are countless small, erected spikes on the surface of this wall. On the edge of this spike are sharp barbs. At the same time, the entire black wall is constantly rotating. This move is a new move that Lin Tian has studied during the year's Battle Death God, and it is also an upgraded version of Death Wall. This black wall not only has the same explosive power as the Death Wall, but it is more powerful. The most important advantage is that the spikes above are rotating at a high speed, and they want to cut the sharp and incomparable blades. Even steel will be instantly cut into pieces, which can not only attack but also defend when appropriate. This series of combos can be said to be sent at the right time, but the man's face still has a relaxed look. Although the 6 Navy styles are powerful, it depends on who they face. The man kicked out. Since he kicked the foot that can cut steel to pieces through the broken clothes, it can be found that the man's feet are covered by arm domineering. Although the man kicked Lan's foot to pieces, but at the same time, his defenses above him were also a lot of generals. Lin Tian's casters of death was already only a few centimeters away from the man. A cold light flashed by. Lin Tian's face changed drastically. He quickly released the casters of death in his hand and hid beside him. I saw that the wall behind Lin Tian appeared without the slightest sign, a huge crack, and the whole house was cut in half. The setting sun gleamed through the gap, shining on Lin Tian's grateful face. The man on the side had a slender thin sword in his hand. Seeing Lin Tian avoiding his slash, his face was shocked. You have to know that the move you just choose to live and slash, although it is not one of your powerful moves, but it is also very powerful. The only advantage is that it is fast, unparalleled speed, and it was avoided by this kid. Looking at the Reaper who was cut in half on the ground, a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. The moment he fought, he still had the upper hand. Because Lin Tian saw a trace of extremely faint blood on the ground just now, and he was not injured, this trace of blood is definitely not his own, it can only belong to this man. The man did not conceal what he was doing. He took out a piece of white cloth, dried the blood on his back, and folded the white cloth in his pocket. Unexpectedly, kid is actually a Navy, and the use of Navy 6 types and devil fruit abilities is so skillful, this is amazing. Unfortunately, I was a Navy scum, and he did that kind of thing. Today I will help the Navy clean up a scum. Hello. Lin Tian said quickly, what do you mean by a Navy scum, and what did I do? Lin Tian didn't want to be wronged so plainly and then be beaten by others. Lin Tian didn't want to try it. Seeing this kid, he didn't admit it until he died. The man's anger deepened a lot again, and he shouted angrily. Boy, I can see it lightly, you still want to quibble. It seems that I can only catch you. Die, kid. Wait a minute. Lin Tian seemed to understand something and said quickly. It's a pity that the already angry man would listen to Lin Tian's words and attack with a rapier in his hand. Seeing that the man didn't listen to him, Lin Tian could only resist, but only with a pair of flesh fists. How could he be able to survive the man's superb swordsmanship? Another powerful slash attacked, and a building was cut in half. Shaved, Lin Tian dodged dangerously sideways, and if it was too late, he would be finished. At this moment, the man attacked with a deceit, his long sword glowing with cold light, and he stabbed himself at this extremely tricky angle. The man waited for a long time, just waiting for this opportunity. Although Lin Tian realized that this attack was coming, Lin Tian didn't have enough space and time to avoid it. And this man's trick is obviously to kill Lin Tian. Space Sword. A black long sword instantly appeared in Lin Tian's hands, and Lin Tian quickly swung the sword to block the man's ultimate move. He couldn't do this. The man instantly changed his move, flipped the long sword, and patted it horizontally on the Lin Tian space sword www.com. Immediately, a powerful force passed along the blade to Lin Tian's hand, and the tiger's mouth burst. Even the sword almost fell from his hand. After taking dozens of steps back, Lin Tian removed this power. Lin Tian was horrified for a while, knowing that he has been fighting for several years, and his pure strength is also extremely powerful. Especially, he often fights with pure-powered masters like the smelly old man. He has accumulated a lot of experience and has summed up a set of fighting methods that suit him. How could this man have such a strong power? A light tap would make him take dozens of steps back. Is it the power of the devil fruit? Yes, it is probably the power of the devil fruit. Man, he said, I don't want to play with you anymore. Before the voice fell, the man disappeared in Lin Tian's eyes. After the man appeared, he was already in the sky above Lin Tian and struck him with a sword. How is it possible? How could this man have such a fast speed? If he had been so fast in front of him, he would have been defeated a long time ago. Is this man always suppressing his strength and fighting with me? Lin Tian couldn't believe it. Facing the man's sword that fell from the sky, Lin Tian didn't think he could resist it. Just when Lin Tian wanted to use shiving to evade, suddenly an extremely powerful force pressed against him from above. Lin Tian did not have the slightest resistance, was pressed on the ground, unable to move. Looking at the sword that was getting closer and closer in the sky, Lin Tian showed a trace of memory. Is this the feeling of death? It seems that I will experience it again. This feeling is really unpleasant. Stop www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and oddest serial works are all at www.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. With a cry of surprise, it sounded like thunder on the ground. The shock came from Asiki's mouth, before Asiki was suddenly pushed down by Lin Tian. Before Asiki could react to what happened, I saw Lin Tian fighting with a man. When Asiki saw the man's face, she was shocked and wanted to escape secretly. But thinking that Lin Tian is not a man's hand, he was afraid that Lin Tian would be hurt, and he didn't dare to walk, so he was caught in a dilemma at once. When she saw that Lin Tian was about to be killed by a man, Asiki hurriedly stopped. But if the man didn't hear it and stopped, the long sword in his hand still stabs towards Lin Tian on the ground. If he is stabbed this time, Lin Tian will definitely die, and the Luo **** will be difficult to save. Of course there is no the Luo **** here. Asiki saw that the man did not stop, rushed over and shouted, "Stop it, stop now." Climb! The long sword collided with the bluestone floor, making a crisp sound of the sword. Seeing this scene, Asiki raised her throat, and a tear came out of her eyes, sliding on her white and flawless face, which was so dazzling in the sunset. At this moment, Asiki regrets very much in her heart. If she didn't want to follow Lin Tian, she would not be misunderstood by men, so Lin Tian would not have to die. Lin Tian, lying on the ground, feeling the murderous intent on his head, naturally closed his eyes with a trace of self-deprecation on his face. I didn't expect that I had just been reborn in this world, and soon I would be killed. I would have listened to the old man if I knew it. I didn't expect that there was such a powerful person in Korid, this maelstrom. It really was not one of my own. After waiting for a few breaths, Lin Tian found that he didn't feel any pain in his body. Lin Tian was very strange. How did he feel like death? It's not that I haven't experienced it. How can there be no pain? I opened my eyes and saw that a long sword glowing with cold light appeared in my eyes. The sharp blade was close to my face, and I could clearly feel a cold chill. On top of, strands of hair fell in the wind and stopped on the ground. Finding that he was not dead, Lin Tian was immediately grateful that no one in this world wanted to die, and the ants were still alive, let alone human. And there are so many wonderful things in this world, I have never experienced it, how could I die? At the same time, Lin Tian was also very strange. Lin Tian clearly felt that this man had a murderous intent on him, so why suddenly he stopped killing himself. At the edge of, Asiki was relieved when she saw this scene, with a joyful smile on her face, wiped away the tears on her face, and rushed towards the man. Lin Tian saw Asiki rushing over, thinking that she was trying to save herself, so he hurriedly said, "Asiki, go away, this man is very..." Before he finished speaking, Lin Tian was shocked by the scene before him and was speechless. Asiki directly hugged the man's hand and said with a smile of joy, "Uncle Tang, I was really scared to death just now, I would think you would really do it." Seeing Asiki, the murderous intent and anger on the man's body disappeared completely, and he touched Asiki's head with a full face. "Uncle Tang, dare not listen to what you say. When you are angry, then you must not kill Uncle Tang." Asiki pursed her mouth and said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't anyone as terrible as you said?" Lin Tian understood in an instant that he was worrying for nothing, because they knew each other and it was a very good relationship. It's no wonder that this man, named Uncle Tang, punched him as soon as he met him and exploded with a strong killing intent on himself. What else did I say? I am a scum of the Navy, I've done something like that and I still don't admit it. It must be this man. Seeing the scene where he scared Asiki, he misunderstood what he was going to do, so he came up to prepare himself to die. Lin Tian wanted to understand, but Uncle Tang didn't. "Let's talk, what happened just now?" Uncle Tang pointed to Lin Tian and said, "Just like this stinky boy, you want me to let him go?" Hearing Uncle Tang's question, Lin Tian and Asiki both showed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. The two of them were just joking, but the joke was a little bit so. Especially Asiki's face was extremely red. Thinking of the scene before and the scene where she kept yelling, Asiki felt extremely ashamed. It was really shameful. Lightly glanced at Lin Tian, and then immediately retracted his gaze. Seeing Asiki's face change, Uncle Tang thought he was late, and suddenly an unnamed anger came from his chest. Uncle Fuji feels heartbroken when he thinks that the young lady has been tainted by this Navy scum, and how should he explain to the master when such a thing has happened? Said angrily, "Could it be that this kid has done that to you? I will kill him now." A powerful killing intent erupted from Uncle Tang's body, angrily raised his right hand, and was about to pat Lin Tian on the head. Asiki grabbed Uncle Tang's hand. "Uncle Tang, what are you talking about? What is it to me? Aren't you like that just now? Isn't it that this kid did that to you? Why did you say that you don't know what to do?" Uncle Tang said, puzzled. "Well, what, Uncle Fuji, what are you talking about?" Now it is Asiki's turn to figure it out. Why this sentence is getting more and more unclear. Asiki feels that she is blinded, and the only awake person is Lin Tian. Hearing the conversation between the two, he smiled bitterly. Seeing that the two are getting more and more confused, Lin Tian knows that he should come out to explain, otherwise things will become more and more complicated, and then he will not be able to explain clearly. And it also concerns the innocence of two people. Lin Tian can't stay silent anymore. "Can you let me say something?" Lin Tian raised his hand and whispered. "Say." Asiki and Uncle Tang turned their heads at the same time and said to Lin Tian. Uncle Tang wanted to quickly find out what happened, and Asiki wanted Lin Tian to explain to Uncle Tang quickly. Although they have different motives, they both have the same idea. That is to let Lin Tian explain. Lin Tian said, "In fact, all this is just a misunderstanding. In fact, nothing happened to the two of us." Misunderstanding, nothing. Uncle Tang obviously didn't believe Lin Tian's words. I heard those voices clearly, and I saw this kid with my own eyes and grabbed the young lady's hand. How could it not happen? Uncle Tang looked away, looked at Asiki, and asked if what Lin Tian said was right. Asiki thought for a while and finally nodded slightly. Lin Tian really just scared himself and didn't do anything else. Seeing Asiki also nodded, Uncle Tang still didn't believe it. www.com what the casters was going on? What happened to the two of you in front of you? Uncle Fuji still doesn't understand. Since nothing happened to the two of them, why did the young lady call like that, and this stinky kid still grabbed the young lady's hand? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian was embarrassed to say that kind of thing just now, which was very embarrassing. But in this situation, it doesn't work. So, Lin Tian next, how he met Asiki and then defeated those pirates, saved Asiki. Knowing that Asiki lied to herself, so he deliberately did that to scare her. After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, the corners of Uncle Tang's mouth twitched unnaturally. Just now, it was just you two who were joking. You two young people really know how to play. But knowing that the young lady was almost caught by the pirates, Uncle Tang was also very nervous. If she hadn't met this kid, the young lady was really bad luck this time, and then she would have committed a great crime. Even if the pirates were killed at that time, nothing could be saved. Those pirates are really damn. I will send someone to catch them all when I go back. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I don't need it anymore. I have solved all the pirates. A hint of appreciation flashed in Uncle Tang's eyes. Uncle Tang is also a decisive person. Lin Tian's approach is indeed very appetizing for Uncle Tang. Uncle Fuji then remembered that he didn't know the name of this kid, so he asked. By the way, kid, what is your name? Why haven't I heard of you in the Navy? Lin Tian. A Navy www.com welcome book friends to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com mobile phone users, please go to read. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Uncle Fuji thinks this name is very familiar. He seems to have heard it many times, but he just can't remember it, and mutters. That's right. Uncle Tang suddenly remembered, you are the Lin Tian that the Navy had been promoting the year before. Lin Tian was not surprised that Uncle Tang had heard of his name. The whole world already knew his name. Lin Tian. Are you famous? How come I have never heard of it? Asiki interrupted. Of course you have never heard of it. You never read the newspaper. It's strange to know, said Uncle Fuji. Hey. Asiki was a little embarrassed when Uncle Fuji said that. She really didn't care about the newspaper. Uncle Fuji said, I was still thinking about how such a powerful young man suddenly appeared in the Navy. To be honest, Uncle Tang always felt that Lin Tian was just bragging on purpose by the Navy. But when I saw Lin Tian today, I found that the Navy headquarters really didn't brag this time. Uncle Tang, listening to you say that, you are very familiar with the Navy. Did you participate in the Navy back then? Lin Tian asked, touching his head. But if Uncle Tang has participated in the Navy with Uncle Tang's strength, Uncle Tang should have a low position in the Navy, but he has never heard of it. No, Uncle Fuji shook his head, it's just our master's business, we have business with the Navy. Hearing Uncle Tang's explanation, Lin Tian suddenly realized it. It turned out that Asiki's father was in business with the Navy. No wonder she was so rich, but she didn't know what business Asiki's father did with the Navy. Asiki bit her finger and looked puzzled. Father, why do I do business with the Navy? Why don't I know? This, you just leave it alone, Uncle Fuji said in a deep voice. You still think about how to tell the master. Asiki's face immediately collapsed, but this time she escaped privately. Her father would definitely be very angry, and she would be locked up for a few days. Do you know how worried the master is when you escaped this time? The master sent everyone out, searched for you in Crowd City, and secretly released a very high reward. Uncle Fuji knocked Daisuke on the head, scolded, but his tone was still full of worry. Lin Tian asked, Uncle Tang, how did you find us? I didn't find anyone following us. In the entire Karad city, we have our staff in every street, so we have found you as soon as you enter Karad city. It's just not much. I didn't understand the situation at the time, so I didn't follow you, but in fact, you have been in our eyes until I rushed over. Lin Tian couldn't help taking a breath. Although Uncle Tang said it seemed simple, Lin Tian knew how difficult it was to implement it. It is very difficult to gather so many people. Karad City is so big that there are so many people on every street. An Aiseki's father gathered in a short time. One can imagine how much energy Aiseki's father has. Seeing Lin Tian and Uncle Tang talking, Aiseki's eyes rolled and she was ready to slip away slowly. However, Aiseki didn't know that, with the strength of Uncle Tang and Lin Tian, she had already discovered her movements when she was about to drive away. Seeing the alley close at hand, Aiseki had a smile of joy on her face. At this time, a voice sounded from behind. Stop, miss. Uncle Tang just finished speaking. In the shadow of the corner of the alley, 4 figures in black clothes came out and stopped at the alley. Seeing these 4 figures suddenly appeared, Lin Tian's eyes tightened and a touch of shock appeared on his face. After talking with Uncle Fuji for so long, he didn't find these 4 people here at all. They didn't even notice when they came. Whether they came with Uncle Tang or behind Uncle Tang or they were here at the beginning, Lin Tian didn't know at all. With their own strength, they are right in front of their own eyes, and they have not noticed any unusualness. What a superb concealing technique. Seeing them for an instant, Lin Tian understood that these 4 people are extremely powerful assassins, and only assassins can have such superb hiding skills. Lin Tian couldn't help but think that if they came to assassinate him, I am afraid that he would not even know how to die, but fortunately, he and them are not enemies. Being stared at by them is really uneasy in the dormitory, because you are not sure. It is possible that a dagger will cut your neck when you are eating or sleeping. Similarly, Lin Tian is also more curious about Aiseki's father. Not only has Uncle Tang such a powerful master, but also 4 equally powerful assassins. Who is Aiseki's father? Although I knew that Aiseki's father had business dealings with the Navy, there were too many businessmen with the Navy, and I didn't see anyone, so I was not sure. Seeing these 4 people appear, Aiseki knew that she could not run. They were the personal guards of her father. Aiseki made a bitter face, honestly folded back, and kept muttering. Smelly father. Bad father. I even sent these 4 people out. Now I can't escape by myself. Uncle Tang. Aiseki shook Uncle Tang's arm vigorously. Will you let me go? I haven't walked enough. Let me take a look again. Uncle Fuji grabbed Aiseki's hand and said, Don't shake it. You will shake my old bones again. Uncle Fuji glanced at the 4 men in black who were standing there, but didn't say anything. It's not that I won't let you go, but a few of them received an order from the master and must take you back. You also know that with them, how could I let you go? Released Uncle Tang's hand, her mouth was raised up, and Aiseki certainly understood that Uncle Tang was right. Suddenly, Aiseki saw Lin Tian, who was holding her chin on the side with a smile on her face. Lin Tian. Come with us, I will show you to my house. My house is very beautiful, Aisei said. Don't go. Lin Tian immediately shook his head. Aiseki's careful thinking. Lin Tian doesn't understand why. Aiseki just wants to play with her by herself, but she still has things to do. And seeing so many masters, Lin Tian feels that Aiseki's house is too terrifying, and it is possible that he can't get out after entering, and his small body is still not suitable. Uncle Tang also said, Yes, Lin Tian. You can indeed go. I think our master knows you will definitely be very welcome. Aiseki shook Lin Tian's hand and echoed, Yes, Lin Tian. Let's go. Feeling the softness that the 2 big white rabbits kept rubbing on his arm, Lin Tian almost agreed. But how determined Lin Tian was, how could he be tempted by this mere beauty? Uncle Tang, it's not that I won't go, but I have something to do today. I want to go to a place. Lin Tian apologized. Uncle Fuji saw that Lin Tian didn't seem to be telling lies. Calm. Tilda immediately nodded and said, "Oh. In that case, then I will not force it. However, if you are not familiar with Cloud City, I will let you go where you want to go." Lin Tian looked happy. Really? Thank you, Uncle Tang. I was thinking just now, I'm not familiar with this place. I'm afraid I'm asking people again to find that prosperous hotel. And it's getting dark now. If you find it yourself, you will definitely spend a lot of time, and you may miss it by then. Now that I have Uncle Fuji to help, I feel more at ease. Asiki looked upset, and finally met Lin Tian, a friend, and was leaving before playing for a day. Where are you looking for? Uncle Fuji asked with a smile. The Peak Hotel. What? Asiki and Uncle Tang asked in surprise. Yay! Immediately after Asiki yelled out of joy, Uncle Tang really had a strange smile on his face. Lin Tian touched his head and asked puzzledly, is there any problem? Lin Tian. It seems that we are very destined. We are going to go together, and the place we go is also prosperous. What? Now, it was Lin Tian's turn to exclaim, this. That. Isn't it such a coincidence? It might be such a coincidence. Uncle Tang was also very surprised. If he didn't understand Lin Tian, Uncle Tang would really think it was Lin Tian's intention to say this, and what special purpose he had. The happy Asiki grabbed Lin Tian's hand and ran towards the alley while pulling Lin Tian. Let's go! Lin Tian www.com. Tilda, welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. Tilda, mobile phone users, please go to read. By the way, I don't know the road. Asiki reacted when she looked at the fort in front of her. Lin Tian fell down suddenly. You are so excited without knowing Lu. Hey, slow down, you two, Uncle Tang, who was walking up, yelled from behind. The other 4 men in black did not appear, but Lin Tian knew that they must be hiding in a dark corner, observing everything. Asiki complained, Uncle Fuji, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Uncle Tang showed a bitter smile on his face. You looked unwilling in front of you. Now you are more anxious than me. This change is not so big. Body shape flashed. Uncle Tang had appeared beside Asiki. Asiki pushed Uncle Tang forward and kept chanting. Quick! Quick! Lead the way, I don't know how to go. Okay. Okay. Don't keep pushing me. Uncle Tang turned her head and looked at Asiki, who kept her head down and put her hands on her waist and said continuously. Chose the avenue on the left, and Uncle Fuji led the way. Seeing that Uncle Tang had chosen, Asiki grabbed Lin Tian's hand and passed the Uncle Tang, who led the way in front, pulling Lin Tian and walking forward. Uncle Fuji shook his head and smiled. His steps quickened a little, and he followed closely behind them. Not long after, Lin Tian was pulled by Asiki and came to a very busy commercial street. Finally reached. Touched the fragrant sweat on her forehead. Asiki gasped slightly and said, and Lin Tian, looking at the building in front of him, was already horrified. Different from the tall buildings in Lin Tian's imagination, this building is a huge outlet. In Lin Tian's view, this building is similar to the UFO in the previous life, so it is too similar. Lin Tian is a little doubtful whether the person who designed this building is like himself. However, the entire building is not so big. According to Yu Linshan's visual observation, the entire building is hundreds of meters high and probably covers an area. Lin Tian can't see it because it is too big. And such a big building was built in the center of this busy commercial street. No. It should be said that this busy commercial street is built around this huge building. This blockbuster is actually like a circle. Inside is this kind of building. Circle is this busy commercial street. How awesome is this Aseki's father? How much money it will cost to build such a building? It is so rich. How about Lin Tian? My house is big, Aseki said happily, waving her hands. Wait a minute, Lin Tian seemed to have misheard. You said this is your home. Well, that's right, Aseki nodded. This is your home? Okay. Such a big building is actually your home. Lin Tian was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground if he hadn't held a railing. Who can imagine that a building that is hundreds of meters high and the ghost knows how much area is actually built and lived inches? If you have money, you can't show off like this. How can this make you feel like a poor person? Hey! Lin Tian pursed his lips and asked, Aseki, your house is so big, do you have so many people living? Aseki tilted her head and thought for a while. No, this is only the ones on the top that are my home, and below are some selling, eating, lodging, and there are many things anyway. Hearing Aseki said this, Lin Tian was relieved. It turns out that most of them are selling things, which is acceptable. At this time, Lin Tian thought of the purpose of his coming, stand around, but there was no place he was looking for, and he asked aloud. But, why didn't I see the peak? Where is the peak? Uncle Fuji came from behind and explained with a smile, the prosperity is right in front of you. Uncle Tang, you mean this is it? Lin Tian pointed to the building in front of him, turned around and asked. Suddenly, Lin Tian smelled the smell on Uncle Tang's body, and when he took a closer look, it was found that some of the clothes on Uncle Tang's body were broken. Looking at this situation, Uncle Fuji went through a big battle in the time he just left. Although he found out, Lin Tian did not say anything. Uncle Fuji nodded and replied, yes, this is the peak. But, why, I don't have any signs of prosperity on it. Lin Tian touched his head and asked suspiciously. That's because the two words Dinsheng are on it, Aseki interrupted. Oh, don't say anything, let's go in first. Before Lin Tian could say anything, Aseki grabbed Lin Tian's hand and ran towards the building. Dinsheng is hundreds of meters high, so its gate is not ordinary high, it is 10 meters wide and 6 meters wide. What is shocking is that this door is actually golden all over, and this loose door is actually made of gold. The golden light is enough to blind your 34K titanium alloy dog eyes. No matter how many times you have come to Dinsheng, you will stop in front of this gate. Who said these golds are really dazzling? A gate that is 10 meters high and 6 meters wide. How much gold needs to be used? Dozens of tons, hundreds of tons. No matter how much it is, this is a figure that makes anyone greedy. At this time, beside the door, there were 2 rows of black suit bodyguards, as if some distinguished guests were coming. There are a lot of staff in work clothes nearby, directing the crowd to enter other gates. As a building of this size, there will definitely be many gates left. It is a pity that most of the people present chose to stay. They wanted to see it. Who is there who actually wants Dinsheng to clear the door? And Dinsheng's manager came out to greet him. The people present are all curious, so over time, more and more people stayed. Dinsheng had to remove a large number of staff to maintain the discipline of the scene so that nothing bad would happen. Manager, there are more and more people now. I'm afraid there will be confusion then. A man in a suit whispered in front of the manager. Seeing so many people, the manager also frowned. With so many people, it is inevitable that there are some unruly people. After weighing it up, the manager said sternly, call out the guards and pay attention to everything. If anyone has bad actions, kill them on the spot. There is no need to send a guard, and the man in the suit knows that the people in the guards are all elites dug out from the army by the boss. Although there are a lot of them, each of them is very powerful. The manager interrupted with a wave of his hand and said in a deep voice, stop talking, hurry up and give orders. Yes. The man in the suit replied in a low voice and hurriedly ran inside. The man in the suit does not know who the man is here, but the manager knows very well that the man is the young lady and the young lady is the man's heart. This time the miss was missing, but the master was very angry and many people lost their lives. Moreover, the disappearance of the young lady this time has aggravated the stormy atmosphere of Corridor. In this openly and secretly, I don't know how many people are staring at the master, especially the missing lady, which has aroused the pursuit of many forces. These forces all want to catch the young lady and threaten the master. It can be said that the entire corridor, whether it is in the open or in secret, is full of waves. Now the lady has returned, but it is inevitable that those people will not give up and will take action at this last moment. Although Uncle Tang is there, those Aikshayo needn't worry, but sometimes they are not afraid of 10,000 just in case. If something bad happens next, the master will be furious, and even 9 lives will not be enough. Manager, everything is done according to your instructions. The man in the suit who finished the matter also returned. Seeing the guards hidden in the crowd, the manager nodded slightly. With these powerful guards, he can feel relieved a lot. At this time, Lin Tian and Asiki also appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that the lady was safe, the manager was relieved immediately, but immediately after seeing Lin Tian, who was tightly pulled by the lady, the manager looked shocked. Who is this kid, and he is held by the young lady, who can tell me what is going on? Lin Tian, who came with Asiki, looked at the huge crowd with a trace of alertness on his face, because Lin Tian felt the intent to kill repeatedly. Although it was very light, it was discovered by the keen Lin Tian. These murderous auras were not directed at himself, but at Asiki in front. Lin Tian put a little force on his hand and grabbed Asiki, who was trotting. Was pulled by Lin Tian. Asiki turned around, looking at Lin Tian with puzzled expression. Lin Tian, why did you suddenly hold me? Is there anything wrong? It's okay, it's just going a bit too fast, let's go slower. P.S. Tomorrow on May 1st and 4th, I will give you 2 more votes. Thank you readers for your continued support. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. P.S. Offers the May Day update. Don't hurry to play after watching it. Remember to vote for the monthly vote first. From now on, 515 Fan Festival to get a double monthly pass. Other events have red envelopes. You can also take a look. Step. Although I don't understand why Lin Tian said this, Asiki still obeyed Lin Tian's opinion and was dragged by Lin Tian to walk forward. These are obviously 2 kids, how can Dinsheng be treated in such a grand pomp? An apparently local resident explained, you just don't understand, that little girl is Miss Dinsheng and the whole Dinsheng belongs to others. Sin, I didn't expect this girl to be a prosperous eldest, no wonder she is so ostentatious. That is, the boss of the prosperity is just this one daughter, and in the future, if all the property is owned by others. A few tourists came to the side, hearing this man's words, looked at Asiki with a different look. If anyone marries this girl, isn't it the one who owns the wealth? That's not right, isn't that boy over there? No, I have never heard of a young master in Dinsheng. Lin Tian, who is extremely perceptive, can of course hear the conversations of those people clearly, but Lin Tian didn't take these conversations to heart. Now Lin Tian is always on guard for those murderous auras, and as Asiki gets closer to the peak, these murderous auras become heavier. However, these people have good hiding skills. Lin Tian can only feel murderous, not the specific location. Even if Asiki was irritated, she realized something was wrong now, and asked in a low voice. Lin Tian, did something happen? Lin Tian clasped Asiki's small silky hand tightly, smiled slightly. It's okay, but I want to take a good look at this building. As for someone trying to kill her, Lin Tian thinks it's better not to tell Asiki. It is better not to know some things than to know. Well, since Lin Tian wants to see it, we can walk slowly. Feeling Lin Tian's warm hands, Asiki's cheeks climbed into a blush, and she said so quietly that Lin Tian didn't hear it at all. However, above the peak, a man, dressed in casual clothes, with some white hair, but very energetic, looked at everything below. Seeing Asiki below, the man showed a warm and understanding smile on his face. Felt that another murderous intent disappeared, and a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. This was already the fourth murderous intent disappeared, and all this was done by Uncle Tang. Just now, Lin Tian found that Uncle Tang had suddenly disappeared, and then a murderous intent disappeared. Lin Tian knew that it was Uncle Tang who started to act. Continued to walk a few steps, Lin Tian suddenly felt a very strong murderous aura on his right. It seems that this assassin also found that the other assassins had been killed, knowing that if he didn't make a move, there might be no chance. Although he discovered the crisis, it was difficult to feel where the specific attack came from with his own perception, but this did not mean that Lin Tian had no choice. Seeing and hearing color domineering. Open. As soon as he saw and heard the colors domineering, Lin Tian's perception increased several times, and he found out where the attack came from. Since last year, on Sexton Island, I saw the battle between Lily and Garp, especially during the battle, the use of domineering. Lin Tian immediately has the determination to learn domineering. After Sexton said goodbye, Lin Tian begged the smelly old man to teach him domineering. Garp had prepared for a period of time and taught Lin Tian to be domineering, but since Lin Tian proposed it, Garp taught Lin Tian to be domineering in advance. In the past year, there has been a teacher who knows domineering very well, adding Lin Tian's hard work and that strong talent. Lin Tian has initially mastered the domineering. I saw Lin Tian calmly, with his right hand, and lightly shot a Buddha in the midair, with nothing on Asiki's right. When Lin Tian took it back, he could see Lin Tian's hand trembling slightly, and when he saw Lin Tian's fingers carefully, he could find an extremely thin needle with a cold glow. This kind of fine needle is special. It is difficult to find with a naked eye under the sun, so Lin Tian didn't find it before. Still turned on the domineering of seeing and hearing, only to be able to discover its existence, and at the same time there is a light green on this thin needle, which is obviously highly poisonous. It seems that these assassins acted with the idea of killing Asiki. The assassin who fired this thin needle must be a master. Lin Tian's hands were trembling, showing that its power was extremely powerful, and Lin Tian almost didn't hold it at that time. However, this killer is now strong, and he will not be Uncle Fuji's opponent. In the crowd, Uncle Tang had knocked out the killer, and several members of the guards were taking the killer away. Seeing Lin Tian looking this way, Uncle Tang gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. The scene just now scared Uncle Tang half to death. Uncle Tang didn't expect that the killer would shoot a poison silver needle at the last moment. At that time, Uncle Fuji wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fortunately, Lin Tian blocked it in time, but then I don't know how serious it is. With Lin Tian protecting by the side, Uncle Tang and some guards were added to clear the crowd. Although there were several crises, they were all resolved. Of course, Asiki next to her did not know that there were several life and death crises within the time she had walked dozens of steps. Feeling the murderous intent disappeared, Lin Tian not only did not show a smile, but the vigilance on his face became more serious. Because Lin Tian realized that the sense of crisis in his heart did not dissipate. On the contrary, it became even stronger, indicating that there are killers hiding in the crowd, but they are hiding too deeply. Seeing the security guards in front of him, Lin Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he entered this heyday, these killers would voluntarily retreat. But just at the time, several figures rushed out from the middle, and for a while, gunfire sounded. Seeing these people come out, Lin Tian didn't panic at all. Lin Tian had expected that this was their last chance to assassinate. If these killers don't want the mission to fail, then they have to seize the last opportunity to take action. An invisible space shield appeared beside Lin Tian and Asiki, blocking all bullets. No, this kit is not easy, take it away. These last killers are all people with extremely rich experience, and their eyes are very vicious. You can see that this is not easy for Lin Tian. One hit is impossible, and you must retreat immediately. This is the killer's principle. But how could Lin Tian do as they wished? Now that he has come out, how can you still let your little ones escape? Space imprisoned. The killer, in midair, just about to retreat, he felt an unknown force imprisoning his body. These assassins were all powerful people, and they broke Lin Tian's space's imprisonment with force. Lin Tian didn't have any expressions of surprise, because Lin Tian didn't think he could confine these things at first. The reason for doing this is to delay the loss of time, so that Uncle Tang can wipe them out. Uncle Tang, who was in the crowd, appeared above these killers with a flash. His right hand was slightly raised, and he suddenly pressed down. Feeling someone appearing above, these killers' complexions changed drastically, and just about to escape, a powerful force pressed from above, as if they were carrying billions of pounds of heavy objects. Bang! Bang! These assassins fell from the sky and slammed into the ground, making several loud noises. These loud noises also awakened the terrified crowd around www.com. Suddenly, countless screams sounded, and the crowd around the audience fled in all directions. I hate that they have grown a few legs. You can also run faster. When the manager at the door saw this scene, his heart was a little bit uncomfortable. Hurriedly waved to beckon everyone to follow him, led them to push away the crowd, and ran towards the lady. Cursed inwardly, these casters, killers, dare to make trouble here. Don't let me catch you, or you must hang you casters, alive. At the same time, Uncle Tang, who saw these assassins in midair, looked at the chaotic crowd in front of him, and his expression changed. There are still some assassins that have not been solved. Now the scene is so chaotic, the remaining assassins will definitely not let go of this good opportunity, while Lin Tian and Ms. Lin are still staying below. They are so crowded by these people that they don't know where they are going, and looking for two teenagers among so many people is no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Tian saw the crowded crowd, and his face was also on one side, and he quickly took the frightened Isiki into his arms with one hand. Comforted. Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me. For some reason, after hearing Lin Tian's comfort, Asiki's heart also slowly calmed down, tightening in Lin Tian's arms. A sharp long sword stabbed from the side. I will serve you first. Thank you for your continued support. I hope you can support the Writers' Glory Hall and the general election of works, starting from the 5/15 Fan Festival. In addition, there are some red envelope gift packages at the Fan Festival. Get one and continue to subscribe www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. P.S. Offers the May Day update. Don't hurry to play after watching it. Remember to vote for the monthly vote first. From now on, 5/15 Fan Festival to get a double monthly pass. Other events have red envelopes. You can also take a look. File climb. Lin Tian held a black longsword and accurately blocked this sneak attack. I took a look at it. It turned out that the sword was a gray-haired old man, but seeing the embarrassing eyes and tall body betrayed the killer's true age. Little ghost, our goal is just this little girl. You are just an outsider. You have nothing to do with this girl. Why do you want to enter this whirlpool? This killer, I saw Lin Tian's action before, knowing that Lin Tian is not easy, and it will take a lot of time to solve this kid by himself. When the time comes, that powerful master will come and there will be no chance, so this assassin wants to use simple words to make Lin Tian retreat. But this killer was obviously wrong. How could Lin Tian be the kind of person who is greedy for life and fears death and escapes? Lin Tian didn't say much, flipping the long sword in his hand, holding up several sword flowers and attacking the killer. Even if he didn't know Asiki, Lin Tian would stand up and take care of things like this. Not to mention the very shallow relationship with Asiki. How could I leave Asiki? The killer quickly backed away a few steps, avoiding Lin Tian's attack, when Lin Tian was about to hold Asiki and attack him. Suddenly realized that something was crawling on his lap, making him unable to move, and his body was slowly descending. Looking down, it turned out that the ground on which he was standing just now has become a swamp, and now his legs are trapped by the swamp. The capable person here. Before Lin Tian could do anything, several powerful clay casters shot out from the swamp, and the sword killer also attacked him with a powerful slash. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian suddenly realized that what the killer said just now was not only to persuade him, but also to attract his attention. Is another capable killer, creating opportunities to trap himself. Trapped Lin Tian in just an instant, and sent two powerful killer moves towards Lin Tian. The two killers cooperated in such a tacit agreement. Space imprisoned. With a wave of his left hand, a space shield envelops his body, confining several Earth casters in midair. This is not over yet. Lin Tian suddenly swiped the black sword in his right hand, and the black sword turned into a black round blade, blocking the slash. A powerful explosion sounded. Several escaping pedestrians were blown out at once, knocking down the countless people and stopping, not knowing their life or death. This explosion also exposed the location of Lin Tian and Asiki. The guards looking for in the crowd quickly moved closer to Lin Tian, as well as some remaining assassins. In the crowd, there was a group of people who neither ran away nor did anything, but stood quietly and watched the development of things. Master, the crowd is so chaotic now. Do we want to catch that girl? If that girl is used as a threat, I will definitely get billions of Baileys, and we can plan much earlier. Yes, several other people on the side echoed. No, it's not that simple here. A gleam of light flashed in the man's eyes. I haven't seen that some fish are still coming out. Those great ones haven't come out yet. Now that the masters on both sides are gone, we still wait. Master, do you want to wait until later to shoot? A man guessed. The man said meaningfully, no, I won't make a move. This whirlpool is not so easy to enter. Why, the scene is so chaotic now, but it is a very good opportunity. Stupid, the man yelled. Since this girl was found, there is no chance, but some people are still unwilling, so they didn't give up. In fact, they have no chance of success. Yes. Open. Lin Tian let out a low voice. The mud on his feet was repelled by a powerful force. Under the control of the capable person, countless soils rose up from the ground, instantly burying Lin Tian and Asiki, leaving only a wall made of yellow soil in place. Seeing the two people trapped, the secret killer sneered. Encased in such a dirt, within a few seconds, the two people inside would die in an extremely cruel way. Explosion! A loud shout rang out from the earth wall, followed by a shock, and the whole earth wall burst open suddenly. What? Hidden killer, watching this scene indiscriminately. The earth wall defense is extremely high, and it can't be exploded with a large cannon from the outside, let alone burst from the inside. Countless hard clods burst open in all directions, attached with powerful lethality, and shot towards the fleeing crowd. Looking at the clod of dirt in the sky, everyone's faces were full of horror, and they ran forward for fear that they would be hit by the rock if they fell behind. What is shocking is that these stones are suspended in midair, motionless. Lin Tian is not a bad man, but he doesn't want some innocent people to lose their lives because of his own fighting. The smoke cleared, and Lin Tian hugged Asiki's figure and gradually appeared in front of everyone. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. Lin Tian stared at the figure in the crowd. Murderous aura burst out from his body, pointing directly at the figure. Feeling this strong murderous aura, a trace of horror appeared on the killer's face. This murderous aura is actually stronger than himself. How many people did this teenage boy kill? Seeing that he was discovered, the killer turned around and ran. The killer understood that he was not the opponent of this kid, and he might be killed by this kid if he stayed. The killer wanted to escape, but he had to ask Lin Tian to agree. The rocks in midair under the control of Lin Tian gathered together and turned into a spear. Lin Tian stretched out his finger and pointed it lightly and attacked the sword-wielding assassin who was also preparing to escape with his spear. The killer drew out the long sword in his hand, quickly swung out a powerful slash, cutting the entire spear into pieces. But no matter how the man cuts, these broken stones, under Lin Tian's control, still kill the man. Slash tornado! The man took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand flew quickly, forming a huge air current out of thin air, blowing away all the stones. Climb! The man looked at the long sword that fell on the ground, and his eyes flashed with puzzlement. How could his sword be on the ground? And why is the body standing on the side so familiar? Looked up, there was no head on this body, and the man's eyes showed a faint look. It turns out that this body is myself. I'm already dead. Shaved. Putting away the huge black round blade, Lin Tian didn't even look at the dead assassin and pursued another assassin who fled in the crowd. Lin Tian stopped after a few steps because someone had already taken action, so he didn't need to chase him anymore. The sword light flashed, and the escaping killer split into two halves instantly and fell to the ground with a scream. Withdrawing the rapier in his hand, Uncle Tang made a light leap and came to Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian and the young lady in the arms of Lin Tian were fine, Uncle Tang was relieved. Miss, how are you? Uncle Tang looked at Asiki, who was tightly wrapped in Lin Tian's arms, and asked softly. Hearing the familiar voice of Uncle Tang, Asiki would pass from Lin Tian's arms, looking at the corpse everywhere. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. Pressing on the fear in my heart, Asiki asked, Uncle Tang, what is going on? Had Lin Tian been beside him desperately trying to save her, she would have almost died. Asiki felt that she needed to understand what happened. These are the enemies of the master. They know that after the lady sneaked out www.com, they hired many killers to kill the lady. Uncle Tang didn't want to let Asiki know so much, so he just used a few words to briefly describe the course of the matter. Lin Tian could know that this matter is not so simple. There must be a huge game behind, but all this is in secret. It's the simplest. The four powerful men in black didn't even see them appear at that moment just now. It can be seen that there are many things hidden in the dark. Miss, it's great that you are fine. The manager, who passed through the layers of people with great effort, saw that the young lady had nothing to do, and the heart that had been in her throat finally fell to her chest. Seeing these guards who arrived late, Uncle Yuan Tang showed a trace of anger on his face and blamed, what do you people do for food? So many people arrived so late. Hearing Uncle Fuji's reproach, the manager's head was cold sweat like running water, and he didn't dare to wipe it, so he quickly explained. Yes. The crowd just now was really chaotic. The scene was very crowded, so we arrived a bit late. Uncle Tang has something else to say, but Asiki walked a few steps and came to the side of Uncle Tang and said sternly, Forget it, Uncle Fuji. They have done their best, so don't blame them. The young lady said that, and Uncle Tang was too good to say anything. But at this moment, the man in the suit next to the manager suddenly violent. Thank you for your continued support. I hope you can support the Writers' Glory Hall and the general election of works, starting from the 5/15 Fan Festival. In addition, there are some red envelope gift packages at the Fan Festival. Get one and continue to subscribe. www.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. P.S. Offers the May Day update. Don't hurry to play after watching it. Remember to vote for the monthly vote first. From now on, 5/15 Fan Festival to get a double monthly pass. Other events have red envelopes. You can also take a look. The timing of this Suitman selection is really good. At this time, everyone gathered around Asiki. It can be said that Asiki is absolutely safe at this time, and no one would have thought that someone would dare to assassinate at this time, so everyone was less vigilant. Even Uncle Tang, Lin Tian, The man on the building and the young master beside him, these powerful masters, never thought that there would be a killer so close to Asiki. When the man in the suit was violent, Asiki, Lin Tian or Uncle Tang were all taken aback by this scene. The man was already close to Asiki, adding that Asiki stepped forward to speak and narrowed the distance with a man in suit. Suit Man is also a powerful master. This distance can be said to arrive in an instant, even time can be ignored. When everyone reacted, the dagger in the Suit Man's hand was already a few centimeters away from Asiki. At this time, even with Asiki's nearest Uncle Tang, there was no time to make a move. In an instant, everyone looked at this scene with their own thoughts in their minds. Manager, this is dead. Miss has an accident. The angry master will definitely not let me go, and this person is still under me. Master, now there is a good show. This girl is dead. I don't know what he will do when he is furious. The world will enter the big world because of this girl's death. The man upstairs, damn, your daughter must not die. If you die, how can I be worthy of your mother? If my daughter dies, I want everyone behind this matter to be buried with me. Uncle Fuji, that's it, bastard, miss, you can't die. Lin Tian, damn, I didn't expect this person to be a killer. Asiki, you must not have an accident. In the sky, a big white cloud also suddenly appeared, covering the sun in the sky, and the whole of Torrid fell into a shadow. Although Lin Tian and Uncle Tang tried their best to make a move, it was still too late, just a short time away. Uncle Tang's hand was only a few centimeters away from the man in the suit. A little bit. A little bit. Just a little bit of time, just a little bit. It's a pity, that's just a little bit. The dagger in the suit man's hand has been pierced into Asiki's neck. At this moment, the world stopped turning. At this moment, everything stopped breathing, and the future direction of the entire world was at this moment. At this moment, it seems to determine the fate of the world. Boom. There was a strange sound, and when I was a little away from Asiki's neck, this poisonous dagger was blocked by some unknown reason. Feeling this blocking, the man in the suit's expression of joy turned into horror in an instant, and the strength in his hand quickly increased, and he wanted to pierce the dagger into Asiki's neck. But this piece of blocking was enough, and I bought a little time for Uncle Tang and Lin Tian. Uncle Fuji grabbed the man in the suit's hand. His whole body anger turned into a powerful force, transmitted to the palm of his hand, and pinched with all his strength. The hand of the man in the suit was instantly crushed by Uncle Tang. A drop of bright red blood flowed out of the gap between Uncle Tang's palm and dripped to the ground. However, this man in a suit has resisted the pain that was enough to make ordinary people faint, and did not give up the action of assassinating Asiki. Both feet suddenly force, rushing forward with all strength, hoping to rely on the forward momentum of the body to pierce this poisoned dagger into Asiki's neck, hardly afraid to cut a trace of the skin. But let the suit man disappointed. At this time, Lin Tian also rushed behind Asiki, hugged Asiki from behind, and protected Asiki back quickly, avoiding the suit man's attack. Seeing that the target was rescued, the man in suit knew that he had failed this mission, and he had no chance to act again. As a powerful killer, the man in suit is also a decisive person, knowing that with his current situation, it is impossible to escape from the eyes of these masters. And if you are caught, these people can't let them go. They may be tortured by inhumans before they die. So, the man in the suit immediately wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. He wanted to commit suicide 100. But Uncle Fuji, who was next to him, had expected this situation a long time ago, and put his hand out again, grabbing the man in the suit by his chin and just removing it. Even if the man wanted to bite his tongue, he couldn't do it. Just in case, Uncle Tang punched the man in the suit on the mouth, breaking all the teeth in the man in the suit. Because there are many killers, they like to hide poison in their teeth. Once caught, they hide away the poison in the teeth and kill themselves by taking poison. Unfortunately, Uncle Fuji's series of actions have deeply strangled the thought of suicide in the suit man in his mind. The man in the suit showed a grayish color in his eyes, and the man in the suit understood that he was caught now, but it was really hard to die. Huh. After Uncle Tang finished all this, he snorted coldly at the man in the suit lying on the ground. I still want to die, Andre. It's not so easy. You don't want to die without telling the main reason behind the scenes. At that moment, it was really critical. The young lady was almost dying. Uncle Tang was trembling when he thought of it now. Now that this assassin has been caught, how could Uncle Tang easily let him go? He must survive and die. Subdued the killer, Uncle Fuji rushed over to check if the lady was injured. Hey! It's okay. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and waved in Asiki's stunned eyes. Asiki, who woke up, threw himself into Lin Tian's arms, hugged Lin Tian tightly, and cried. She really frightened Asiki at that moment. Woo! Lin Tian! I was scared to death. I almost thought I was going to die. I couldn't see my father, Uncle Tang, and everyone. In fact, Asiki still has one person's name not mentioned, and that is Lin Tian. Facing the last moment of death. In addition to his father and Uncle Tang, Asiki also appeared in Lin Tian. Lin Tian patted Asiki on the back, and Lin Tian also understood how much impact it had on Asiki's heart just now. Don't worry, everything is fine. The killer has been caught, and now no one can hurt you. That feeling. The feeling of experiencing death. Really terrible, terrible. Thinking back to the scene just now, Asiki was still very scared. She never thought that one day she would be so close to death. Understand. Understand. I understand all. I understand this feeling better than anyone. Lin Tian, who said a word very quietly, even Asiki, who was right in front of her, couldn't hear clearly what Lin Tian said. But if you look at Lin Tian's eyes at this time, you can find that the eyes are extremely deep, as if you can see everything in the world. Miss, are you okay? Uncle Tang ran over and said quickly. Hearing Uncle Tang's voice, Asiki quickly raised her head, only to realize that she had been holding Lin Tian all the time, and she had rushed forward on her own initiative. A trace of crimson appeared on her white face. She quickly let go and walked out of Lin Tian's embrace. It's okay, the assassin didn't hurt me. Asiki lowered her head and shook it, indicating that she was okay. The sentence just now was deliberately said by Uncle Tang, because Uncle Tang felt that Asiki and Lin Tian's posture were too close, so Uncle Tang deliberately made a voice and separated the two. Seeing the young lady's expression, the old-fashioned Uncle Fuji realized what it was. Thinking of the scenes I saw before, Uncle Fuji became more sure of a guess in his heart. Looked at Lin Tian's eyes at the same time, also showing a trace of unkindness. Noticed that Uncle Tang's eyes were not good. Lin Tian suddenly confused the second monk, and he had done nothing wrong. Why did Uncle Tang suddenly change his eyes? After a closer inspection, and found that the young lady is indeed okay, Uncle Fuji's hanging heart finally let go. Uncle Tang, thank you. If you didn't save me, I would really be dead this time. Asiki looked at Uncle Tang and thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for Uncle Tang's timely action, he would really die this time, and then only his father would be left alone without anyone to accompany him. Uncle Fuji waved his hand and said with a straight face, Miss, you look down on me when you say this. This is what I should do. There is nothing, thank you, no thanks. I know, Uncle Tang, I won't say that again next time. Asiki grabbed Uncle Tang's hand and kept shaking. However, I really want to thank Lin Tian this time. This time the biggest credit is him. Uncle Tang took a deep look at Lin Tian. Although others did not see what happened, Uncle Fuji, who was next to him at the time, could see what happened clearly. Seeing Uncle Tang suddenly change the topic to himself, Lin Tian touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Lin Tian? Asiki looked puzzled. Thank you for your continued support. I hope you can support the Writers' Glory Hall and the general election of works, starting from the 5/15 Fan Festival. In addition, there are some red envelope gift packages at the Fan Festival. Get one and continue to subscribe. www.telna.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.telna.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Asiki looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Her face clearly wanted Lin Tian to explain. Lin Tian was not surprised that Uncle Tang was able to discover the subtleties. A master like Uncle Tang had a very strong insight. To be honest, Lin Tian was shocked by the scene before, but only after thinking of the previous actions did he understand everything. Let me talk a little bit first. Seeing Asiki's face puzzled, Uncle Fuji explained, actually, the timing of this killer's choice was very good. At that time, even if I tried my best, it was a little bit short of it. Speaking, Uncle Fuji glanced at the killer who was being casters by the guards underground. But, if this is the case, I am not all ready. Asiki asked puzzledly, resting her chin. What's the hurry? I haven't finished talking yet, Uncle Fuji continued, but at this last moment, I don't know what is blocking the dagger. That is, it took me a while to catch the killer in time. Speaking of this, Asiki nodded without understanding. Anyway, she understood that someone had made the move first, and this person was Lin Tian. Asiki looked at Lin Tian with a surprised look and said, Lin Tian, didn't expect that you are so powerful, faster than Uncle Tang shot. Before Lin Tian could speak, Asiki bit her finger and said suspiciously. But, before, why did you get beaten so badly by Uncle Fuji? Lin Tian was a bit embarrassed when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when the second half of the sentence came out, Lin Tian was suddenly covered with black lines, and his whole body was not good. Just a few of us know about this kind of thing, don't tell me, okay? Uncle Fuji has the same black line on the side. Isn't this the point? Seeing that the expressions of Uncle Tang and Lin Tian were a bit wrong, Asiki had a question on her face. Why am I wrong? Cough cough. Uncle Fuji pretended to cough and changed the subject. This is not what we are talking about now. We still talk about how Lin Tian did it. Under the reminder of Uncle Tang, Asiki, who understood that she was off topic, quickly asked, Lin Tian, how did you do it? Lin Tian, whose face improved a bit, began to explain. Actually, it's not that I shot faster than Uncle Fuji, but I already shot before. When Lin Tian said this, Asiki and Uncle Tang felt even more puzzled. Does Lin Tian have the ability to predict the future? But in the front, Uncle Tang clearly saw Lin Tian face the scene. He was also shocked, not as if he had known in advance. Pursed his lips, Lin Tian continued to explain, this is related to my devil fruit ability. I can arrange an invisible shield and change the shape at will. Therefore, when dealing with those assassins, I placed a layer of armor, covering Asiki on her body. Later, if I accidentally forgot it, I didn't remember to cancel it. Actually, I didn't expect that this slight mistake would actually save Asiki's life. Speaking of this, Lin Tian also sighed incomparably. No one thought that he accidentally forgot to save Asiki's life. It seems that God wants Asiki to live. Uncle Tang, on the side of heard Lin Tian's explanation, but also sighed, and at the same time, he was happy for the good luck of the young lady. At this time, Asiki was heartless. She took her fingers and touched her arm, and it turned out that there was something like a transparent hard shell. Asiki, who is very keen to play, started playing like this without anyone, and the more he played, the happier he was, without the fear of the previous one. Click! A sound of cracking steel drew everyone's attention, and what appeared before them was a shocking scene. I saw that Asiki was holding a broken iron sword with her bare hands. Thinking of the sound just now, an unbelievable guess appeared in everyone's mind. Is this sword broken by miss? But in an instant, everyone kicked this unrealistic idea out of their minds. Everyone knew that the young lady was an ordinary person, too ordinary. How could there be power to break this iron sword? And of course Lin Tian knew this well. This long sword belonged to the swordsman, and it was cut into almost half by his own space blade. Is only connected by a trace. An Asiki is using this space armor to hold the long sword with one hand and break it, creating an illusion. What makes Lin Tian speechless most is that Asiki actually started to play. The danger has not been eliminated. She still has the mind to play. Uncle Fuji walked over with a black face, grabbed Asiki's arm, and motioned her not to play. Feeling this thin but hard shield, Uncle Tang's face also flashed with a faint color. In the battle just now, Uncle Tang knew that Lin Tian could not only send out an extremely sharp black round blade, but also control the movement of objects, creating a small wall that could explode, imprisoning actions. And now, what kind of devil fruit did Lin Tian eat? In fact, Uncle Tang didn't know that Lin Tian's ability was not only that, there were some moves that he didn't use. However, Uncle Tang obviously has no time to think about it now, so he grabbed Asiki and walked to the gate of the peak. I still don't know what killer is hidden. It's really not safe to stand this street. It's still in the heyday to be truly safe. Said to the manager who had been scared to death, if you can pry the killer's mouth open this time, I will help you intercede. Uncle Fuji knows this manager, but is also kept in the dark, knows nothing, and has no fault. Moreover, this manager can manage Dincheng well, and is also a very talented person, so Uncle Fuji is ready to give him a chance to reform. The manager, who thought he was dead, heard Uncle Fuji's words, with ecstasy on his face, and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Thank Uncle Tang. I will not let you down. I will pry the killer's mouth open. Uncle Tang did not answer, waved his hand, and took Asiki to the peak. The opportunity has been given to this manager, and it's up to him to grasp it. The manager turned around to look at the killer, his face full of killing intent and anger. I want to say that the manager hates the killer the most among all people. This killer almost killed his innocent himself. This is an unshakable hatred. Whether it is for his own life or for the hatred, the manager will make the killer extremely cool. Asiki turned around. Lin Tian. Hurry up, hurry up. Bang. Two extremely small gunshots, not at the gate of Dincheng, but on a building a kilometer away. Two sharpshooters fired 2 shots at Asiki and others. Although he did not hear the gunshots, in front of Uncle Tang and Lin Tian, who had a domineering look and feel, the 2 bullets were discovered just as they approached the surrounding area. Uncle Tang moved the shikia behind him and swiped the long sword in his hand. The bullet that was originally high speed and straight line flew towards the ground under Uncle Tang's sword and shot into the mud. Shaved. Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of the killer, pushing his right hand forward. Another bullet. Instantly, the speed was reduced to 0, quietly hanging in front of his palm. What? It is such a thing. The shell of this bullet, suspended in the air, slowly appeared. Cracks in the shell. Reading www. You come shines from the cracks, brighter and brighter. Not good. Then, the bullet seemed to turn into a light, extremely dazzling. Imprisonment. The voice fell. The strong rays of light seemed to be trapped by something, trapped in an invisible wall. On the other side, at the feet of Uncle Tang, there was an earth-shaking sound, and cracks quickly appeared on the ground. Countless mud mixed with this rock flew up from the ground, and the ground, with a radius of 100 meters, was blown up by the explosion. Uncle Fuji snorted coldly and suddenly stamped his right foot, all of which instantly returned to stability. With Uncle Tang as the center, the ground, with a radius of 100 meters, under the foot of Uncle Tang, sinking more than a few centimeters, a large circular hole appeared. Lin Tian, sweating profusely, slowly let go of his hand, and the powder repeatedly slipped from midair. Lin Tian's strength is not as strong as Uncle Tang. It is already Lin Tian's limit to contain such a strong explosion, and he almost can't support it. Seeing the destructive power of Uncle Tang's chick, Lin Tian was also shocked. This strength was completely abused by himself, and he was not wrong. Lin Tian grabbed the killer lying on the ground and came to Uncle Tang with a light leap. Someone not only wants to kill Asiki, but also wants to kill this killer. HMM. Uncle Fuji nodded. Mist protection, enter the heyday. Yes. The two killers from a kilometer away saw that their mission had not been completed, so they hurriedly packed up, erased their traces and retreated. 4 black shadows came out from the corner. P.S. All 4 more. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in UU Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Rushed into the gate, Lin Tian was startled by the scene inside this heyday. Compared with the chaos outside, there is no feeling inside the old Incheng, only the crowds, coming and going, are looking at the dazzling array of goods. In the eye, there is a slightly curved commercial street. According to the outside of the entire peak building, the whole commercial street should appear a circle. Moreover, this commercial street has many floors, with overpasses connecting the shops on both sides. Before Lin Tian could finish reading carefully, a Siki suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian. And Lin Tian jumped. How about Lin Tian? I'm not wrong, right? It's super big, right? A Siki stretched out her hands and gestured. HMM. Lin Tian nodded and replied, indeed, it's huge. Such a big shopping mall is indeed the largest Lin Tian has ever seen, none of them, and the overall layout gives Lin Tian a feeling of returning to his previous life. Of course, this mall is the largest in the world, and there is only one in the whole world, and the goods here are very complete. You can basically find what you want. Uncle Tang came over and introduced to Lin Tian with a smile. Such a big mall can indeed be called the #1 in the world, Lin Tian sighed. Suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, don't you need someone to solve such a big matter outside? Uncle Fuji waved his hand disapprovingly. This kind of thing is not my strong point, and these things have to be solved by someone. It just so happens that I am fine now. I will show you a tour at all, Uncle Fuji suggested. Of course Lin Tian thought, but aren't we going to visit Asiki's father? Such a sudden visit. Uncle Fuji chuckled softly. It's okay, we are on the way to see the master, and I will introduce you here. Since this is the case, Lin Tian has nothing to worry about, and he is also very curious about Lin Tian's prosperity. Okay. I also want to see how big this heyday is. Then let's go. Asiki happily grabbed Lin Tian and ran to the elevator. Seeing this heartfelt smile on Mrs. Face, Uncle Tang also showed a happy smile on her face. It has been a long time since I saw this smile. Come on, mist protection. Uncle Fuji waved his hand and led many security personnel to follow. Although it is much safer in its peak, it is not absolutely safe. After the thrilling scene before, Uncle Fuji dare not relax his vigilance anymore. And outside the peak, a man flattered the young master. Master, there is nothing wrong with it. It seems that the man is ready for everything. There was no expression on the flattering of his subordinates. Instead, he thought about the thrilling scene just now. As a master, the young master certainly observed that scene. Compared with this, I am still interested in that young man. That young man is not easy, the master said meaningfully. Youth? Everyone on the side looked suspicious. Of course, the man saw the little ghost fighting scene. From the man's point of view, the little ghost just ate a powerful devil fruit. If he shoots himself, he will definitely be able to abuse the little ghost. Don't talk about this, let's go meet those colleagues. The next thing can't be done without them. In the peak of, under the leadership of Asiki and the explanation of Uncle Tang, I also have a clearer understanding of this peak. Uncle Fuji introduced, the entire Dincheng area is a circle with a radius of 500 meters, covering an area of nearly 780,000 square meters. If you walk in a circle, it is equivalent to 3140 meters. Hearing this number, Lin Tian was shocked. This area is so big. To know the largest square in the past life, its area is only 440,000 square meters. The P is equivalent to 2. It is a place that can accommodate 1 million people. and the entire peak is divided into two parts, and we are staying in the lower part. The outer part of the lower part is a 100-meter wide commercial street, which is what we see now. Here, there are thousands of shops. It can be said that things from all over the world can be found here. Here you can see all kinds of objects, and even people. Lin Tian glanced at it. There are countless strange things here, like the kind of plants that can breathe, and flowers with smiling faces, and long creatures that can fly like fish. This commercial street is divided into 9 floors. Each floor is 10 meters high, so every store is extremely tall, and even some young giants can come inches. Under Uncle Tang's explanation, it didn't take long for Lin Tian to visit this commercial street and came to a tunnel. Lin Tian looked at this street tunnel, and the fox questioned, "Why is this tunnel? Isn't there still many places in the peak of prosperity?" "Hey." Asiki smiled. "Lin Tian, you don't know anymore. You will be surprised when you walk inches." Looking at Uncle Tang's similarly smiling expression, Lin Tian suddenly became interested. "I would like to take a closer look at what is in this tunnel." Without hesitation, Lin Tian stepped in directly and walked about 10 meters. The sight in front of Lin Tian really surprised Lin Tian. Lin Tian saw the blue, a large area of blue water. Through the transparent channel, Lin Tian could see countless fish swimming, and under his feet was the beautiful and colorful coral scenery. Asiki looked at Lin Tian, who was shocked, and chuckled softly. Did Lin Tian never thought that there would be an underwater paradise in it? Yeah, Lin Tian nodded in shock. He really didn't expect to build an underwater paradise in the building. What kind of local tyrants would have such thoughts? Asiki said something that shocked Lin Tian. There is not only an underwater paradise here, but also a very interesting animal circle. Hearing this, Lin Tian's mouth twitched unnaturally. This is the idea of a local tyrant, and he actually built a zoo. That doesn't have to be an amusement park, Lin Tian said. Hey, Lin Tian. You know that there is an amusement park here? Asiki asked strangely. When Lin Tian's feet softened, he fell to the ground. If it weren't for this passage, Lin Tian would be scared to the ground. What? Guess, just guess. I think there is an underwater park, zoo, and an amusement park. I just guessed wildly. Who knew that your father was so awesome and really built these 3 gardens together? At this time, in Lin Tian's heart, the admiration for Daddy Asiki was as unconscious as the surging river, and like the yellow river overflowing out of control. Whenever I can be such a tyrant and self-willed. In addition to the 3 parks, there are libraries, museums, book galleries, leisure centers, etc. in this middle part. At the intersection ahead, there are detailed partitions. You can go where you want to go through these well-connected passages. Uncle Fuji pointed to the one in front and said at the intersection. Under the leadership of Uncle Tang, Lin Tian feels that he is really eye-opening. This Heyday is completely a small town which contains a variety of things. Uncle Tang waved his hands and said to Lin Tian, "Here, it is the middle area of Dincheng. You have almost seen the whole picture of Dincheng." As Lin Tian stepped forward, a spectacular sight appeared in front of Lin Tian. A transparent pillar with a diameter of several meters stands in the middle. The entire column is composed of 9 elevators. There are 9 passages on each floor, connecting these elevators, and everyone can go up and down through these elevators. And there are circular corridors on the side. Basically, all food is eaten here. Lin Tian can smell extremely fragrant as soon as he enters. Lin Tian walked on the edge, looked down, and found that on the 5th floor there was no passage, but a round bar. Seeing Lin Tian bewildered, Uncle Tang explained, in this 5th level, everything related to it is related to pirates, so there is also a gathering place for pirates. Next to the naval base, make a gathering place for pirates of this size. Are you not afraid of the Navy? Uncle Tang burst out laughing when he heard Lin Tian's words. Uncle Fuji suddenly stopped laughing and asked, "What if we say this is what the Navy wants?" A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, and he did not answer, but stopped the topic. The probable reason, Lin Tian can also guess, it's just that there are some things you can understand what the other party wants to express without saying more. Seeing these two men playing muzzles, Asiki was immediately upset. "Oh, don't talk about you two. Let's go quickly. I will take Lin Tian to visit it." Under Asiki's urging, Lin Tian and Uncle Tang walked quickly to the elevator. When he came to the elevator, Lin Tian thought he could get in by just finding an elevator, but what Lin Tian didn't expect was Uncle Fuji came to a wall and counted a few numbers on a keyboard. The wall opened, revealing an elevator inside. The upper part is not open, you must allow it to go up, and you can only go up through this special elevator. This elevator is very huge, with more than a dozen people coming in. There is no feeling of crowding at all, and it is very stable. Uncle Tang, the area of the upper part of this heyday is about the same as the bottom. What is there on top of this, it is not open yet. Lin Tian really can't figure out what is on it. Such a big place can be used for many things, but it is not open to people. You can see for yourself when the time comes. At this time, the elevator door just opened. www.palmavel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.palmavel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.